Hello.
Hi there. So you're all comfortable. I think we'll start in the common room downstairs. I think Douglas Gollum will probably say hello or a welcome.
Oh, very good. Yeah, but that's not on the program.
No, it wasn't. It's more of a casual, an informal, I should say, welcome. But you are in the right place otherwise.
Yeah, very good.
Hi, hello.
So.
Yes.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out how to get my slides up there.
Okay, I get this. Let's hope there's some. speed.
Yeah. Don't remember where they get the.
I think I do. Don't you think?
So it's just the HDMI cord. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Should I try?
Oh.
Hi, Aishwarya. Oh, you just after me, I think.
Yeah. What?
So we were the first two. That's
Please just say.
Yeah.
Do you want to try yours?
Yeah, I can try. No, I don't think it's recognizing
Okay.
USBs, yeah.
Not too late. Is there?
I don't think somebody will be sure to just fix it.
Yeah.
Or they have this. The instructions here say that we need to use these USB ports. So that's there. The instructions were given, but I don't know why it's not recognizing.
On the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's behaving itself, the computer.
Yeah.
Not really.
Okay.
It's like a wall.
Doesn't recognize USB.
That's all right. That is what the USB is hiding, that you would never find it.
Oh, it's not this?
No, no, are you okay if I just
Yeah,
pull it
yeah,
out?
go ahead.
No, sorry, it's, I don't know why they hide it around here.
Oh, that's. Okay.
Yeah, you'd never guess otherwise.
Well. I'll go. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, just copy them onto the desktop.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So. I like why.
Hi, Sarah.
Are you first up?
No, I'm second.
Second up.
I'm
You were first up.
Yes.
Remind me your name again.
Sorry?
How do you say your name?
Aishwarya.
That's why. Okay. You're. Are you France?
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
France.
okay.
Yeah.
Try to get started. I, I'll say a couple words.
Just so you're all aware, Douglas Scotland is going to do an informal welcome in the common room at 9 o'clock. can stay here, that's fine, you're in the right place, or you're up to go and join us, and then people will come up here shortly after that. It's literally gonna be about 1 minute. Like 1 minute long.
Somebody should show up there, so. What's that?
I'm not able to go full screen beyond this. Yeah, I tried this. Oh, no, it didn't work.
I don't know what the thing. How do we find this? You know,
Yeah.
Should we get going, or what do you think? I guess I'm in charge. We'll wait for Timu to help with that. But so the deal is Paula got sick. Bustos, so I'm like, wow. I'm in charge here. I selected the papers along with Paula. And we'll just go for, I know there's like some rules on this, like don't ask questions, you can just whatever. And then if it gets out of hand, we can self-regulate, get us back up on honestly. So let's wait, like take a minute and then see if anyone wants it. Yeah.
so sorry. They didn't do it.
They didn't do it. So you're up, we're happy to have Victoria.
Yes.
That's it.
I'm excited to hear about Wards Roads and structural change. So just remind, we have an hour, keep moving to this, but we could just ask questions at will. Unless it gets out of hand. I know what out of hand is. So I'll monitor that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming. So this project, Ports, Roads and Structural Change, the role of internal geography in trade liberalization, is a joint work with another PhD student at University of Virginia, Mola Agrawal. So since the early 2000s, there's been this growing focus on reducing internal trade barriers to achieve growth. For instance, like from 1995 to 2005, we've seen that about 12% of World Bank's funding was also dedicated towards road improvement projects. And focusing on these internal trade barriers, you can, for the context of this project, think about road infrastructure, is also important because these internal trade barriers are known to affect gains from trade or external integration as well. And when we think about developing countries, this becomes all the more important because internal trade barriers to date remain very high. So going to the time period of our analysis, so if we consider early 2000s in India, it used to take about 5 times longer to drive, 5 times longer than in the US to drive a truck over 1,500 kilometers. So from existing research, we know that this internal geography coupled with high internal trade costs, it explains a lot of regional effects like patterns of specialization and employment due to trade liberalization or external integration. For example, in China, we've seen that there was a movement of export-oriented industries towards coastal regions after its accession to WTO. And these coastal regions are the ones which are more integrated to world markets. But what we do not have a lot of evidence on is what actually happens to structural transformation, specifically going to talk about the allocation of labor from agriculture to non-agriculture sectors in the face of external integration in local labor markets. So that's exactly what we're trying to ask, that when we have high internal trade costs, what happens, what are the effects of reducing international trade barriers on structural transformation within local labor markets? Now, the answer to that question in theory is actually ambiguous. So consider regions within a country which are closer to international gates, think about seaports and airports. Now, firms in these regions, on the positive side, are actually have better access to imported inputs as a result of lower input tariffs. Now, that can lead to positive effects, expansion of manufacturing activity, and firms can increase their demand for labor if inputs and labor are complementary. But on the negative side, firms in these regions are also more exposed to foreign competition in the output market due to lower output tariffs. So overall, what happens to manufacturing labor, whether it goes up or down, depends on which of the two forces dominate. And this in turn creates some ambiguity for what is going to happen to structural transformation. So in this paper, we are trying to resolve this theoretical ambiguity. We are going to empirically look at the spatial effects of reducing international trade costs in the presence of these domestic barriers on structural transformation. And our context is going to be India. Specifically, we are looking at the 1991 trade liberalization episode in India. And we are going to exploit the complete road network of India to compute these domestic trade barriers of reaching an international port from a local labor market. In our context, local labor markets are going to be districts in India. And we are going to provide differential spatial manufacturing activity gains as a driver for structural transformation.
So just clarification, before you go back one, so you had this plus.
Yeah.
So just when you think about the markets, it feels like here you're talking directly think of industries exporting to international markets. Some of this could also be agriculture.
So we also, here I'm not talking about agriculture, but that can also contribute, and we do see that during this trade liberalization period, import of agriculture technology also increases. So that also contributes to structural transformation. Okay. But in our analysis, we're going to focus on manufacturing activities and not specifically agriculture. So the main findings of this paper are that when domestic trade costs are high, we do see that proximity to these international gates is beneficial. Specifically, we see that industries experience a larger increase in manufacturing activity by locating in districts closer to international gates relative to more interior districts. And that actually results in greater structural transformation away from agriculture and into manufacturing and services in these districts. We do this data exercise and find that these effects are very large in our period of analysis, which is 1991 to 2005. And this actually amounts to about 1.15 million extra people leaving agriculture in these districts, which have below median proximity to international gates as compared to above median districts. So the project is relating to three strands of literature. The first is which looks at the role of internal geography in trade liberalization. Now, existing papers have already shown that locating closer to international markets is beneficial, and it affects patterns of specialization, it affects employment patterns. But we are going to focus on the outcome of structural transformation, and that to intersectoral reallocation of labor. Also, what helps us in this analysis is that in our setting, we have this exogenous shock, the trade liberalization of India, which gives us a setting in which both input and output barriers are changing at the same time. The second strand looks at the role of internal trade barriers on economic growth. So papers in this area have looked at the effect of reducing internal trade barriers or improving domestic market access on economic outcomes. Even in the context of India, these recent papers have looked at the effect of highway expansions on manufacturing activity. So we are just taking this period before this all expansion happens. We're looking at a period where internal trade costs were unchanging and trying to impute how they interplay with international trade cost reductions. And lastly, we also contribute to this vast body of evidence on India's trade liberalization, which has shown that trade liberalization led to increases in firm productivity and product scope in the manufacturing sector. And we are here going to just look at the spatial effects of trade liberalization, something new that we are adding here. So this is going to be the layout of the rest of the talk. I'll speak about the background of the study, speak about the data and the evidence, and would like to pause if there are any questions. All right. So our setting is India. So India before 1991 was pretty much a closed economy. And due to some internal and external economic crisis, it underwent an externally imposed trade liberalization in 1991. This was imposed by IMF. So this is an exogenous shock. During this period from 91 to 97, as we can see in this figure, tariffs fell sharply. These are average tariffs, and they fell by more than 50 percentage points just by the end of the 90s. During this period, overall imports were shown to increase by more than 130%, and this was primarily driven by imports and intermediate inputs. Now, most of India's international trade comes through 12 major seaports and 2 major airports. So if we look at this graph, the boundaries that you see are the local labor markets, districts of India, and the ports are located, seaports are located along the coastline, and there is the Delhi International Airport, which is in the interior. Now, as we can see, because of India's geography and these high internal trade barriers, not all of these districts are going to have an equal access to international markets. And it can have various implications, but to motivate our project, this is a first evidence of what happens, what are the effects of this uneven access. On this, the hollow circles are districts. On the x-axis, we have the travel time from a district centroid to its nearest port in hours. And on the y-axis, we have the growth in manufacturing output. So if we look at the left panel, which is the pre-liberalization period, 1987 to 1992. In this period, we see that there is no significant correlation between a district's proximity to international gates and its manufacturing output growth. But after trade liberalization, when international trade becomes important, this proximity to port matters. And we see that districts which are closer to the ports experience higher growth in the manufacturing activity. So we, for this project, are combining several sources of data. So to impute internal trade costs, we're going to rely on the 1996 roadmap of India. Then for manufacturing activity, we are going to rely on establishment level data from 2 sources. One is the annual survey of industries, which is a census of manufacturing firms, larger manufacturing firms and some smaller firms, a survey of some smaller firms. And primarily, this data is formal sector data. India has a large informal sector as well. So for that, we are going to rely on the economic census. We take tariff data from Topalova 2007 and the WITS portal. And lastly, for our structural change analysis, we are going to use district level data on employment and demographics from Population Census of India, which is a decadal census, and the National Sample Survey, which is a household survey.
So let me go back to that one more.
Almost there?
Yeah, that.
Uh-huh.
So like when I look on the right,
Mhm.
like what more do I need to know? Like what are the threats to identification? You know what I mean? It says descriptive evidence.
Yes.
But what are the issues behind?
So here we are controlling for a lot of
Already controlled.
So yes. We do control for industry fixed effects. We're controlling for several other features of the districts, and but primarily, like I will come to identification threats later. Like this is just a raw plot for you.
Yeah, I just want
Yeah.
those identifications.
Now I'll be discussing that in detail. Yeah. So just a little bit on how we are actually measuring internal trade costs. So we're using the roadmap of India from 1996. Our period of analysis is going to span 1991 to 2005, but we're using this 96 road network for our analysis because it's very representative of the existing network structure. Major highway upgrades in India began pretty late, only after 2001 with the construction of the Golden Quadrilateral. So this is fairly representative of what the road network was during this period. From this roadmap, we identify these 5 types of roads with different qualities, different types of lanes, different speeds that you can attain when you're driving on these. It's the national highways, which are the best quality roads, 4 to 6 lane roads, on which you can drive at a speed of, we assign this speed, 50 km/h. And then all weather motorable roads are the second best quality roads where the speed is 30 km/h. and then all other inferior quality roads, which are assigned 15 kilometers per hour. These Ps are taken from the literature and some existing reports that we have. But for the last three categories, which is going by what is there in these reports, we don't have exact measurements for this. This is just a snapshot of the digitized roadmap. So in the left panel, we have the national highways, the best quality roads. And on the right panel, we have all-weather motorable roads. So these are denser, but of inferior quality. So then we compute this term that we call international access, or the time taken to travel from a district centroid to its nearest port using Dijkstra's algorithm. And this is the heat map of the travel times that we obtain. So as you can see, the lighter shades represent longer travel times, and these are districts concentrated in the interior because they are the ones which are farther away from ports, and the darker districts have shorter travel times to ports. Then we follow the recent literature on trade costs, and we convert our travel time in hours to iceberg trade costs, because as it's standard to assume there are economies of scale over long distance traveling. So we are using this equation where we use our travel time. The rho factor is 0.8, which is taken from Alder and Barnwal. And gamma is calibrated such that in the entire road network of India, the travel time, the median travel time between any two district centers is 1.25. When we use this, what the data that we obtain is that if we look at, say, the median district, the travel time to get from your district central to a port is 8.8 hours in our sample. And that results in a trade cost of iceberg trade cost of 1.1, which we can interpret as a 10% loss in value for shipping 8.8 hours. Yeah.
Do you think that two parameters may differ by industries or products?
Yes, they may differ, and we actually are still thinking about a way so that we can have that industry coefficient attached to the products. So right now,
Why do we need to do this in the first place? Like, why can't I just do travel time directly?
just
Like, it's
travel
just
time.
like a nonlinear transformation.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, cause when you're gonna run your regressions, right?
Yeah. So in our regressions, so we got this feedback to convert our travel times, because it's like assume that this travel cost doesn't increase linearly with time. So as you travel longer, then the incremental increases is not linear. It's not constant. So we converted this. We are using this travel time also non-linearly. So we're doing a semi-parametric estimation also in our setup, just to be sure what we get. But we're open to feedback on this as to what's the right way of using
Does
trade
it matter?
costs. Sorry?
Does it matter?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So even with travel, just using travel time, our results are the same. So coming to the first set of empirical evidence on manufacturing activity. So we will specifically ask the question that how does manufacturing activity respond to trade liberalization in the presence of these internal trade costs? The outcomes that we're going to look at on the intensive margin are output and labor productivity, which is output per worker. This we take from the annual survey of industries. So we take these two outcomes from annual survey of industries because in India, almost 80% of manufacturing output comes from the formal sector, and ASI is a formal sector survey. And on the extensive margin, we're looking at the number of firms and total employment in the manufacturing sector, which we take from the economic census as more than 80% of employment comes from the informal sector. So that's a more representative survey for that analysis. These two surveys are establishment level or plant level surveys. So we aggregate our data to create a panel at the industry and district level. Our industries are going to be 4-digit NIC classification industries. And we are going to combine this with tariff data at the 4-digit industry level from Topalova and Wins. So as discussed that in India's trade liberalization, both input and output tariffs were changing. And as we know that input and output tariffs are going to have opposing effects on firm activity, we follow literature and construct this effective rate of protection measure. So ERP for industry JT is, for industry J in year T, is the difference between the output and the input tariffs. Input tariffs are obtained from output tariffs using the input-output tables of 1993-94 for India. And this is divided by these input shares. So for example, alpha JS, it just captures how much output of industry S is in, how much input from industry S is in the output of industry J. So we're going to rely on this specification. So our outcomes are going to be the log of, all outcomes are going to be in logs. It's going to be real output, so deflated sales, output per worker, labor productivity, number of firms, and employment. And this will be measured at the level of industry J, the 4-digit industry, district D, so an industry district pair, in year T. Our time is going to be all years from 91 to 2005 for output and labor productivity, but for number of firms and employment, we just have 3 rounds of the economic census done in 1998 and 2005. So we are going to regress this outcome variable on the interaction term of the effective rate of protection and the trade cost of the district, which is this cost of going from the district center to its nearest port. And we'll control for the effective rate of protection faced by the industry in that year, and we have the fixed effects for industry district, so lambda JD, and to control for industry district level time invariant characteristics, and delta T to capture aggregate shocks. And then additionally, what we control for in this setup is DMA, which is domestic market access of a district. So this we compute following Donaldson and Hornbeck. So the intuition is that, okay, domestic market access DT is capturing for a district the size of the local market, domestic market that it can sell or it can access. So if we have reasons to believe that districts which have better port access also happen to have better domestic access, then it could create a bias in our beta 1. So we are preemptively controlling for that. And then in XJD pre, this is a vector of variables for an industry district pair before the liberalization period. So in this, we control for the 1991 level of the outcome variable and industry J's output as a share of the total output in district D as some measure of this industry's importance in the district. We are interacting this with year fixed effects to allow for districts, for industries with a certain level of outcome and a certain importance in a district to have different growth paths post-trade liberalization.
Can you not use a JT fixed effect?
A JT fixed effect, we can, but we wanted to also get the result on the ERT. So right now we're not using that.
But the main interest is beta 1.
Main interest, yeah.
But okay, so you slipped in the DMA here. Like what's different between DMA and your measure trade costs?
So DMA is taking into account the distance to all other districts from my district, and it's weighed by and it's actually the population size of those districts weighed by the trade cost of reaching the district. So it's capturing the size of the market that I can sell from district D domestically. The international trade cost is just a time measure, a cost to reach the nearest port.
But the DMA is a function of trade costs. So
The international, no, not the international.
not the internet, the trade cost is the.
These are between 2 pairs of districts in DMA.
And
The DMA is connected to all the internal trade costs within India. That trade cost is just the distance to the nearest port or the travel time to the nearest port.
So it's just district A to district B.
I'm just trying to think through
Yeah.
like what.
And in this setup, we are going to cluster our standard errors 2-way at the industry year level, which is the
There's one
treatment.
coefficient on DMA. Is that a typo?
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's a type. So sorry. Yeah. And the standard errors are clustered at the industry year level, the ERP level, and the district level. So beta 1, the coefficient of interest, the identification for it comes from within industries. So we are trying to compare 2 districts within a 4-digit industry. So these 2 districts are going to face the same ERP change, and they're going to have the same pre-liberalization levels of outcome. But what they differ is in terms of their access to an international port. So the threats to identification that we are able to identify in our setup. So one concern could be if we think that the ports were built in locations which would have grown in the absence of in districts in the absence of trade liberalization as well. So port locations could be endogenous. But Fortunately, in this setup, what we find is that all these ports were built in the British rules. This is all pre-liberalization built during the 1800s. Second, we could also feel that because we're using the 1996 road network of India, if there were any differential investments in making road networks between 91 and 96, catering to districts which were expected to have a higher manufacturing growth, that could also create bias in setup. But using these existing evidence through World Bank reports and other government documents, we are able to, what we understand is that during this period of 90s, all the road infrastructure improvements were very focused towards interior and rural connectivity and not specifically towards port connectivity. All expansions for port connectivities happened very late, that's starting 2001, thinking about the highway networks which lead towards. And lastly, threats to identification will come from factors that omitted variable bias, so factors that we think are correlated to manufacturing activity, that can affect manufacturing activity and are also correlated with a district's access to international port, the travel cost.
So what are those?
So those that we identify, so first thing that we identify is that
Your X times E, like X times delta. I mean, that's gonna try to control that's anything other, like that's correlated.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
You have a question?
Sorry, just maybe before you go on, so suppose there is no identification threats, can you say like one or two more sentences on how exactly you want to interpret beta one? Because yeah, I guess the one I'm most worried about is that there's a difference between just reallocating economic activity versus like a growth effect that comes from this opening.
Yeah.
And that even if you don't have any of these identification threats, I don't see at the moment how you can disentangle these two.
Yes, yes. So beta one is being interpreted as it's the difference between for an industry. It's the additional growth that the industry experiences by locating closer to an international port.
But it's like a differential.
That's a
right?
differential.
It could just be like this is moving.
Yes, yes, that's a differential. Then we also to capture the overall effects of trade liberalization, we have the ERP term, so that's why we didn't use the JT fixed effect. So looking at that, we do see that overall output levels were increasing in that as a result of trade liberalization. So coming to the threats to identification. So one that we identify is from the construction of this golden quadrilateral highway network, as you can see in red in this graph. So this golden quadrilateral was a very high-speed, high-quality national highway system that was built to connect the 4 major cities in India, the Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, and Kolkata. And these are also port cities from the previous government. So there is literature that shows that has documented that districts that got access to this golden quadrilateral network experienced gains in manufacturing activity. So this can definitely create a bias that our effects could just be coming from the construction of the golden quadrilateral. So what we do here is that we restrict our period of analysis to just 2001 and check whether our results hold in that period, because prior to that, there was no construction or no anticipation of construction for golden quadrilateral. And the second threat that we identify comes from the liberalization of FDI. So foreign direct investment was also, liberalization of foreign direct investment was also a part of the trade liberalization package, as a result of which firms could get auto-approved FDI up to 50% of their equity. And that, what we find is, if that is also spatially concentrated in port cities, it can create bias. And we actually see that if we look at the period of our analysis, that's 91 to 2005, in this period, more than 55% of the FDI projects came to 11 districts, which are urban and also happen to have better port access. So in one specification, then we'll drop these 11 districts from our sample to see if results hold in the absence of these districts. So this is the first set of results that we get. Column 1 and 2 is the result for output and labor productivity in our entire sample. So in the first row is the effect of the trade liberalization of ERP going down. So we can see that as ERP went down, output increased and so did labor productivity. And the second row is the beta 1 coefficient, which is positive, meaning that as protections or tariffs went down and as trade cost of getting to a port also falls, we see an increase in output and labor productivity. Specifically, to interpret this in a more intuitive manner, we can think that on average, if we consider an industry that faced a 10 percentage point decline in ERP, for this industry, it experiences an extra 2.4% output growth in a district at the port, which has zero trade cost, relative to a district with median trade cost, which was 10%. And similarly, it experiences an additional 1.4% gain in labor productivity as well. In columns 3 and 4, we are checking for pre-trends, a falsification test in the pre-liberalization period using data from 87 to 91. And we see that these effects don't hold in that period. So it's not being driven by existing pre-trends. And the robustness to excluding GQ and GQ construction, that's the golden contractor construction and FDI, it's there we can discuss, but when we drop those FDI districts and restrict our period of analysis to 2001, the results still hold.
So is this like, is this big?
When we control for that?
No,
Oh.
2.4. Like,
These actually result to be big when we're going to look at the entire period. So I'll come to that shortly. Yeah. So these are actually, this amounts to, if we look at the entire period of liberalization, this amounts to an extra 24% growth in for just moving the median distance towards the.
so over the whole,
Yes.
this is 20%.
Yeah.
So if I have like, just to understand, like, I have labor productivity at 92.
Yeah.
And then I look at the end of the period, it's like 24% higher.
Yes, if we're comparing industries with that to industry that did not face reduction. Yeah.
The relative differences.
Relative.
This, the relative.
It's relative. Yes, these are relative. And when we look at the effect of trade costs semi-parametrically, so what we're doing here is we are dividing our trade cost into quintiles. The first quintile being set of districts which are closest to the ports, and the fifth quintile which is farthest. And we're using this in our regression. So what we obtain in the left panel, as we can see, every coefficient is comparing the effects for an industry for a 10 percentage point decline in ERP, comparing the first quintile to the fifth quintile. Every quintile is being essentially compared to the fifth quintile. And we see that these effects monotonically are decreasing in trade costs. And this is the pattern holds for both labor productivity and output.
So on that one, can you get a distance of when it goes to zero?
So this is for when it goes to zero. So that's the last.
Right, but at what distance is this, do you know?
So the distance for this is 1 point, the time I know is about 1 point something hours, 1.1. And the trade cost is zero for this, the iceberg trade cost for the fifth quintile. Oh, I'm so sorry, for the first quintile is zero, the largest one is 20% trade cost, the farthest away. Yeah.
So just a quick clarification, the output and labor productivity, you said before sales, this is taking out intermediates, or it's value added, or it's actual sales?
It's actual sales. We have data on actual sales in the data.
Because I'm worried that kind of the intermediate, like if closer to ports, you just have kind of larger retailers.
Yeah.
Or like wholesalers, right? Then they would be kind of by construction larger.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess you want to do, for sure, you want to make sure to do that also
Yeah.
with value added, just to make sure that kind of the results are.
Yeah, we
Very smart.
actually, yes, we from ASI at least we do have data on the firm's inputs. So we can take that into account.
No, sure, you can construct value added, right?
Yeah.
So I would just make sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. And then we are just rerunning our specification in an event study format. So we are doing away with the ERPs in this setup and using the time variation, using 1991 as the base year. And this is an event study graph for just a log of output, just to make sure that our results are not being driven by specific years. We see that here also we can see that there is some effect after trade liberalization, and every year it increases and then it follows up and trend. And all of these coefficients are for a 10% decline, which is the median decline in trade cost. So then coming to the extensive margin outcomes, for which we're using data from the economic census 3 rounds. Here we're going to look at the number of firms and total manufacturing employment. These are also in logs. So as you can see from the first row, that as trade liberalization happened, a decline in tariffs, we see an increase in the number of firms, overall increase in the number of firms, and overall increase in manufacturing employment. And coming to the second row, which is our coefficient of interest, again, we see positive coefficients, meaning that industries for 10% ERP decline experienced a 2.2% higher growth in the number of firms in portal districts vis-a-vis interior median districts. And manufacturing employment also grew by an extra 3.6%. Here, because we do not have any extra round of data in the economic census prior to the 1990, we're not able to check for pre-trends that exist in this setup. So we are interpreting these with caution. Everything with caution for that matter. When we look at the semi-parametric estimation, so the right panel, which is the total labor, the employment outcome, follows the same pattern as outcome and labor productivity, monotonically decreasing in trade costs. But if we look at the number of firms, the effects taper out right from the third quintile. And one of the possible explanations that we think what's happening behind here is that there's this rent trade-off, rent and input trade-off. So in the first and the second quintile, the benefits from locating closer to the ports might be higher than the high rent you would pay by locating closer to the ports. But as you move farther away, the benefits from cheaper inputs might be lesser as compared to the rent that you have to pay in those regions. So then we don't see any significant difference between the third quintile and the fifth quintile and so on. So summarizing the size of these effects, if we look at 1990 to 2005, in this entire period, the decline in ERP, the decline in protection is 98 percentage points. And that results into a 24% increase in manufacturing output. If we consider an industry facing this 98% decline to an industry which was completely protected. And all of these results are for the median decline in trade costs, moving from median district to a district at the port. So these are large relative effects, 24% increase in manufacturing output, 35% increase in manufacturing employment, and the other two are also up there.
So let me,
Yeah.
how this adds up. So output's going up by 24%. Y over L, so labor is going up by 14. But then L is going up by 35.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Like how, like just from an accounting standpoint, Y is going up by 24, but if I break it out into the components, Y over L plus L is more than 24. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have any thought, like?
No, I actually didn't think about this until now, but yeah.
I mean, there could be like a lot of stuff could be going on. I'm just wondering how to like.
Yeah. No, I didn't think about it, so sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, now lastly coming to our main result, which is on structural transformation. So given that we see that there was this differential in gains in manufacturing activity at districts at the port relative to interior districts, we want to see whether this actually results in a greater change in structural transformation, a reallocation from agriculture into manufacturing and services. And
Can I ask a question
yeah.
just before you go to this? Because at the beginning you said there's this theoretical ambiguity, right?
Yeah.
Like it could be positive or
Or
negative.
negative.
And I was thinking now a resolution to this is it depends on whether you can produce more, well, if you're more productive than international, right? That's like basic like supply demand,
Yeah.
Principles of micro. And I wonder if you can look at that. Like, can you look at different manufacturing industries and see what the ones which we think are very productive they gain, and the low productive ones suffer from this international exposure? Do you know?
We're not doing it right now. But we can, like for at least output and labor productivity, we have that kind of data, so we can look into which sort of firms are producing these results. Yeah.
Because a lot of what you're saying makes me think of this debate with Trump, right? And you're saying that actually international trade is good.
Yeah.
Trying to understand why that is, and if India is just more productive with these things, whereas the US is not, for example.
Yeah. Okay, coming back to structural transformation. So we are using data from the population census, which is district level aggregates of employment and demographics. And the National Sample Survey from 99 to 2004-5, which is the post-liberalization period. These are individual level household surveys, but we are going to aggregate that to district level data so that we can use it along with the population census. Overall, if we look at the employment share of a sector within a district, we see that from 1991 to the post period, there is an overall decline in agricultural employment in India, which is also accompanied by an increase in manufacturing and a large increase in services. But now we're going to unpack what happens across districts in this analysis. So just a small, a brief pause here. So for services, the channel that we're thinking as driving this is the non-homothetic preferences channel. So as manufacturing activity increases, wages in the manufacturing sector in India are higher than the agriculture sector. So then people over time can change their baskets of consumption and demand more services.
But going back to the services, did you do the previous analysis? Could you have done the previous analysis on services?
There's only like one round of data on like the survey was done very late in 2007 and 8, so we don't have service data at that. We can check for at least employment from the economic census for services, but not the other things. So we can do the economic census thing for services. So we're going to use this framework to look at the effects on structural transformation. Is going to be the share of a district's employment in sector K, agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And this would be at the level of district D, S is the state, and T is year. We're going to regress that on the interaction of the trade cost of that district of accessing a port and a post dummy variable for trade liberalization. So this variable is going to take the value 1 for the years 99 and 2004 and 0 for 1991. And we are also going, and then we have our district fixed effects, gamma D and delta T year fixed effects to control for unobservable district characteristics and aggregate shocks. And then additionally, we are going to have this XJD pre-vector in this setup also. So in the baseline, this XJD pre-vector has the 1991 share of non-agriculture employment in the district. And we interact this with the year variable, the year fixed effects, to capture the fact that districts, even prior to trade liberalization, which were more manufacturing intensive, they can respond, they can have a different growth path after trade liberalization. But our preferred specification will have these extra vector, the complete vector of a district's pre-liberalization, demographic, economic, and geographic characteristics that we think that may also affect how districts respond to trade liberalization. And these will have factors like nightlife intensity from pre-liberalization period. We have the average elevation of a district. We'll have the share of population that's female. And we have primary educated people and the working age people and how urban that district was pre-liberalization. And then we also have this vector XDT, this time varying vector, which has two variables. One is the district's tariff exposure, which I'll speak about it on the next slide, and DMA, which is again the domestic market access. The standard errors here are clustered at the district level.
So the tariff exposure, is that the ERP, but at the district?
At the district level, so the Topalova style measure. So for beta K, our main coefficient, the identification is coming from comparing two districts with similar pre-liberalization levels of sectoral employment shares and observable characteristics, but they differ in their port access. And in here, our beta K is again, these are relative effects. A negative beta K is actually going to imply that districts which have better access to ports, they experienced an additional increase in the employment share relative to more interior districts. So a negative coefficient means that sector's employment relatively is increasing, and a positive is actually going to mean that relatively the employment share is going to decline. And the threats to identification here. So this is the first one. So we are comparing this, we are controlling for this tariff exposure of the district, because if we feel that the industrial composition of districts were different at the baseline, they are differently exposed to trade liberalization. And specifically, if we think that the portal districts, the districts which are at the coast, if they to begin with had more industries that experience larger tariff cuts, then that can create a bias in beta K. So that's why we construct this Topalova style measure of ERP exposure of a district. and we use that as a control in our setup. And the next threat of identification comes, this is similar to the ASIs, the manufacturing results, comes from differential FDI flows at the district level and construction of the Golden Quadrilateral, which we did in a similar manner as we did there. So if you look at our results, the first column is the baseline the specification. So here, as expected, as we thought that we would get is that we get a positive coefficient on agriculture, which is panel A, which means that if you're comparing a district at the port to a median interior district, agriculture employment share is going down. It is going down faster in the districts which are at the port. And for manufacturing and services, we get negative coefficients, which means that relatively the employment share of these sectors was increasing more in ported districts. The second column is going to be a preferred specification in which we have the complete vector of districts pre-liberalization characteristics. And we get similar results as slightly larger in magnitude. In column 3 and column 4, we are tackling the threats from GQ and FDI. In all of these specifications, the differential exposure to tariffs is already controlled for. But in 3 and 4, then additionally in 3, we drop the round of NSS from 2004-5. We see effects for manufacturing and agriculture, but our results for services disappear. So it's not coming, results essentially for services coming from 2004-5. And I'll come to a discussion on that in a couple of slides. And the fourth column is by dropping the 11 urban districts. So when we drop those 11 urban districts, the results still hold. So just the economic interpretation or the intuitive interpretation of our results is that if we compare a district at the port, which had 0 trade cost, to a district with median trade cost that is 10%, the additional effect in the districts at the port is 4.5 percentage point extra decline in agriculture employment share and a 2.09% extra increase in manufacturing employment share and a 2.5% extra increase in service employment share. So we are seeing this stronger structural transformation out of agriculture in districts which have better access to international ports.
Yeah. Why do you interpret this as structural transformation and not just a trade shock? Because incomes could be constant and you can still get this, right? How do you disentangle these two things?
So this is something we are not looking at incomes and wages right now, but in future we do want to incorporate this and get a sense of what are the welfare effects of this trade liberalization episode. So right now, assuming that agriculture wages are lower than manufacturing and services wages, we are interpreting this as a positive effect on structural transformation. What we also do is that just to understand the dynamics over years, we are running the preferred specification for pairs of years. So we use year 1991 and a year relative to it. So we also have NSS data from 1987 to check for pre-trends. And each coefficient here is the effect in year T relative to 1991. And this is the specification from column 2. And what we see is that for agriculture in the top panel and the bottom left is manufacturing and then services. There are no significant pre-trends at the 5% level. For agriculture and manufacturing, you can see that these effects are increasing with time. But as we can see in services, there are actually no effects till 99, and this was completely being driven by 2004-5. So we're still trying to understand what this could mean, but one sort of explanation that we have in mind is that incomes, as people move from agriculture to manufacturing, it takes time for them to reach a certain income threshold after which they're going to shift the demands for services. So maybe services are just taking time to kick in our analysis.
But do you have household level data? Can at some point you get the income side on the household?
So from the NSS, we have income level, not income, we have consumption data for 99, 2004-5. Unfortunately, when we talk about the de-liberalization period, there we don't have that data. It's not at the district level. So just to get some what these effect sizes actually mean, we undertook this one benchmarking exercise, and please give some feedback on this. We're still thinking of how to do this better. So we divided our trade cost, which was a continuous measure, into 2 groups. Districts which have below median proximity or below median trade costs, so the nearby districts versus above median district. And we ran the same specification as column 2 from that table. And just to be like more conservative, we introduced state year fixed effects in our analysis. And what we get here is that essentially in the below median group of districts, there is an excess 2.7 percentage point decline in agriculture employment share relative to the above median districts. Now we essentially look at our raw data, and in our raw data, we see that this extra change in agriculture employment in the below median districts is 2.05 percentage points. Now, if we use in magnitude the lower bound of our estimate, which is 0.7 percentage point, our estimate is here explaining 33% of what we observe in the data. Putting that to numbers, it gives us a figure of 1.15 million extra people in this below median group of districts that exit agriculture for manufacturing and services during the period 91 to 2005. So that is how we're right now trying to make sense of our estimate.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the estimated lower bound.
Yeah.
And then the raw data.
Yeah.
Walk me through that one.
Yeah, so if I just look at the employment shares from the raw data
Like that.
in these two groups,
In these two.
so I see that the decline in agriculture employment share in the group of below median districts is 2.05 percentage point more. And the coefficient is also telling the same thing, the extra effect in the below median group. So that coefficient is just 33% of what we see in the actual data.
But that's what but I didn't do the lower bound.
Mhm.
I just did my specification.
Yeah.
Or what number is that?
So then it's over predicting.
It's over.
So the effect for the coefficient is 2.7 percentage points.
So you're saying like, okay, I look at the above versus below, how much did they change?
Yeah.
In the raw unconditional.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna pick a very conservative specification.
Yeah.
And ask how much of that can that explain.
Yes.
But it could have explained, but the point that you just said, it could explain basically everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely over predicting if we go by the beta that we obtain.
Then it's like 3 million.
So yes, just to conclude, we were focusing on India's trade liberalization episode to essentially understand that how domestic trade barriers affect structural transformation in the face of an international trade shock. And what we obtained that in our setup, districts which were closer to international gates, they experienced a higher manufacturing gain and also resulted in greater structural transformation out of agriculture. Now, we right now do not have a complete sense of what's happening to welfare here, our wages, income. So we're considering that we're taking our empirical analysis and doing a quantitative exercise, but happy to get feedback on the project and ways forward with this project.
We have some extra time. This is perfect, by the way. So why don't we open it up to questions and then
Comments.
questions and comments. So
Yes, so very nice papers, thanks a lot. So I was thinking about, because India being a very special country, when I looked at this map of your ports, it immediately jumped to me that they're super regularly spaced. Like the ports in the country, they're like planned, I guess. So there are very regular distances and so on. So, I keep thinking back at the, at the colonial times. So I was wondering, can you make anything out of that? Is there any data from, way before, regions that were, because India was exporting a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So is there any way to think about that and incorporate this? Because there may be pre-existing structures, institutions, I don't know what. Certain industries that grew there where the English were exporting things from. So I was wondering if there would be some interest there looking at this period way back.
I'm not sure the extent of that. There's definitely historical data, but I'm not sure of the extent of it. So I can look into if we have data on the British rule and the construction of the ports.
In relation to your question, I think the only way to interpret the results is that it's a trade show. Because, you know, as a result of the lower, I mean, these are tariffs on goods,
Yes.
largely manufacturing goods. So
Yes.
really this exercises these lower tariffs on manufacturing goods. What happens to,
Yeah.
you know, employment and structural transformation. So the prices of manufactured goods are falling. So in the standard structural change frameworks, these, not all of them, but most of them, the elasticity of substitution between sectors is less than 1. So if all you were thinking about is the price effect, that alone would make the manufacturing and employment share fall. So you've got to have something opposing that to get the increase that they have. And there's two forces. So one is the pure income effect and the non-economic preferences, but then the other is the trade effect. So that's so I feel like you need the trade angle to get this to get everything to hang together. The other thing is this effective rate of protection measure, and then the way you motivated it with the input versus output tariffs. You know, the definition of the effective rate of protection is this output tariff minus the input tariff. Now, I'm guessing all of your ERPs, because this was a broad reduction in tariffs, all the ERPs went down.
Yes.
But all else equal, you know, you could have some variation across regions. Maybe some regions the input tariffs went down by more. The thing is, in those regions where the input tariffs went down by more, all else equal, that raises the ERP. So it makes it harder to interpret the coefficient then, like, is it because there's less competition or because of the input costs are lower and they're more productive? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, in this Amiti Koning's paper with Indonesia, I think they had it as 2 separate tariffs, the output tariff and the input tariff, and they ran the regression separately. Now, I know Topolova did ERP, but, you know, to get at your first question, if that was what you were interested in, then I think you might want to keep them separate.
Yeah. For manufacturing, we did do that. We tried to disentangle ERP by input and output tariffs. So what we could find that in the overall sample period, 91 to 2005, this was mostly being driven by the output tariffs declining, so like a pro-competition effect. But if you just look at the period which has been studied in Topolova, Khandelwal and all, if we restrict to 97, then we see that the input tariff effect is stronger. And there's nothing coming from the output channel.
So in that earlier period, you actually got the coefficient signs were reversed then.
Not reverse. We saw that there was no significance on the output tariffs, but the input tariffs were in the correct direction, the direction of the ERP, but significant.
One comment on when you show this structural transformation results, your specification, I noticed that so you want to say that the effects of tariff reduction differs by your access to the ports, right? But currently you're using just an indicator. So I think it's like from 1990 it equals 1 and 1995 and onwards it takes the value to 1.
Yeah.
Right. So why not just interact the domestic trade cost measures with the falls in tariff instead of the pre and post indicator? Because I think that would help you to get, because you discuss some omitted variable issues that you might be worrying about. And I guess you can just
so right now, right now we're using that as a control rather than interacting, because I think the interaction is giving that heterogeneity by exposure, but we were just taking our results from the manufacturing activity as the mechanism, and then just looking at the time variation by controlling for what is the exposure of a district to tariffs. So this is what we're doing right now. We do have that measure in the specification as a control rather than heterogeneity.
Okay. Guess that depends how you want to interpret that results as more like descriptive one. Like you say, you want to get the mechanisms.
Yeah.
I also share the same comments with Kim, like disentangling the output and tariffs.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Sure, that's all. Yeah. I'll check. Well, first of all, thanks to Michael and Paula for setting up a really interesting workshop. And thanks for adding this paper as well, and a great opportunity to present something that we've been working on for quite some time, but I think we're at the stage where we soon really want to submit, so any comments are welcome. So my name is Sarah Schroeder. I'm an assistant professor at Aarhus University, and this project is together with Ray Chung, who is today with me here. So perhaps some of the questions we were able to discuss together. And in this project, we want to understand the distribution effects of trade, given that there are mobility frictions and the heterogeneous types of migration. So to set the stage, I want to remind us that often migration and trade come together. So when we have domestic migration and urban migration, this might actually be accelerated through trade. And mobility frictions often shape the effects of trade, so the adjustment to trade will really depend on the domestic frictions. And some countries that have been, especially emerging market economies, have been using migration policies to control the pace and type of migration. Perhaps not only emerging market economies, countries like Denmark or the US, any country would really try to control the pace and the type of migration. So what are the implications if we have these migration policies? And well, access to the passport, and this might be a reminder, at some point the UK was actually part of the EU, and now we can really feel the difference. So being not part of the EU might actually imply that expenses for education are much higher, expenses for healthcare are much higher, and not having access to that might also imply whom you can bring along with you and who might have to remain back home. So this is kind of setting the stage, and the particular setting that we are looking at, and that is a really good example of how mobility frictions can really shape this effect of trade, is China. And China is one of the countries that has really received a large amount of rural to urban migration due to the structural change. And the rural to urban migration accounted for almost 80% of China's urban. And the mobility frictions that here are present is a household registration system called the hukou system. And some of these aspects can be information asymmetries, it can be administrative aspects. Registrating in another prefecture might actually apply for a completely different domestic passport. It might have some legal restrictions, and often there will be some discriminative aspects, such as I just showed you, access to education or access to healthcare. And these mobility frictions crucially can affect the distribution and consequences of various economic shocks. And the one that we're interested in is a trade shock. And these mobility costs can also affect the decisions household to migrate. And if we don't look only at individuals, but take it at the household level, the question is whether the entire household is going to move, who within this household is going to move, and where to. And so given that China has introduced a very strict household registration friction, the question is, why do we still observe such amount or large amounts of migration despite these large mobility frictions? And here, what we basically take at hand is, well, if we look at the household level, often what we're going to observe is that not the entire household is going to move, but only a partial amount. And that's what we precisely call partial versus complete migration. And these mobility frictions, so if a household decides to partially migrate, they're actually able to partially overcome these mobility frictions. And then quite often when we talk about migration in the international setup, it will be very natural for us to think about remittances as well. So when we figured out this phenomena of partial versus complete migration is a thing, and in another set of literature, we will often look at maybe the left behind children, what the dynamics for intergenerational mobility might be. But in the setting of a trade shock and structural transformation, we thought, well, domestic migration will have remittances at hand as well. And they're an endogenous outcome of basically the household splitting across space. And it's sort of critical to understand the effects of trade, given that these frictions systematically differ across space. So what we do in this paper, we provide empirical evidence on 3 crucial facts. The first one is that we actually come up with a novel measure to identify mobility frictions, and we call it our friendliness measure of a region towards migrants. And these mobility frictions are going to have important implications on the type of migration. Again, here we're distinguishing between complete migration versus partial migration. And then one outcome of especially partial migration will be these remittances that are across regions but within a household. And here the average is about 24% for partial migration. And then we set up a quantitative model where we, as quantitative exercise, look at particularly trade liberalization. But then we want to also see, given that China over time has been also introducing a liberalization of their migration policy, how those 2 aspects interact with one another. So structurally estimating this general equilibrium model of migration and trade, we include these frictions, and I'm going to show you that unlike what we saw before, where we might have some transportation or, in a sense, infrastructure changes in the transportation costs, we're going to introduce another measure that is much more related to the direct discrimination of migrants. And then what we do as well, we're going to set into context, given that we have added quite some elements to the original frameworks of, let's say, spatial migration models. We have different types of migrants, we have remittances, we can switch on homothetic and non-homothetic preferences. We want to understand, if we estimate migration costs in the more traditional way, how does our model compare, and what would be the key takeaways here? And one of them is that ignoring partial migration underestimates the amount of migration costs by 40%. And I call it here complete migration because our reference point would be a model where we only have one individual moving, and there it would be a complete migration per default.
So let me go see that side. So is this paper about where's trade in this? Like trade's in the quantitative model, but do you use trade in the empirical evidence? Or is this really about like how do I measure?
It is. Well, we're going to relate this regional friendliness of towards migrants is strongly connected to trade openness as well. And I'm going to show that to you in a second. So in a sense, migration and trade policy, they work, they're complements, and that initially is going to be already visible in the friendliness.
Yeah, no, I get that, but it's like the question is like, are you really after how do I understand migration? And then if I understand migration really well, then I can understand how trade shock does things versus like using the trade shock to understand migrate. You know what I mean? I'm just like asking.
Yeah.
You should show me.
No, I think it's a fair point. I think if I tell you that understanding these mobility frictions and that they're correlated, or these mobility frictions generate these migration patterns, but they're also strongly correlated with openness to trade, then it maybe makes sense to try and understand both of them at the same time. But I'll show you some of the evidence regarding friendliness measure in a second. So regarding related literature, we do match sort of the more standard trade literature that acknowledges that there are mobility frictions and that they have some distribution implications. What we introduce is heterogeneous migration types and remittances within a country. And the second strands of literature will be sort of the more international migration literature that acknowledges remittances. What we include is sort of this interaction between trade and migration policy. And then some of you might be familiar already with sort of the hookah system being one of the most popular domestic frictions that one can analyze. There's a strand of literature that actually looks at legal documents and tries to understand what is the probability of being granted this domestic passport or hookah. And there's another paper that actually acknowledges there might be non-hookah discrimination. That means that precisely access to education, access to healthcare, etc., might be tied to your hookah status. And that might not necessarily show up in this ex ante identification of being granted this hookah status. And so what we do is to kind of use a database approach, so we're not relying on any legal text, but we're trying to identify the probability of you moving, given that you have a hookah, and that might actually reflect some of these ex post discrimination that motivate our studies. So what I'm going to start off with is to show you our new measure of mobility frictions, then the 3 empirical facts that we want to put together in a quantitative model. And particularly here, we want to introduce the migration patterns, the homostatic preferences, and then the remittances. We calibrate the model, and then we run some counterfactual exercises. And last but not least, we estimate migration costs under different assumptions. Okay, so the data that we use is firstly the 1% random sample of the 2000 population census, and it helps us include individual and household characteristics such as education, gender, industry, location. And importantly, although it is not a panel, it does allow us to track whether this individual lived in the same residency before or not, and also the place of birth. And that crucially helps us to understand whether the person has a local hookah, a local passport or not. And then remittance data and also some expenditure data we get actually from the China Household Income Project, CHIPS data. And this information is mainly aggregated up to the regional level in order to understand some remittances aspect and expenditures. And the way we define our different types of migrants is that within this data, we see individuals that are married and may not live with their spouse. Then by default, this household would be a partial migration cost. If they are married, but then they report that some of their living children under the age of 18 do not live together with them, we would see that basically in this household data, then that would be also partial migration. And otherwise, the migrant household is defined as common. And this is you might be familiar with some papers in the literature that do look at sort of the separation of households. What we think is really relevant is to look at the micro level. So some papers might be looking at the broadest household or family definition. That might include your family in-laws, it might include cousins, etc. We're really thinking at the micro level.
If you had young people unmarried, but sort of in their 20s who had moved and were remitting to their parents, say, you're not going to count them as migrants here.
That's correct. So if they're married and they're remitting some part to their families, we would not consider them partial migrants. They would show up as complete migrants, and among the complete migrants, we're going to still observe remittances, which might be precisely due to some in-laws or parents or cousins, etc. Okay, so the way we think about this friendliness measure or our measure of mobility frictions is that this hookah system, just like access to a passport, might restrict crucial access to public services like education, medication, and these are ex post frictions. So if we compare an individual household that has a local hookah or not, this might have important implications regarding these public services that we observe. So the first step is to acknowledge that we're going to have in the data. Now let's look at, this is in the year 2000. And we're going to, let's have, this is Beijing and this is maybe Shanghai. We're going to have a set of people that we observe and we know where they were 5 years ago. So this is our start. So 5 years ago, and let's again focus on Beijing, there were some with the hukou and some with the non-hukou, but they're all migrants. That means that over time, some individuals have been granted a hukou and others have not. So among all those staying within a certain regions, we want to compare those that are equal in a set of personal characteristics and also identify living in a particular prefecture. So what we're going to observe 5 years forward is that the share of migrants that have received a local hukou are much more likely to stay than the migrants that did not receive the local hukou. So there we might observe that they end up being in Shanghai.
So which one's friendly and which one's gay?
Here, this doesn't really matter because I'm not comparing really. I'm just saying the sort of the structure of the data that we're using. But then later on, we can of course observe that also within Beijing, there will be some that remain, some that left, and also Shanghai would have had the same trends going on, right? So I would have had to have another bubble for Shanghai.
I'm just trying to like understand, so I see more people go from the same location, conditional on their characteristics, go to Beijing relative to Shanghai.
Here it's staying, right?
It's staying.
And here this is Beijing in 2000, and this is Beijing in 1995.
So Beijing versus Beijing.
Exactly.
Relative to some people of Beijing left.
Exactly.
Then I would call Beijing more friendly.
Not necessarily. Well, here I'm sort of, my focus is on the Beijing and that I can exploit the data structure because I have information on that 5 years ago. If I now bring up Shanghai and I bring up Guangzhou and many different cities or prefectures, then we might be able to understand just by eyeballing the data that there's systematically some regions are unfriendly. That's precisely the next step. That if we do that.
Go the next step. Go the next step. That's what I'm trying to think.
Okay, so our friendliness measure, if we aggregate, this was estimated by prefecture, and if we aggregate it up to the province level, and we plot this measure against the log population size, then we can actually see that the more populous regions tend to be less friendly, which makes sense because that's precisely the intuition. If you want to, if you have more incoming migrants, you try to be a bit more friction or impose more frictions on these migrants. Interestingly, however, if we plot the openness of a region against our friendliness measure, we see that there's a positive correlation. That means that the more open regions might be want to be attracting these migrants to employ them in these in the manufacturing sector. So that was my sort of, given your initial question, why do we link this, or is it more a question of migration or trade? I think this was my answer that, well, if these mobility frictions systematically are lower for the more open regions, we want to understand it in that connection. Yeah?
Sorry, just a quick clarifying question. In the 2000 census, do you know the hukou only at the time of the census, or do you also know the hukou status like 5 years prior?
Well, we know where the person was born.
Yep.
And so already knowing that they have migrated would tell us that they are, let's say they migrated from some rural region to Beijing, then there would be a non-urban resident. That means they would not be having the hukou of Beijing. But then within Beijing, some might have attained, and we might see that in the data, that they have attained actually a local hukou.
Right, so that,
Although they were born somewhere else. So that's what we can extract from this data. And some would be still living there, but not have been granted the local.
so in terms of being granted the local hukou, you only know that at the time of the census. You don't know that 5 years earlier.
Yeah.
So like that example of having moved from Beijing to Shanghai, you don't know whether they had local Google status in Beijing 5 years before.
Yeah, the time dynamics we cannot extract, yeah. Or whether they will actually attain it in the future is an open question. Okay, so given this friendliness measure, the next question to ask is what are the implications for migrants? And here we use the CHIPS data, which is a survey among all migrants living in urban. And they report what the express school fees for children are and also what their share of medical reimbursement. So this is precisely the public services that would be crucial for a migrant and that shows the ex-post discrimination due to the Google standard. And what we see is that basically our friendliness index, that is, so the more we go to the right, the more friendly you are. It really shows the more friendly a region is, the lower the school fees per child. And the more friendly you are, the higher also the medical reimbursements for migrants. So it does seem to have some important implications here. And that's precisely what we then want to take to take a bit more serious. And what we do is basically to show that less migration-friendly destinations attract relatively more partial migrants. So that makes sense. So if a region, if it's easier to get access to healthcare, education, accommodation, then it will attract more migrants. And what we show is that it actually attracts more partial migrants. And it also shows that migrants can overcome some of these migration barriers through separation of the household. And in the case that you go full in with your entire household, there might be some amount of discrimination. But it also means that some of the consumption, this is still partial migration. So when you go with part of your family into the urban region, some of your consumption might still happen back home. So e.g. the left behind children, they will be still supported by the family members working in them. And for complete migrants choosing to move entirely, they might actually be willing to or have to spend a significant higher share on public services relative to an actual local. And we show that it's about 13% more than equivalent local household. And this is even more so the case for a less friendly destination. Then regarding the remittances, if we just focus on the 2002 sample, the green line is for the complete migrants and the blue line, the orange line is for partial migrants in 2002. And what we see when we plot the density of remittances as a share of income is that on average, partial migrants remit relatively more. And if they remit, they sometimes remit a really high share of their income. So here, I think the average for partial migrants was about 24%. And yes, acknowledging that complete migrants might have some extended family or relatives, they on average actually remit, I think, about 12%. Okay, so to summarize the empirical findings, we show that a region more friendly to migrants is more open to trade, but also admits relatively more partial migrants, causes a smaller difference in expenditure on services between complete migrants and natives, and services appear less income plastic. I didn't show you that table, but you may believe me that non-homothetic preferences are still. And partial migrants remit more than complete migrants. And so the next step is to incorporate these features into a model where basically migrants choose the destination and also the type of migration, where partial migrants consume public services in their rural home. This is due to the fact that, of course, part of your household is still living at home, but also you do not pay anything extra additionally when you consume back home. And complete migrants, of course, they need to consume all their public services at the destination. And then the goods consumption for partial migration is going to be split across regions, And for complete migration, it's going to happen in the urban centers. And we introduce non-homothetic.
Can I ask, did you show us how many migrants are partial versus complete? Did you give us any?
I didn't give you the number, but I think partial migrants are roughly 40% among all migrants. Thanks for the question.
So it's like, so it might be wrong. My intuition, place is unfriendly. I leave my family at home in the rural area, and then I go, and so I do a partial migration into CEPR, the unfriendly spot. And then at friendly spots, I do the complete. But then, like, the fact that you're showing us, like, no, go back the fact to it said, am I reading that? And it's relatively partial migrants. That's right. That's what the data is saying, right? So then my intuition about that is wrong. Which just could be, I mean, it's totally okay.
I think Lily's trying to formulate something.
I think it was just a typo here. I think intuition is correct. Like for more friendly regions, we do see relatively more partial migrants coming.
I think it's
complete migrants.
Both more complete and partial migrants, but the relative terms.
Yeah, but if you look at relative shares, then those more friendly regions, they do see more inflows of relatively more inflows of complete.
So like the composition, like it might be more migrants in total just going to migration. But the composition, partial and complete, is more complete is in more friendly. Like that's the facts. Yeah. Okay.
And we do have a table.
They just no, but
I think intuition is consistent with outlining.
Okay, so coming back to the model. So what we're going to have is a household that consumes goods for Y and services that are X, and each consists of a continuum of varieties. And then both these services and goods are bundled in a non-homothetic CES function. And here the indirect utility function depends on consumption in a particular sector. And we have a preference shifter A. And importantly here, we follow the commune et al. CES structure where this epsilon n governs the income elasticity of expenditure share on one of these particular sectors. And so this is sort of where the non-homothetic preferences come. And sigma determines whether goods and services are going to be complements, and the household spends more on the income elastic good as they get richer. That's the implications, setting the epsilon y in a specific way. But we show actually empirically that that is true. Okay, and so in the previous literature, they would presume Cobb-Douglas preferences, and that per default is going to give us homothetic preferences, and we're going to show later that actually has important implications, switching on or off these non-homothetic preferences. And so imposing on, or we can substitute into this general function, the fact that it's a function of the inverse of consumption shares, and here it's relative to the services. So we're going to present the income share or the expenditure shares on the goods. And then it's a function of the wage, the price of the particular goods, and these the betas are the expenditure shares. And then the moving decisions for a household is going to be from a particular origin O to a moving destination D. And the moving mode is going to be either complete or partial. And if you decide to move entirely with your family, well, the wage is going to follow the destination in Beijing, for example. And also you're going to consume goods and services in Beijing, and that's basically going to reflect the price index of that region. However, when we consume in Beijing healthcare and education, we're going to introduce a markup kappa. So that really reflects from our empirical evidence that on average, complete migrants have to pay more for these public services. And partial migrants, again, the working part is going to live in urban, and the service prices are going to follow their origin. However, for the goods prices, we're going to have sort of a basket where some of it might follow O and some of it is going to be consumed in D. So this sentence is here. Okay, and then we can next get to the moving probability by the different modes as well. And we're going to have some idiosyncratic shocks to moving, and we're going to have also the more classical moving cost delta. And importantly, what we're going to show later is that this moving cost delta is migration mode specific. So here we've just written it in the most general form, but we can actually split it up and show that the migration cost for partial migrants might differ to the one for complete. So here the moving probability is going to be function of oh dear, so sensitive. The general probability of moving from a particular origin to a destination. And then this element is the conditional probability given that you're partial or complete migrant. We're also going to say that there's a correlation between the destination and a particular mode. So if you're moving to Beijing, whether you complete or partial, whatever makes or whatever shock might arise to Beijing is going to affect both partial and complete. And V is the dispersion parameter of these idiosyncratic shocks. So here we're actually moving away from what the general Caliandro et Paro papers would do as well. So there we would have no correlation between obviously similar or different types of migrants. And then labor supply in a particular origin is going to consist of the different types of migrants and also the locals that just remain back home. And then goods market clearing is going to imply that we have consumption in a particular destination that is going to be made up out of stayers, and they're going to be those stayers that don't have a family member moving away, and some stayers that are sort of part of the partial migration setup. And then this red term is sort of for a particular destination, there would be some individuals or some households that have other family members living in another region. And so there would be remitting the consumption of goods and services to this particular region. So for services, of course, partial migrations will always consume back home their public goods. So this is where partial migration comes up. It's basically consumption of services back home and partially consuming in another region the goods. And then we tie sort of the trade aspect in an eating consume framework together. And that's also where the trade comes.
So the kappa is that's just loss. Is that or is
no, it would be in the prices, so in the betas. Any other questions so far regarding the other elements? Okay, and now the next step is that we calibrate the model to match the 2000 Chinese data on various levels. So what we're going to do as a first step is to assume that this kappa, which varies by destination as well, is a function of our friendliness index. And what I didn't show you before was basically that statement when I told you more friendly regions are less discriminatory. That's precisely this coefficient that we use here. And importantly, we have data for, so our migration share and labor share we get from the data. Trade data we get from the Chinese regional input-output tables, and some of the other parameters we get from the literature. And internally calibrated are the non-homothetic preferences. We've got the remittance to income share, and then also the expenditure or the extra premium that the complete migrant pays over relative to a local. And then the expenditure shares as well, consumption shares are used. Okay, so the first counterfactor is going to be a trade shock. So what we're going to look at is a 20% reduction in bilateral trade costs. And in the baseline, we're going to assume non-homostatic preferences. We're going to presume there's a markup for complete migrants, and there's an existence of partial migration. And sigma implies that a sigma of 0.5 implies that public services and the goods are complements to one another. So then we want to compare our model to some other existing models as well. And so what we're going to do, we're going to address different model assumptions. For example, in the first case, just shutting down the homostatic preferences, so setting the epsilon equal to 1, but remaining sort of model assumptions, sort of having a markup and also implying partial migration. The next step would be to say, well, hang on, we can include homostatic preferences. However, let's shut down this price markup or this price premium for complete migrants. That would imply a kappa equal to 1. Then we can also shut down partial migrants. That would imply these mu's are equal to 0. And then we can have a combination of these different assumptions. And this one would be basically, let's presume homothetic preferences according to the more standard literature. So here we have Cobb-Douglas preferences and the kappa is equal to 1. Or again, according to the standard literature, Cobb-Douglas preferences and no partial migration.
So like, this is what a Tumenju is.
Yeah, Tumenju would basically be no partial migration, Cobb-Douglas preferences, and no markup. And Imbert et al., which is a more recent paper that introduces into a structural transformation framework, sort of a splitting of the household as well. But they would not look at the trade setup, they would not look at this kappa that we have.
And so like go back to my very first question, is like the idea, so you have some new evidence about how migration is happening, like from the data. Okay. And then you have like now you're gonna take the model that's gonna incorporate this new evidence, and then the key parts of the new model you wanna tell us basically what are important parts, and the important parts are, you know, something about migration, complete versus partial. And then there's this issue about is that right? Am I summarizing everything?
So what is not novel is the fact to identify that some part of the household, or there might be extended family living in other areas, right? So we call it partial versus complete. But then there is another set of literature that actually identifies some extended family networks, and that might matter. So that's why, to get back to your question, since that is not absolutely novel to us, we do focus on the implications of these mobility frictions, which are not only migration cost delta, but also these kappas.
Yeah, okay.
And of course, they drive these migration patterns.
Because that's like let's talk about that. So then like the trade-off of the household basically is I can get the higher wage in Beijing. But then there's this, it's just not higher prices in Beijing, but there's also this extra cost.
Exactly.
All versus I could stay and I could do partial migration and get the higher wage, but not face necessarily all the higher prices.
Exactly.
Or I could stay and low wage low prices.
Exactly. And we're going to show that it does matter. So shutting down the copper or shutting down non-homothetic preferences, that matters. The non-homothetic preference aspect, I mean, there is a set of literature that definitely in the structural change literature addresses these non-homothetic preferences, but not in the context of these migration patterns, where we move away from an individual to the household level. So that is novel. Okay, so let me yeah.
So when you do different specifications, do you recalibrate the model? You know, so for example, like in the model with partial migration, it implies if you don't change any other trade costs and so on,
Yeah.
that implies larger trade flows, right? For example. So do you recalibrate in a way that you rationalize every specification, you rationalize and observe trade flows?
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
So you recalibrate them. So
Yes.
in every specification,
We
your
match
model
the
rationalize.
yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me move to sort of the takeaway of the key mechanisms at hand. And here we're just looking at the baseline model. So we're going to have sort of all the different aspects that I was telling you about that we bring novel to the literature, they are here. So if the change in welfare after trade liberalization, and we're going to rank regions according to trade openness, or equivalently, we could have done sort of how poor or rich regions were initially. Then we see that actually all regions gain after trade liberalization, but the regions that were initially more open or more rich, they gained the most. And so that implies, and that is not new, that is basically what the literature has established, that this is going to create regional inequality due to trade liberalization. Now, one of the mechanisms in the background is the partial migration setup. And so what I'm going to show you next is the remittance channel through these partial migrants. And what we see is when we plot sort of the change in the remittance share is that the poorest regions are the ones that receive most remittances. So they're the net receivers, and the richer regions, they're the net remittance senders. So that means that actually remittances alleviate the distributional pressure of trade, and it reduces regional inequality. And that is something that, to the best of our knowledge, nobody has shown so far, acknowledging that these inter-regional, intra-household connections do actually matter in distributing the gains from trade. And partially this is because of the composition of migrants, of course, might be complete and partial migrants. And mainly it's also just because in absolute terms, there are more migrants and hence remittances increases. Okay, and now coming to the model comparisons.
Can I ask on that one, the right panel, is that including the remittance?
Yes, it actually does already. So if I had shown, yeah, it would be much steeper.
Be interested to see how much it offsets it.
Yeah. I can show you at the end, sort of, I'll get back to your point actually. Okay, so now in terms of model comparisons, let's, as a first look, just shut down the non-homothetic preferences. So if we introduce homothetic preferences, or maybe one step back, what we're doing here is we're looking at the percentage change in welfare in the alternative model relative to our baseline model. And so what we see is when we shut down non-homothetic preferences, we're going to underestimate the welfare effects. And the reason is basically that as income increases, we're going to spend relatively more on the goods. So part of the welfare channel is actually that there will be a shift to the goods as you become richer, and shutting down that channel, especially for the rich regions, is going to matter a lot. And now on sort of the other novelty or important aspect of our mechanism is the partial migration introduction. So when we shut that down, actually we overestimate the welfare implications. And that is due to the fact that partial migrants are going to have households in rural and complete. So their goods basket and also the prices that they face is going to be a weighted average of both rural and urban consumption. And that's why if you neglect that, you're going to imply that all these migrants that you previously observed, you think they're complete migrants, and yet some of them consume also back home. And then these other dots are combinations of, and also, okay, what I did not mention is then just shutting down the CEPR is also going to have implications, but because they affect mainly the complete migrants, it's actually not a huge implication. And then some of this is just a combination of different assumptions.
So let's go back.
Maybe this is fine enough. Right, so in terms of, this is a summary of the average numbers across all regions. Previously, I showed you sort of the distribution across different regions. So if we sort of as takeaway, if we compare with Tumb and Shu, they would have a setup of no partial migration and Douglas preferences. And it's interesting to see because only shutting down partial migration will underestimate, because they're getting something else wrong that is going the other direction, is sort of they're not getting it as wrong. So some of these mechanisms, like not having homothetic preferences and non-homothetic preferences and not having partial migration, some of it is actually cancelling each other out, and they're getting it more right for the wrong reasons. And also in terms of what we've tried to show as well, welfare before and after trade. And I think we also had one diagram on inequality. Oh yeah, welfare interquartile. This is sort of our inequality measure where we compare the 75 percentile with the 25th. And we show that again, inequality would be overestimated if we only had a setup of without partial migration.
Like, so I'm gonna embarrass myself, but remind me, like, what was Tumb Ju's punchline? Because there's something about migration versus trade in China's development.
Yeah, so in their setup, they have
Because they have the two.
but they don't look at the household level. They only have, so migration here is sort of individuals moving. And here the punchline basically is there are distribution implications of trade, and sort of it creates regional inequality, and they acknowledge also domestic frictions, trade frictions, and also migration.
But they were less concerned about inequality kind of issues. That's what I remember.
Fair point.
Like this was like, you know, I like the comparison to Tumb Ju, but then I kind of also wanted to be like, you know, do you remember?
Yeah, they didn't really have inequality. I think that migration didn't matter that much. I thought it was really the internal trade cost versus international trade cost. A lot of the productivity growth in that country was driven by the decline in the internal trade costs.
Right.
That was kind of their main punchline.
Yeah, so they never really looked, perhaps they didn't emphasize the regional inequality, but in a setup that is similar to theirs.
Yeah.
And then I'm just saying, like, I mean, again, I like it how you can kind of nest it, and then the question is like back on their playground in terms of like, is it internal trade costs, migration costs, or external trade costs? What matters? When you have a more sophisticated model of both of the non-homogeneity and migration, does that change some of their like conclusions? That's all.
That's actually an interesting point. Yeah, it's actually interesting, and it would be good to take up sort of their key questions again. Yeah. Okay. The second counterfactual that we want to look at is the coexistence of trade and migration policy. So during the same time, there was also a liberalization of migration policy within China. And what I showed you initially was the fact that kappa systematically differ, or our friendliness index, and hence also kappa, systematically differ across regions, where the more open regions tend to have a lower kappa, so being more friendly. So what we do here, the experiment is the following. Let's impose for all regions the same kappa. We're going to impose a homogeneous kappa, which roughly is going to match the average. And then for some regions that would have wanted to be very friendly, they're going to be forced to be more restrictive. And those that in the data we observe being less friendly, they are going to be more friendly. And again, the comparison is going to be relative to the baseline. And when we look at the migration flows, what we can see is basically that those regions that are more open and would have wanted to have more migrants are now receiving actually less migrants. And among the poorer regions, it actually really depends on which regions we need. And likewise, this is going to map into the welfare nations, that the very regions that would have wanted to attract all these migrants in order to make use of the new production possibilities, they're not able to attract them because they're too restricted. And something that we also want to point out here is all we're changing is the kappa. So the trade or the traditional moving costs, delta, are actually unchanged. So if on top of this, you want to look at, when we're looking at migration policy, you want to look at infrastructure changes, etc., it would work all through the delta. So this is something we believe is an important element, that migration policy might be really going through these HUCO-related public services, which is in the kappa. Okay, and that basically gives us the conclusions that migration and trade policy are complementary to one another. Also, how do we tend to calibrate these migration policies? How does the exercise usually look at? Well, it will be a change in delta in the traditional literature, but we're looking at the kappa, which we think is a sort of an opening up of this black box of migration costs. And then last but not least, we want to compare migration cost estimation under different model assumptions. And again, I'm going to highlight homothetic preferences and the no partial migration setup. So actually ignoring homothetic preferences, we have a slight overestimation, again, because that which we would be loading into the complete migration is partially now also in the partial migration setup. So here I'm only showing you the complete migration due to the fact that traditionally the literature would only look at that phenomenon. But what seems to really matter is when we ignore partial migration, all the migration cost is being bunched into the complete migration, and we largely underestimate the cost of migration. And again, if I were to show you the cost for partial migration, that should actually absorb some of it. And then again, we can shut down kappa and introduce a combination of various dimensions.
So is this saying that, because this is what I was wondering, was you have the cap at prices, and then the prices feeds to the non-homothetic preferences, and then that's doing something.
Yeah.
And then, and I was wondering, I kept my mouth shut, well, is that doing something, because that's kind of changing everything. The fact that it works through the prices, and then but then when I look at this thing, it kind of says, well, when I turn off the non-homotheticity and I estimate the migration costs, they kind of aren't that different.
Yeah. Because
I guess is that correct what this is saying?
Yeah.
Like the.
Yeah. That's right, yeah, and here, so the shutting down the CEPR, as you said, would mainly affect the complete migrants. And that's why for sort of the cost for complete migrants, this would definitely show up, but for the partial migration cost, it would have no effect.
I see, it's like,
So-
that channel I just described is only really relevant for the complete migrants. And if you have it all through, if most migrants are actually partial migrants, then that channel kind of isn't. I see,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
I see, okay.
So, and I think that is also part of our contribution here at this point is, I've only shown you the complete migration cost, but it's sort of that we provide actually evidence for different types of migrants, there will be different kinds of costs. And of course, different elements will be more important for complete versus partial migrants, such as the CEPR only for the complete. Okay, but I think,
That's one question.
yeah, sure.
So on the third one, is this being driven by the fact that now you just have more complete migrants? So you're gonna.
You presume everyone is complete migrant, yeah.
So the model's gonna rationalize that as a lower
Yeah.
migration cost. But maybe the more appropriate thing to compare then is not the complete migration cost in the alternative versus the complete migration cost in the baseline, but instead against the average migration cost in the baseline. Because otherwise you get this mechanical effect that now you just have many more migrants. So, you know, I think you want to remove that, right? So if you keep the alternative complete migration cost, but compare it against the average migration cost of the baseline. So that's kind of what you're doing, right?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, thanks for the point. Okay, so to summarize, what we do in this paper is to establish some novel facts regarding partial migration and the remittances channel in distributing the gains from trade. And we basically use a quantitative framework where we incorporate the aspects of discrimination towards complete migrants and different migration types. And we show basically that partial migration is an important aspect when we want to look at the distributional consequences of trade, and also more friendly migration policy is complementary to trade liberalization in Waugh. Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for your comments.
We have a couple minutes, so ask more questions.
Sorry, I wouldn't mind, it just went by a little too quick for me, how you were estimating the friendliness for each of the regions.
Sure, let's go that. Okay. So the way we estimate it is that we use a sample of only migrants, and we're going to observe in the data to have information on where these individuals are located currently, right? So this will be sort of the 2000 census. Let's focus for a second on Beijing. And in Beijing, we're going to observe individuals that, although they're migrants, at some point they receive a hukou status of being local Beijing. And some would be observed here that do not have a local. We know they're all migrants, and we know they all were born in some other region. So that's why we're comparing here migrants. And the question then is, in the whole data set, we're going to observe individuals that where they report 5 years ago they lived somewhere else, or perhaps also in Beijing. So moving backward, Beijing in 1995, we're going to have some individuals that attain the local hukou and others do not. And the question that we asked here, or what we estimate, is the difference or the staying probability between a hukou and a non-hukou holder. And so what we're going to compare individuals that are very similar in terms of characteristics, and we're going
But
to.
you only know their hukou status not 5 years ago, right? So there's, I guess this is kind of relates to my question earlier. There's a bit of an endogeneity issue in the sense that, you know, whether you have hukou is clearly going to be related to like whether you want to go through the process, whatever that may be. And I'm sorry, I don't know, of getting registered But you're probably not gonna do that process of getting registered if you think you're gonna stay in Beijing for 2 years or whatever. And then you're moving on to another job location in Shanghai, or you're gonna return back to the rural area, right? So.
And that is precisely right, and it might capture to some degree preferences as well, but I think you're making even more so a point that attaining a hukou and sort of remaining in a certain regions is tied to what we then call a friendliness measure. We're not stating any causality at this point, we're just saying there are certain regions where the staying probability, if you hold a hukou, is going to be much larger. And yes, it might actually imply that these individuals have put in or will put in much more effort to attain it. But I think then what we're measuring has even greater importance, because what you're saying is it really matters having a hukou or not, because that's actually precisely what we're trying to get at.
But so then where does this vary across regions? Because it looks like you just have like a delta H.
Well, this is the first step, as to mention, then we do it also at the regional level. Well, this is at the prefecture level, and then we aggregate it up to the regional level.
So why don't we?
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
follow up with this.
yeah. But thanks for the great
We have
question.
coffee break, we're gonna start back in 30 minutes. I figure it's just like a bigger time. Just like, this is more like, not that I don't worry about the I'm gonna regress. I'm gonna stay.
So I'm just trying to, so the other paper I know that was.
Stay probability.
Whether they stay.
No, it's already captured in the Y, whether they stay. That's the
Well,
staying
the
probability.
H is.
So H is whether, so let's say we.
Really just model.
Like a little bit.
It's just some kind of factual tying into what people in policy experience.
Okay, so I actually share guys staying. And whether they own a job.
Travel time.
Yes, that's one of the characteristics that is contained by group I. Yes, so we make sure that we're comparing very
As if,
similar people.
Got that.
Yeah,
I-
who only differs in their
Right.
habits. Do they have a?
You didn't have that, you didn't use.
So we are, because we want to see
So
so she's in
Yes. And then, so that's the average effect nationwide, and then we do that, we allow that coefficient to differ by prefecture.
like she has positive.
When we come up with original.
That's her price, and then she also had this
And then
price.
let's go back to this.
It cost was
I see.
reflective of other barriers also, like corruption and everything. So we didn't have that sort of data, so
I saw you.
it costs are very just road,
I see
like no
it.
differentiation.
I saw you.
But years ago,
That,
you know, where I
so
was
the one,
paying
you're
5
this
years
is
ago.
level stuff, so that's like.
From the
cellular.
from the census.
Measures on travel time.
Yeah. I have
Some
something,
sense
yeah.
of
Yes,
measure, I guess.
yeah.
Now this one.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know
see.
what share owns.
And then, right, she's
That's also
I guess you guys don't
recorded
have,
in the-
at least not in this paper.
In the census.
Okay,
The
okay.
census.
Okay, so that's a big difference.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
is a model, you
Yeah.
don't,
Uh,
you do the
documents
kind of
whether-
budget work and she goes.
Yeah. We
So-
definitely did, that's
Precisely,
we
that's
like
the
through the
status of
project,
the
and we are
house.
trying to add the theory to it, because as
Yes.
Marcel was mentioned that.
Or
Whether the
whether
structure
I have a
is
little.
good or bad, like we don't know what's happening.
Because it's at an individual level.
The-
No, okay, I see.
Able to speak.
So the H is an indicator,
Uh,
zero
In
is
the
a.
standard model.
That's one of the characteristics that we,
Any reduction in
I
pictures
include in
on
group I.
good.
you would have to have.
So
something
one
like
group I would be,
corruption,
for instance, male,
or something.
ethnicity,
Bad.
yeah, some education thing, and with
Yeah,
or without.
would just say inequality is bad, even
Yeah.
though the model itself would
Yes,
say
that's what-
something about it.
Was that the
Yeah.
conclusion?
I
I
just
just
like
like putting it in a model nice, but I mean, you know, Carol knows how to do that.
It's like,
But then the other
what,
thing
the
is.
next question is like,
Study.
it's like, what does that actually?
So You might have all actions right now to change the ERP, given the trade costs, but could your econometric framework change the tariffs and the code? You know, changing the internal costs?
Yeah, we do have.
It might be low.
Digitize the roadmaps, which capture the good cost that as well. Do that in the material, like if you extend the period and include that as well, then we have size that we can see the changes in trade costs and changes in international.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we have the double term, the interaction term, the ERP term, and then you need the internal trade costs. Nobody has done that. Right, I mean, nobody's done this, but nobody has done
What
both.
we are doing
And
is
I think,
we're not saying any.
especially with India's manufacturing kind of.
Saying there are some that have been. And we used 5 years
Like
ago.
last 5 years.
Who's more likely to stay?
I mean, that was-
That is going to also give us some.
Is it showing up in the employment share?
Preferences
If
or.
you look at the average trend, it will look,
Activity.
yeah.
I see, so everything is canceling itself.
So we're trying to target capturing other things like
Like
Google and planting
That
capabilities
is
more like.
But employment shares, so we're, but
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
nominal, the nominal value added.
How likely are you?
Manufacturing GDP over total GDP. Nominal over nominal, not real over real.
The discrimination.
That's increasing.
It's like.
Yeah, I'll have to check on that.
I would be interested.
Yeah, yeah.
You see how that-
Yeah.
Because that, yeah, because, you
Yeah,
Yeah,
know,
that's
people have been pushing this services
Yeah.
and structural transformation.
Yeah,
But
so I
it
think.
looks like, I mean,
The way that we
clearly
try
a
to
big
relate that
factor.
to the model is
There's
that
a
first we come up
extra
with this.
nuance
We say
that the
okay, so
manufacturer-
if one were to stay, then it's more likely, he or she is more likely to get local.
I mean,
Or
like I didn't.
we could say that if
Yeah.
he or she
Like we
has
say that that's what we used to speak.
then it's more likely for that person to stay.
Yeah.
And that exactly
At
reflects
least in the long.
how differential
Your
treatments
period, you can see that
migrants
these are the
receive
regions that.
relative to
They're
local,
definitely
and then we interpret that as a discrimination. So that's, we come up with this measure, that's the first step, and the second
Yes,
one
yes,
is
But you.
in one empirical parts that we want to show. But that's related to how this friendliness measure relates to, I think, so this is what Mike was asking, so
the paper
the
now?
friendliness measure is
We have the paper, we have.
if a destination is more friendly,
Okay,
Then-
you're sending that to me.
there will be more complete migrants coming in.
I don't-
That's exactly what this one is saying.
Yeah.
I have two affirmations, but.
So it impacts the migration choice.
Okay.
That's the first thing we want to say.
Yes, I'll do that.
Second one is,
Yeah, that's what
yeah, this one. So it also impacts the expenditure patterns of migrants. So if you're a migrant, then you spend, everything's equal, you spend relatively more on education and medical and stuff, public services. And that pattern
I
is
actually do.
more severe if you're in a less friendly region. So that's how we want to relate this to CAPA.
Maybe one.
So we want to say that this
Do
friendliness
two, just have a
tied
bunch
to
of paper and then.
how expensive, how more
Maybe
more
section
expensive you
summarized
need to spend
empirical work.
on public services as a migrant.
And then.
Do you
Push
do you know where you're just jumping ahead to your
Yeah,
model?
this is gonna be-
Do you know where they're doing that spending?
One.
Where you mean it's in the destination or the origin? In the model, it's in the destination.
All the skill.
And- Yes,
Yeah,
and
but I thought for partial migrants it was in or
It's a-
yeah,
right,
part
so
of
that,
those.
that's where I'm kind of wondering here about this spending on.
Oh, yeah, no, this comparison is between complete migrants and local. So no partial migrants is in this figure. So that's why we want to.
I think one important aspect here was because we then introduced this other friction measure, which is focal granting probability, right? And it doesn't really seem to matter because it doesn't capture the ex post discrimination or ex post implications of having moved.
I'm kind of in that in between.
So that's-
My fourth is like.
So that's how we want to say that this friendliness measure that we compute in a reducible way is related to CAPA.
Really tough.
That's how we relate that to the CAPA in the
Well,
model.
it's supply and demand, I mean.
And also in terms of the granting
develop-
possibility, so when we show you this
Development is a bigger
sort
field.
of trade
also,
openness and region friendliness measure,
plus
if we were to do
relative
it
supply
by
and they have
with the other measure, we would get
a very
complete
parochial.
opposite result.
If you do
Yeah, so for
trade, I mean, there
so
might be.
Sarah was saying
element
for
people
this
who
one,
Don't like it, who don't.
eh,
And so,
this one is. If we were to plot the registration probability on the y-axis, it would be our slope.
trade,
So that's what like was
trade types.
that would be useful, just
This way,
like let's just focus on the friendship.
like, here I mean.
You have this two way of, right? But then you should also show us like, right, how is this?
Then you're moving more to trade.
Yeah,
And like you said, if I just look at this raw,
Did all their production.
like, what was it? You just said?
The granting probability.
Granting problem.
At the top of your committee about.
I come up with it.
Hit you, and sometimes when you straddle both fields of
This
reality,
is something-
it's a good thing, but
something-
sometimes it's a little.
You guys are kind of like more than just like.
But in any event,
I
I think this is
Contribution,
interesting.
or I could just like
So,
read through the text. and
Okay,
figure
all right.
it out, or I can also basically you're gonna kind of reverse it, like go through the preference stuff thing as well. And then kind of
I think you guys are getting some questions on Zoom as well. Yeah, even I wanted to just have a look at them.
Have you looked at yours?
No, I don't know because the screen would. No, I don't, this is a nice one, this one might be for me, but later, I think when you were presenting, it was popping up now. Oh, no, so it's okay, it was just something, yeah, because when you were speaking, I
The
saw
group
the
is,
style.
so the group
I had a chat
can
from like
just
to seven,
in
okay, there was somebody who was asking.
in the attempt to
Okay,
remove all those other individual characteristics that might impact your
Did you get anything?
grading probability.
Oh,
So
no, just,
it's
it would
equivalent
see
to
the slides, it was just that.
individual regression, and then we put a bunch of individual characteristics inside this ad control. Instead of doing that, we're just dividing the sample into different cells.
So what are the?
A cell would be a combination of many individual characteristics. For instance, gender, ethnicity, education, the sector, so employment, age bins, and so on and so forth. And also whether one has a local hook or not. That's also one characteristic that defines the cell. Yeah, and then we do this comparison within within the cells. Who are otherwise identical, but they only differ in the local, whether they have a local impact or not. Okay, so.
Okay, yeah, I found that whole thing, so then, I found that whole thing kind of confusing, so then when you're breaking the samples within prefecture into these different cells. Right, and so now you're gonna end up, and then you're gonna take the log share of individual cells who stay. So log shares is a very unusual. variable. Right, because so
Like,
to-
more
to-
space, we have a.
because you run into this situation where suppose there's one group where 80% stay and another group of 40% stay. And then there's two other cells where 8% stay and 4% stay.
Yeah.
Right, the log change between those two groups, like the 80 to the
Would be
40,
huge.
the 8. Well, not once you log it, right? The 80 to the 40, that differential log is the same as the log from the 80 to the 40.
Okay.
Right, so log of shares is generally not an ideal.
Yeah, so we will be using that for the.
I think in one specification, we also do the share in level. instead of-
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
You would prefer,
for 100%, yeah.
okay,
You know, I just, you know, I come at this much more from reduced from empirical approach than a modeling approach.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
if
so
you want to use.
I would strongly go for that, but if there's some modeling reason that would suggest you at least use log share,
Yeah.
that might be something to like defend that by. But yeah, otherwise like the log share is a challenging thing
yeah.
to use empirically.
Yeah,
Just because it's like your properties.
So.
Yeah, definitely at least showing that the two specification produce similar estimates.
And it's not clear if.
Because like, yeah, because one of, one of the reasons of picking log is that
Yeah, it was almost like 1990.
many of these like you were more coming from the trade side.
I guess maybe that's
And
because
we have this gravity
it was like a.
correlation
Yeah.
thing, so that's
Yeah.
why you usually pick log.
Yeah, but you could log of a level curve, right? Like usually like log of trade flow or something, right?
Yeah.
Logs and then it's already converted to shares.
Yeah, that's, no, I think that's a fun.
It's very interesting.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
for those comments.
Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
ready. That's me.
Hi, Jordan, good to see you.
Likewise.
Yeah, what's up?
I saw you last, when was I in? When was that? You weren't there, right now. How long have you been going?
2 years.
2 years.
So we off. Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah. You're in China.
yes, back to Clemson University, it's
Spanish. Is that where you?
well, no, but it's close to where I live,
Ah.
where my parents live.
Okay.
It's in Shenzhen. So,
That's.
yeah.
And you've been to stay a lot.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hey there.
How many people? Jet lag. It's like all day. Second night, it's, for me, it's consistently second night, because the first night, unless, I mean, I never sleep on a flight. So I'm sufficiently exhausted the first night, sleeping's not a problem, but the second night sometimes it's waking up in at what your body thinks is 1 in the morning. But with this company.
Hey.
I kind of.
I'm Doug, I don't think we've met in person.
We have briefly at the bank,
Okay.
have one of these A B C D E
That-
F G
Dimly.
alphabet
dimly-
conference.
Right.
Yeah, and we met at GW.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like,
There's a point at which you start losing track of the people that
I'm in that point. I have to do that.
combination of memory on the decline and the number of people you've encountered.
Has grown, yeah.
And there's some sort of fixed point there that at which you strategy has to become.
You gotta erase one to.
Yeah, or you just kind of play it very safe and say it.
Yeah.
Of course, that's really embarrassing for people who not only met before, but met repeatedly.
Right.
You know, family members and stuff.
So what I say, I always say the same thing,
Nice
nice
to see
to see you.
Nice to see you.
It's factual, you know, I could be a new person, nice to see you.
It's not always factual. Depends on the
Yeah,
person.
yeah, it may not be nice.
Yeah.
But you know what it's so there's something about.
Blame them for a lot.
They just.
It's like sleep.
They're kind of old and sleep well, it's like. It's.
Yeah. I have almost a 1-year-old. So yeah. I only slept a few hours last night, but it was.
But you're still feeling.
My wife was like, I've been trying to put it down for like 3 hours.
You're gonna pay for this trip.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The points you use up.
Yeah.
That's at that stage.
Yeah, but I think you're onto something, like. There's so many little decisions that you make. With kids, like, okay, what are they gonna eat, when are they gonna eat, then you gotta do this, you gotta do this, like, you're managing the cognitive load is on that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
It's why you never realize that the those early years are your most productive. Not mess up. Right, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, good to see you.
Been a while.
Yeah, I know, wow.
Yeah.
Kind of.
18, I think.
Yeah.
You were. We take one, it's only 1 minute. That you have the spot that like keeps us from lunch. So it's so important. There's 2 important slots, one the person before lunch and the person before beers. Well, no beers after.
Okay, so
Oh, that's
that's
you,
easy.
yeah, that's you, well, we have a 2-hour gap, and it's like.
But isn't that exactly the time for
I don't know if.
Pre-game beers.
or sleep?
There are pubs, there are a number of attractive pubs. A detour between here and dinner is highly possible.
So which of, I'm using this one, like 8 remotes up here. Okay,
Okay, so we'll get started again, we have an hour lunchtime, so we're at the Lucas here, about Paula.
great. Yeah, thanks for having me. I want to mention before I get into anything that this started as a STEG small research grant when I was finishing up grad school, starting a postdoc. It's actually really important gap in funding, so I'm really grateful, and I have some stuff at the end about where the research program is going. Okay, so this is joint work with a bunch of people at the World Bank and also Ryan Haygood at Yale. Usual disclaimer here about the World Bank views. And I'm going to motivate the talk essentially with this figure. So here in the sort of dark blue
and on the right axis, we see a rise in the number of quality regulations across Latin America over the last, approximately 20, now almost 30 years. And at the same time, the sort of decline in the lighter blue line in the average tariff rate. And there's really like two views you can take about why this is. So this could be this combination of consumer preferences, right? These countries are developing, they're growing. This is from within our sample. It reflects sort of a broader trend across higher income countries, but this is this comes directly from our data. So as these countries in Latin America are growing and developing, people are developing more sophisticated preferences, right? They want their imported goods to be healthy, to be sustainable, and so on. So that's sort of one view, that this is just kind of part of the development process. And another is that this is kind of policy substitution. So you join the WTO, you can't use tariff rates to the extent that you were before, so you have to find kind of other ways of protecting your domestic industries. So whatever the source of this shift, the point is that there is this massive shift toward quality regulation in international markets. And I'll give a lot of detail on what those regulations really mean throughout the talk. Now, the overall effect on trade, we sort of know a lot about what tariffs do to trade. The overall effect of these regulations is ambiguous, partly because of those different motivations, right? So there could be some trade protection going on. But even leaving that aside, these regulations shape firm capabilities, going back to this idea of Sutton. So on the one hand, they're sort of influencing the product quality of these goods, and that can lead to higher demand. And of course, they're increasing costs of production. So that can also sort of hit the supply side. So it's really not clear how these are going to work on net. And something that's going to be really important today is that different regulations can shape these capabilities in different ways. So I'm going to start giving some examples. So on the left here, you see these sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So an example of that, this is taken directly from our data, translated from Spanish. This is from a regulation in Colombia. So this says that wines may not come in contact with compounds that compromise the food safety, including storage in certain containers, flavoring with certain chemicals, et cetera, et cetera. So that seems clearly sort of related to both the cost and the quality. And then on the other hand, there are what we call technical barriers to trade. And an example of that in the wine industry would be that the wine label must clearly display the manufacturer name, product description, sanitary certifications, liquid volume, and alcohol content, all in Spanish. So you could see how that might be, that's potentially a much lower cost intervention than, changing the way that you're producing or storing the wine. This is basically labeling it properly. On the other hand, that may convey more information to consumers. So these different regulations are going to shape capabilities in different ways. And what we're going to do in this paper is quantify the heterogeneous impacts of these many different quality regulations. So there are two main empirical challenges in doing this work. The first is that these are tremendously heterogeneous regulations. So I just gave you two examples that are very different, even within these categories, within sanitary and technical regulations. There's a lot of heterogeneity. It's very difficult to measure all of these different types of regulation and to do that well over time. So there's a lot of variation that's difficult to capture. And so there, our data is going to help us a lot. And then the other key challenge is sort of goes back to one of the motivations for the rise in quality regulation. We need to control for the potentially protectionist motives of these regulations to be able to say, well, how is this affecting trade flows versus responding to trade flows? And there we're going to have our empirical strategy is going to help, and I'll go into detail about that later. Okay, so the key findings. First, we find that in general, quality regulations increase trade value on average once we put together the data carefully and control for this endogeneity concern. At the same time, this sort of average effect hides a lot of variation. So these sanitary restrictions reallocate trade in general from lower income exporting countries to higher income exporting countries. So these sanitary regulations tend to benefit higher income countries. On the other hand, these technical barriers or sort of labeling requirements reallocate trade. Oh, that's a typo. It should be in the other way. So they tend to benefit relatively lower income countries. And at the same time, these sanitary measures increase the concentration of firms in these lower income countries. So overall, the implications of this are that quality regulations provide information and impose costs on exporters. Lower income countries benefit relatively more from the information, so that's related to this TBT result. So they benefit relatively more from these labeling requirements that can convey information to consumers, but they bear more of the cost, and that's sort of what we see in these SPS results. So not only does it reallocate trade away from them, but there's a lot of firm exit in these countries. So what we find in general is that they can't necessarily pay those costs to comply with some of the sanitary regulations. And so this where this paper fits in is it's sort of very extensive cross-country panel evidence, very carefully controlling for sources of endogeneity, that in the end is going to complement some of these very micro experiments on signaling and screening technologies and how those influence choices of farmers in these other cases.
Is there a normative, is there like a normative, everything is just positive at this point, there's nothing normative.
Nothing normative, yeah, so that's gonna come at the very end, but to give you a preview, whether, you know, how much we care about, so what I'm gonna show is that there's sort of this information component and then this cost component. So how much we care about the costs that are imposed on lower income countries and exporters depends a bit on what then happens to those firms, right? So if a lot of these firms can't pay these costs of quality regulations, that may be okay if in the end it's really just the best firms that are doing it. Those firms grow, they find new opportunities. That's sort of where some of our future and ongoing work is going.
Market power, like your earlier stuff or something, I guess.
Right. Yeah, so that could be yeah, so on the other hand, if we believe that these are really more protectionist or that it's really only going to the firms that can afford to, right? So one thing is, do you produce your product in this way? And another question is, can you prove that you do it in this way? And this is what a lot of the debate, so I don't get into that too much in this paper, but I have some early work now on some of these new regulations like the carbon border adjustment in the EU and the deforestation free regulation in the EU, where part of the debate there is, you know, can smaller enterprises really prove that they comply with these regulations? So that goes above and beyond actually being able to comply. I realize there's not a clock on here. Oh, there's a clock up there. Okay. Okay, great. Nice. Okay. So there's a lot of work of the impact of non-tariff measures, which include both quality regulations and other things like quotas. I'll get into that in a bit as well. There's a lot of work on this at the sector level, at the firm level, using models of quality standards, GE models, and estimating those models. What this paper really does that none of this work has done so far is that it's combining firm level outcomes from many different importing and exporting countries. So seeing the two sides of the market. So both, you know, when Colombia imposes a quality regulation, I can see the imports of Colombia at the firm level from other countries, and for a sample of their exporting partners, the firm level exports. Mostly we're going to aggregate those up, just for ease of analysis, but we do sort of start from firm level outcomes across many importing and exporting countries. We have identification from panel variation in the treatment, which is the imposition of new quality regulations. So that's been a challenge for the literature. And then we also have this sort of for endogeneity. So we're able to sort of do all of these things at once. And at the end, I'm going to come back to this second bullet on models of quality standards. So it's very, so these models sort of imply different things. And then this paper is going to end in a discussion of, you know, what do we learn about those models and what should be sort of the next step there. But it's not going to solve that next step. Yeah.
Your review there makes it sound like it's mainly a methodological contribution. But what you were describing on the previous page seems pretty cool, but is that all known? Is that what you're saying here? That there was substantive findings about SPS versus TBT? The literature's already looked at this, or is this?
So okay, so a couple of points. So in some cases, so I would say sort of one of the biggest constraints to the literature is this sort of point on identification. So you know, a lot of the data on these non-tariff measures comes from these kind of repeated cross sections where the UN, I'll describe this in more detail in another slide, but basically the UN goes out and surveys different countries at different points in time and kind of asks, okay, what are all these regulations that you have on the books? And those also include things like quotas and so on, and they classify them into these different buckets. And in general, this only happens every several years. And in this period, you know, when in the first graph, I showed this real takeoff in the 2010s. So if your country is only visited every, you know, 5 or 10 years, then you know, you may miss that takeoff until the next wave. So it really benefits us to be able to see that kind of panel variation where we see the introduction of the new methods. I think another point is that you need to control for the kind of endogeneity of these because of the potential for protectionist motives or sort of other motives for imposing these. And that's important because a lot of these other studies have found kind of a negative impact of certain quality regulations. And what the point we want to make here is that it's sort of not so simple. So it's sort of theoretically ambiguous, and then there's been evidence on both sides. A lot of evidence about negative impacts, some evidence about positive impacts, like this Dizier et al. Paper sort of puts forward this argument for basically the information side, that some of these measures can provide information. And I think what we're doing here is we're sort of, you know, putting everything together in one paper and trying to sort of utilize the panel variation. That's one big challenge. Utilize the firm level outcomes to see beyond just reallocation or sort of these average effects, also what happens firm entry and exit. So very few of these other papers have that. And then also to control for this endogeneity and kind of unmask, you know, kind of what's going on behind the scenes of some of these negative impacts. So we do see negative impacts in some cases. We see this reallocation. So for example, if you focused on a certain sample, you might say, oh, these have this negative impact, but we sort of looking across our broader sample are able to see for which countries is it negative, for which is it positive, and kind of build a story related to the quality literature. So maybe another way to say it is that, you know, there's a lot of this this like sector level and firm level evidence. There's some of it cross countries, but then these models of quality standards tend to really be estimated in one specific country. And so we're kind of going to take this empirical approach that combines a lot of elements of this first bullet of and use it to really test those models, or to speak to those models in the second bullet. If that. Okay. Glad I didn't skip that one. Okay, so I've said most of this. So the UN classifies NTMs into these different chapters, these non-tariff measures. So just to give you sort of the broader example, the SPS chapter includes regulations, requirements, and procedures used to ensure the safety of agricultural products. So they basically apply mostly to agricultural products, and they're mainly about health and safety. And these technical barriers can take the form of any other, they're sort of much broader, take the form of product standards, testing requirements, and other technical requirements like labeling. So you can sort of broadly think of them as health and safety, and then these sort of labeling requirements. This is what I started to say in response to your question. This UN trains database is this repeated cross-section where the coverage varies widely by country. So some countries are only visited every 10 years. And so for instance, if you did this analysis in 2017 and you included some of these countries, you would miss, some of them were only visited the last time in 2010. So then you would sort of systematically undercount the quality regulations that they're facing. And so that would contaminate the sort of control group with products that have been treated. Yeah.
Okay. So on the SPS definition, it says it's mostly related to agricultural products. Does that mean that most of your results will be at the agricultural sector? Or it's also related to like food?
Yes, yeah. Let's say, yeah, agricultural and food products broadly. But we are going to include sort of other products as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but
so both.
Basically, we're not talking about like cars, machinery.
No. We're not. I mean, some of these machinery is affected by the labeling requirements. Yes, but yeah. So yeah, the SPS in general are affecting agricultural and food products. Okay. Oh, sorry. So the last point here is just for Latin American countries, there's an organization called ALADI that actually collects panel data every year following the same classification as this trains database. So that's what we're going to leverage here. So there we observe the introduction of these measures by the importing country at the importing country, HS 6-digit product, and chapter level, where the chapters are these ones up here. So that's really our panel variation that we're going to leverage. So then when we go into those data, what do we see? The first thing is that these are extremely heterogeneous with a lot of variation over time. So they rarely occur in isolation. So what we do in this graph is we just kind of, so we take each, say, legislation or law, and we cluster it based on the types of measures that it imposes. And this reveals sort of these 5 key clusters. So there are some laws that just have these sort of health and safety provisions, then others that just have this sort of labeling type of requirement, then others, back to your question, some of these agricultural products may have both. So there's sort of something stipulating how you produce this good and then also how you label it for sale. So then there are a lot that are sort of jointly affected by these SPS and TBT measures. And then there are these 2 others that we're going to use for comparison. And these are these sort of pre-shipment inspections and other so-called non-technical measures. So those are like quotas, price controls, and so on. So these first 3 are really what are considered quality regulations. And it's important that we have sort of done this because if these sanitary and technical measures have kind of different impacts on costs and information about quality, then we want to be careful when we group them together, because then those 2 things could be going on at the same time, and that's in fact what we're going to find. Okay. So an SPS measure can affect different products at different times, so each of these bubbles is sort of the number of products affected by a regulation at that in that year. They can affect a single product at the same time as a technical regulation, so that's sort of the third row. And also the same product can be sort of hit multiple times. So you might start with one pesticide limit, which is an SPS, eventually that gets raised, and so that is coded as a new regulation. So the ideal here would be to be able to capture, you know, sort of the dosage of these effects in some sense. We started trying to do that. Turns out to be very, very difficult to have that plus the endogeneity plus all these other things going on. So we just really capture treatment as sort of the first time that you're treated by these measures. So we classify new regulations into one of these 5 clusters, and then for each product we keep the first regulation in that cluster, meaning once you are treated by, say, a pesticide limit for importing coffee, then you're forever treated, right? So we're not saying, okay, you're then increasingly more treated or less treated. Yeah, and then yeah, so you're treated from then on. Yes.
So some of these products might be further down the value chain, right? So some of these regulations might be an accumulation of the value chain.
Yeah.
That or is that something, I guess because it's like agricultural products, it might not be that big of a issue, but.
Yes, so I have this on the next slide, so about sample selection. So you'll see already with the number, so we restrict our analysis for what I'll show you today to final goods. So these are goods that are consumed by consumers. So the reason we focus on that is exactly, so there's sort of 2 reasons. One is sort of conceptual, and it's what you're saying. So what does it mean if one of my key inputs is treated by something like this? So with a tariff, you might say, okay, well, that's sort of like a price shock to one of my inputs, and then you can use some sort of CES thinking to say, okay, how that then I would be treated to some degree, or you have, you know, input output tables combined with that. So here it's even more complicated, because what does it mean for when you think about like a quality regulation? Then it's like, first you need to understand how quality regulations impact prices and flows and so on, and then only can you think about how it goes into the supply. So it's complicated conceptually, but then also practically. These regressions already take a very long time to run. We've run a few of them, including intermediate goods, not sort of not all of the specifications. So it's not too different for intermediate goods. The sort of basic intuition holds, but it's very, very complicated to do all of this, taking into account everything that I already mentioned about endogeneity and so on, but then also the supply chain structure. So these are mainly just kind of the final goods. And so we're not going to think about kind of upstream, downstream treatment. Yes.
I'm not sure I fully understood. So I thought when you say now final goods, it's like the final good that's exported. That could still be like something that is used by that country as an intermediate. No? Or are you saying, no, we are really only looking at goods that are exported, that are consumed by final consumers in the country that the good is exported to?
Yeah, so we just use one of these classifications of goods. So of course they're not perfect, and some of them are intermediates and
so like iron,
final.
if I export iron bars, you would drop it. You don't have them in there because that would.
That's right. Yeah. So that's like a highly. We've also tried doing this with you know, yeah, these sort of sufficiently upstream or downstream goods. So there's different ways to classify final goods. But yeah, so for example, avocados would be in here, but of course they may be used to produce other food things. Yeah, so goods that can be final consumed. Okay. Need to speed up. All right, so we observe, so kind of getting to one of the other contributions, we observe a really rich set of market level trade outcomes. The unit here is exporting country. So for most of this analysis, it's going to be the exporting country O or origin, destination country or importing country D, the HS6 product P, and the year T. And I'm going to call like an exporter importer product a market. So you know, one market would be exports of coffee from Colombia to Chile in a given year. We have two main data sources. So one is sort of this familiar trade data source is WITS, and that includes the import values, the quantities, and the tariffs, which we control for throughout. I'm not going to show you the results for tariffs. And then we have this exporter dynamics database, which is sort of aggregated up from firm level customs data for that's going to cover all of the imports for these countries, and then basically a subset of the exports, because it's so this data is basically aggregated from customs firm level customs data for sort of countries that the World Bank works with. So it's a lot of lower and middle income countries. So we'll observe the sort of concentration of exporters from Argentina, but not say from the US to Argentina. But we will observe importers in Argentina importing from everywhere. So there's a bit of a difference up there. Okay. So we've defined treatment, told you about some of the outcomes. So the sort of main outcome to start with is going to be the import value of these products. Now, ordinarily, what we would do is estimate treatment effects using difference in differences, right? So the OLS version of this would compare outcomes before and after implementation of one of these new clusters of regulations. So we would be comparing sort of imports into Colombia before and after Colombia imposed one of these wine regulations. And you know, implicitly, the comparison would be comparing treated and untreated markets. So again, a market is an importer-exporter product. So there's two challenges here. One is sort of very familiar for people who work in trade. Not all markets are active in all years. And so if we just sort of do the log of import values, we're going to be dropping those times when the market becomes inactive. And that's important if there is a negative impact of these quality regulations. So if the quality regulation is so onerous that nobody from your country can meet it, it disappears, and then we're sort of systematically dropping those negative cases. So we solve that with this Poisson pseudo maximum likelihood estimator that kind of combines the intensive and extensive margins at the same time. So the other is that regulations may be endogenous to import trends, right? So a good example here would be, you know, you're a country like Chile, and you see that as China, Vietnam, some of these countries are growing, they're exporting more and more, you're importing more and more from them, potentially at the expense of your own domestic market. And so, you know, you might worry that exactly where these imports are growing is where you would want to then use these NTMs for a protectionist motive. So that's where we're going to use the control function approach, which is much less standard than the PPML. So I'm going to go into that in more detail.
So how do we think about like domestic regulations that correspond to the trade regulation? Like, let's just say I'm gonna ban, you know, red dye over here.
Right.
So like for all the United States, but it also shows up on the trade side too.
Right.
So, but you would see that like the domestic, so it's like exactly what you're saying. It's like the domestic competitive base is the same. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. So all of these are in principle WTO compliant. So all the WTO says is that you can't discriminate between the international and the domestic market. But there are a couple of caveats there. First, it's not like they check that. So typically the way that surfaces is that somebody complains. So I have a friend who actually is a lawyer working on a case where basically an exporting organization is suing the US government for discriminating against them relative to sort of a domestic US variety of the same thing. So something like that has to happen. There needs to be a WTO notification or some other sort of lawsuit. So it's sort of, there could in practice be some discrimination. But then the other point is that there's an example about avocados where in the US this quality regulation was, so basically a very small number of varieties of avocados are allowed in the US. And if you go to other countries, there's many more varieties. And why don't they go to the US? Well, they're sort of restricted on this pesticide basis, or there's sort of a restriction imposed that de facto that actually all of the US producers already meet. And so there is some in some cases there is lobbying. I have another friend who works in sort of more directly in agriculture, and they have these industry groups in the US will basically get together and say, okay, is there a way that we can prove something about that our product has some quality level that other products don't, as a way of protecting it? So they will actually try to develop these things in a non-discriminatory way. Yeah, it's a lot of background, but it's sort of interesting. Okay, so how does this work? Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to predict the regulations imposed by a country based on the regulations imposed by their neighbors. So this is like a pro-bit estimation where this NTM bar is the average of the regulations in each category imposed by your neighbor. So you can think of, so on the left-hand side is sort of the probability that I impose, say, an SPS measure in my country, and I'm going to use a pro-bit where I have to sort of use all of the other different types of measures averaged in my neighbors. So there's sort of one coefficient for each of the different measures, almost like an instrument where you have to include all the other instruments. And the argument here is that regulations that are correlated across countries are less likely to be driven by sort of one country's specific import trends or specific protectionist motives. And then the way that we implement this is we control for the hazard rate of non-selection, or the inverse Mills ratio, which is this object, which took me a long time to understand, to go back to some of the micro econometrics and sort of the grad school labor. But what this effectively does is it allows us to control for the likelihood of a market being treated. So what's the hazard rate of non-selection? That's really high if there's sort of, given the behavior of your neighbors, it's very unlikely that you should be treating this product. So that means that it's very high. And so when we control for this in the regression, that's like taking a lot of the variation from the treatment dummy. So if I treated a product, but it's very unlikely that I treat it, we're soaking up some of that variation. So it's going to be more sort of collinear in that sense. And so what's really going to drive our effect is if you've controlled a product and it's very likely that you would based on what your neighbors do. So those are particularly the ones we want to worry about, right? Because that's where your neighbor isn't doing it, but you are. So it's more sort of suspect. Yeah.
Just to understand, the reason why you pick a control function approach instead of IV is because you want to do it.
Yeah, so we want our regression to do a few things. So yeah, I guess I sort of, so this regression is motivated by the kind of broad gravity literature, right? So there we also have these high dimensional fixed effects. So for each market, for the country and the time, we've also done variations with different levels of products and time. So this is a lot of fixed effects. So we need something like IV, PPML, that's super important. And we've done things where if you just look at the intensive margin, the results are completely different. So we need PPML, we need something like IV, and we need these super high dimensional fixed effects. So there's really no way to do all of that with IV right now. And this control function approach was sort of developed for this type of literature, and that's why we're doing it. Great question. Okay, so getting to the results. The first result is that quality regulation creates trade in general. So these SPS and TBT measures enhance trade. So what this is showing is somewhere between a 9 to 21 percentage point increase in import value of these quality regulations. One advantage of sort of having this very extensive database and using the control function approach is that we can also include these particularly suspect things we know are basically protectionist, pre-shipment inspections and non-technical measures. And there we find that those actually in comparison really deter trade in the way that we would expect. And so this is consistent with the idea that all of these measures are increasing costs, but there's something different going on for these quality regulations, right? So we think that is that they have some impact over the demand side. Now what I'm going to do is just focus. So I'm not going to talk so much about the other the other sort of non-quality regulations. So the pre-shipment inspections and then the non-technical measures. I'm going to focus now within quality regulation. What is some of the sort of heterogeneous impacts across different types of countries? So to do that, I'm going to first group exporters into high and upper middle income. So those are just going to be high income or higher income, and low versus lower middle income. We've tried different groupings. What's important is that you have sort of the low and lower middle income in one group, and the high income exporters in another group. And then I'm just going to do the same regression, but interacting these dummies with the different income levels. So the first thing we find is that these sanitary measures, these things that are more about health and safety, tend to reallocate trade from low to high income exporters. And at the same time, these sort of labeling requirements tend to reallocate trade from high to low income exporters. And remember, these are from regulations that are just imposing one or the other. And when you look at regulations that do both at the same time, this reallocation sort of washes out. So this goes back to that point where actually it's really important to know that these certain measures are in some cases products aren't affected by one measure, in other cases by other measures, and sometimes by both at the same time. So it's important to sort of separate these because of this reallocation effect. And this is consistent with two notions. One is that these technical barriers are either relatively less costly to conform with, right? So it's easier to change the labeling for my product than the way that I produce it. Or that they provide relatively more information. So it's consistent with both of those. And we're going to sort of test those in a bit.
So do you have like? Okay, first the high is, that's like Argentina puts on some SPS. That means Argentina's gonna be importing more from like the US world.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, so what this says is when Argentina restricts imports into Argentina.
Yeah.
If those are sort of sanitary measures, then the countries that tend to benefit from that would be like the US relative to. Bolivia, I know, is in the other category.
Wait, so then like go back to the literature, how would I kind of revisit? Like, cause you, in response to Jordan's, like there's kind of ambiguous results that are showing. Like, so how would I collapse this back? Could you replicate ambiguous result? Like, so if I didn't do the control function, if I didn't do the PPM, if I didn't have like the continuous band. Do you have that?
What do I have?
I'm just wondering, like, how do I see the wait, I see.
Okay, so this is one thing that we have, so this is just without that control function. So there's a couple of things, so first, these, I don't know if you remember, so these were like, this was way more negative with the control function. And this was negative and that, oh, that's also touchscreen. And now it wasn't. And then these are just, so we can sort of get some of the reallocation. But the sort of average effects, at least of the TBTs are off. And then remember also that typically what the literature would do is like count these in both of these categories. I don't have that here. But when we started in that way, then this also sort of weakens that coefficient. And then, you know, it's sort of very imprecise, but this is already, so this is PPML with also the high dimensional fixed effects, but no control function.
But so then you would say is there a big endogeneity or meaningful?
Yeah, I guess when you think about the reallocation, not so much, but you know, but I think without the endogeneity control, it's sort of hard. So yeah, so one thing is that, you know, like thinking about like the sort of neat separation of quality regulation versus not really came about after controlling for this endogeneity. So you might think that these inspections that you know, these pre-shipment, I mean, if you started with this regression, you might say, oh, you know, these are just the same, these work just the same as these other quality regulations. It's really everything versus quotas. I mean, we know quotas are bad, so it should be coming up negative. But then sort of once you control for these things, you really see that there's that separation between the technical measures and the non-technical and pre-shipment. So I think in that sense, you know, being able to do that comparison, I think the endogeneity control is important for that. Maybe less so for the reallocation within these other categories. But the PPML is super important because then none of this works without that.
So if you used fewer fixed effects, that would perhaps more resemble the literature, right? If you don't exploit the panel or the firm level variation. And maybe you see then that it looks very different to what you find.
Yes, and I think, I mean, there are other papers that have made the point just about the SPS, for example. So there's a paper that sort of says, oh, look, these SPS reallocate, these tend to really hurt lower income countries. So that's not such a new point. But in that paper, it was really a restricted data set. And here we're sort of adding, well, now here's this other regulation that goes the other way. And then in addition to that, we're going to sort of add some of these new outcomes next. Yeah.
And this is maybe a little beyond the scope of what you're doing, but should we think of these as correcting some kind of information inefficiencies, quality regulations, or is it more just distorting trade and happens that maybe away from the comparative advantage of say these low versus high income countries?
Yeah, so I'm gonna talk about that at the end, because I think that is kind of the question that we come out at the end with. So I'll talk, so this isn't going, this paper won't offer a new model of quality regulation. But I will say at the end what it tells us about those models of quality regulation, which like I mentioned before, tend to be sort of very focused on specific countries. Yeah.
Just regarding, because I'm trying to think about the case of Argentina that introduced regulations, and then you said it's not allowed to be discriminatory. So that means they're increasing regulations of the standards for the domestic producers as well, right? So I was thinking, is that a competition effect that basically some Argentinian producers can't actually meet that regulative restriction? That's why we're getting more from abroad, or what's the underlying story here?
Yeah, that's an interesting hypothesis. I think that could be part of it. So in general, it's really hard to, so actually, when this project started, one of the ambitions was to do all of this and then also add sort of a domestic part. And it turns out that it's just a completely different type of data to incorporate the domestic market. One thing that I can tell you, and I'll have some results about this later. So one thing we have done is that we've estimated so we can see what happens to your exports. If you're Argentina and you impose this regulation, what happens to your exports of that product? And so that, in a sense, I mean, it's a little, it's not exactly tackling the domestic market, but it's basically saying if I regulate like imports of blueberries into Argentina, one proxy for how well your local firms can meet it is what happens to your exports, your own exports of that product. And what we find there, I mean, basically, then we can only focus on a very narrow sample, so it's pretty imprecise. But we don't find really anything conclusive there about exports dropping off or anything like that. We can talk about that more. Okay, I'm gonna skip this. I sort of already said it. Okay, so now getting into some of these other measures that we're able to construct from our firm level data. There are many of them. There are many ways that you can think about firm entry and exit concentration. I'm going to present one. I've got others in the appendix and in the paper. So what we're going to do using this data set that's aggregated up is we're going to define this really sort of restrictive notion of a superstar dummy. So this is literally the probability that or an indicator for whether this market is dominated by a single firm. And remember, this is like there's a single exporter of blueberries from Chile to Argentina. We've also, we've changed this threshold. We have results with the Herfindahl index with just the number of firms, and they all sort of line up. But I like this one because it's sort of the easiest to convey. So what we find is that these SPS measures really increase the concentration of firms from low-income exporters. So your market is much more likely to be dominated by a single firm, by a superstar, if it's a lower income country facing an SPS measure. So this is consistent with the idea that very few firms can conform with those regulations. So on the other hand, there's really no net impact on the concentration from high income exporters. So that's consistent with the idea that many of those firms can conform with regulations. And in addition, this sort of TBT, this labeling requirement doesn't have the same, I mean, it's sort of somewhat less precise, but it doesn't have the same magnitude of effects of, so we can't reject that these labeling requirements don't affect the sort of superstar dummy at all. And so this is also consistent with the idea that it's just these sanitary measures are the ones that are particularly costly for lower income countries to meet. And these are economically large effects. So then the last thing that we can do, so everything that I just said was about exports into the country, but remember that we see also the import side, the buying side. So, you know, in particular, you might expect that, you know, the same thing might be going on the importing side, and then you sort of wonder, well, you know, is it the importing side or the exporting side where there's all this exit, sort of what comes first, the sort of a chicken or the egg issue. So here, we're not going to look at the reallocation, because actually what we can do here is we can observe the whole market. Remember, I only see sort of exports between developing countries, but I see all of the firm level imports of the countries in our sample. So I see imports from the US and also from, so I can construct the whole market, not just sort of this bilateral one. So here we make a similar import superstar dummy, and we find that there's really no evidence for increasing concentration of firms importing these products. So it's really the case that entry exit is happening on the exporting side, particularly for those lower income countries. So altogether, and these results are, I said this, are robust to different definitions of market concentration. Altogether, this sort of suggests that the cost of quality regulation primarily falls on the exporting firms from the lower income countries. Okay, so I have 5 minutes, great. 7. Okay. Yeah, that's at 7. Okay, perfect. So I want to make 2 final points, and one was sort of back to Lucas's question about what I promised to do, which is tell how these results help us think about models of quality regulation. But before that, I just want to note, I have these in the appendix, and you know, we can talk about them more. So we do a lot of other things to sort of provide additional evidence of these cost and information channels. So one is that we separate the effects by types of products. So we look at differentiated versus non-differentiated products, and all of the effects of those 2 measures are driven by differentiated products. So that's consistent with those products having greater scope for quality being important for those differentiated products. In contrast, those results from the very beginning about these sort of protectionist measures work the same across differentiated and non. So, you know, a quota is the same in a commodity as it is in a highly differentiated good. So that's one piece. The second is that we can do sort of a price quantity decomposition with the caveat that, you know, quantities are not always measured for all of the in a consistent way for all of the different you know, even different exporting countries to the same destination can measure quantity in different ways. So it's not the full sample. But what we find is that those SPS effects are primarily driven by prices, whereas the labeling requirements are primarily driven by quantities. So we think that this is sort of another suggestive piece of evidence that SPS are more linked to increasing costs and TBT more providing information and sort of boosting demand in that way. And then the last thing we think we do, which kind of gets back to your question, so one thing we do, so in some cases, we observe so if we focus on Latin America to Latin America trade, which is a highly, selected sample, so that's just trade within Latin America. Well, there we can see the full set of treatments for both the origin and the destination. So that's where we run some of this regressions that I mentioned. So one that does come out as sort of interesting is we can do a regression where we control for, where we interact the treatment of the importing country with the treatment of the origin country. And what we find is that the effect, this should be, I think this should be TBT, yes. No, so the effects are driven by origins with less stringent regulations, meaning if your origin country doesn't already regulate that product themselves, that's where there is this sort of scope for information to, this is a typo, it should be TBT. So that's where there is the scope for information to matter, right? So it's precisely when I don't already label these products for my domestic market, so my exporters can therefore export it potentially without labeling, and it's exactly for those sort of less stringent regulations, so those countries with less stringent domestic regulations, that they benefit more from the information provision. So this is consistent with those countries benefiting more from that. Okay. So there's sort of two models of quality standards that I think this paper speaks to and sort of suggests that a path forward for future work. So one is variable markup. So there's this sort of, one way of thinking about this is that it's not really about information at all. You just have that, you just have variable markups across different firms. Higher quality firms have more of a markup. But because of these markups, those higher quality firms are sort of inefficiently small. So when you impose a quality standard, this forces lower quality firms to exit. And then of course, like there's more, it's a higher quality market, but it's just by virtue of forcing the sort of bad firms to exit. So these types of models can explain reallocation toward high income countries and the superstars in lower income countries. And at the same time, if this is sort of a moderate level so that, not too many firms exit, you could get some reallocation toward low income countries, but that would require exit. So that's something that we don't see. So we don't think that it's just a sort of variable markup story. We think there has to be something about information going on. So then there's this sort of other set of models. And there it's sort of, it's more complicated to model, but basically what these papers do is they assume that consumers only observe the average quality from a country. So think about, I don't know how good the specific wine is from a country. I just know, well, Chilean wine, that's not as good as French wine. So I sort of have a notion of average quality. And then firms can sort of invest in quality signaling to differentiate themselves from that average. So they get, special labels and so on as a private investment. So the quality standard in this model allows lower productivity firms to export without that signaling. So it sort of says, hey, this quality standard is sort of regulating the quality already. There's some of these worse firms that won't be able to do this, and so then this sort of tells consumers that, hey, this wine from this other country actually, well, now it's labeled, we know what's in it. It raises their sort of perception of that product, and so that can generate both the reallocation toward low-income countries that we see in technical barriers, and as this standard becomes higher and higher, those firms still do exit. So it also generates the reallocation toward income countries and superstars in low income countries. So we think that, you know, our paper is sort of pointing more toward this view of imperfect information in these markets, which presents additional challenges. So I just want to close by saying that I think several important questions remain. So if you're familiar, I guess, with quality, literature, and trade, in general, the way that quality of traded goods is measured, the sort of standard, is assuming perfect information. Sort of a methodological question that this paper raises, which is if information provision is an important part of quality regulations, how do we really measure quality then? Because typically we measure quality as sort of, you know, the residual demand. So, you know, you have two firms that have the same price and one and same other characteristics, and one sort of has a much higher demand. Well, that one has to be the higher quality one. But if you have imperfect information, that argument breaks down. So I think there's sort of a question about measuring quality, and that's why we're careful not to sort of put quality on the left-hand side here. And then I think some of the other questions that we're working on in follow-up work gets back to sort of the normative question. What happens to these superstar firms? Are we sort of picking winners? Are we then picking sort of these future growing firms? And, you know, could this be, you know, to be more normative, could this be a good thing that we're regulating quality even for these developing countries that may not always benefit? And then on the other hand, what happens to the other firms? Are they actually firms that can't meet the regulation, or just that they can't prove that they meet the regulation? It gets back to this debate about some of the EU deforestation regulations. And then finally, which interventions can help firms conform with some of these new regulations? So how can we do both this careful regulation of markets and of quality in markets, and sort of give developing countries the tools and those firms the tools that they need to upgrade and meet those regulations? That's it. Thanks. Sorry for going over.
I don't know, Joe, do you know where lunch?
Lunch is in the common room where administration is.
And then since we're over time, I know Joe wanted, you can just about it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sure. I changed from a hand up to a stretching.
Oh, okay. That's so we'll restart at 1:30.
Yeah.
No, it's also like digesting. Hey, this was there like 2 days ago. We were wrapping tracks.
Hey.
Maybe at this sort of so you talk about the possibilities like so NPM as a policy substitute for terrorists.
Yes.
And so how do we deal with that in controls and terrorists?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that should also be in part of the control function, because it also affects the probability of particular?
Yeah.
I don't know how it works exactly. When you instead of putting it as a control variable, and now we put it into the control function.
But yeah, we've also done it. So the paper that develops this approach, they sort of group together, well, actually, they only focus on one type of NTM. And then they compare that to tariffs. So where we had kind of 5 control functions, they have 2. Just for tariff and NTM. And so we've also done that where you can add it. So you can and the advantage of that is that it helps you interpret the effect of the tariff.
Right.
But what we do is, we don't, yeah, what we do is we just control for tariffs everywhere, but we don't make the control function for tariff, yeah. Because each time, yeah, because it's sort of costly to add another instrument in this case, because then it's, you know, then you have to, yeah, create the control function for that and then include that everywhere and, yeah.
It's more like computation.
So I think
I get it.
Yeah, I mean, we just never tried to interpret the tariff, so we try not to add things in that we're not trying to interpret. We've also done like other controls that in the end we remove because, you know, there's already all these fixed effects and.
Doesn't give you much.
Yeah, so, but we do control for tariffs everywhere, because they are.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah.
And and then one more, that's more like a comment, I think, I like the results about the unit values in the price.
Yeah.
You didn't put that in the main.
Yeah.
I think that's important if you want to.
Yeah.
Make this point that increasing demand for
Yes,
high
yeah.
quality goods.
Yeah, but yeah, I go back and forth about that because it's like, you know, it's just, yeah, it's always so complicated to define unit values very well, and then it's like a big, then it's like a, yeah, it's such a selected sample.
So you can only do that for subsets of.
Yeah, because basically you're free to report quantities in any way that you want. And so when you think about, like, basically if there's products. So the only time where you need that within an origin destination product, the same, like.
The same unit.
Quantity is used the entire sample.
Okay.
And so we basically exclude all the ones where that's not true.
Okay.
And that cuts the.
But it's into half. Okay.
Usually the hardest thing to talk to speakers.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
the price results. I think it starts with, okay.
Yeah, so this is 1 million instead of that. Oh, the other thing here is that, the other reason is that we prefer the value is because of the PPML, so this is all conditional.
I don't, yeah, so this is conditional, the trade.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. But, yeah. But yeah, thanks.
No, and
Glad you like it.
yeah, and just one related to this, you mentioned something that you're interacting the SPS measure with origin characteristics.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I'm thinking something related to Sarah's points,
Yes.
so maybe like we can always come up with some comparative advantage indicators.
Yeah.
And then if you interact that
Instead of
with-
origin, I see.
Yeah, and then.
Yeah, other origin characteristics.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then the point is that if you have a strong capability producing, that the impositions of that would create less imports if what this says was true, like it's the increase of import is more relocation from the domestic producers. So if your domestic producer is strong, then it's.
Yeah,
weak,
so
then
have
you should
something
allow
to, so interact something about the destination. So we have a.
No, about the origin. Like as a destination and you're interacting with, oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
no,
as a
it's the
destination, right, right.
destination,
Yeah,
comparative advantage.
You're saying, yeah, so we have done, so what we've done here is we've done ones with destination regulations instead of origin.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are pretty noisy.
Yeah, this one. is really noisy.
But yeah, but that's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
We do more,
Just
something
trying to
different for
tease out,
destination,
'cause
yeah.
I guess it's somehow confusing. Still, you observe like increasing trade flows when you impose something looks like trade costs, right?
Right.
So, yeah. Yes, if you have a good story explaining that.
Right, Right.
And reallocation from domestic suppliers might
It might
one.
be something like that, yeah, I see, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks,
otherwise, yeah, great presentation.
thanks,
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of, there are a lot of questions.
Yeah, very nice presentation. Hi, I'm Queen from I'm
Oh,
from
nice.
South.
Cool.
Yeah, I think I just missed it because so these measures is like from the side of the destination country.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
the measures are imposed by the importing country.
Yes, yeah.
And then you divide the units of observation as like
It just means that,
yeah.
Yes, yeah, yeah, so it's sort of like a gravity setup.
Right.
So these are, because they are. Because they are. Because of this non-discriminatory requirement or potential requirement.
In terms of number of.
Is there a?
You know, that's, the treatment is defined at the destination product level.
Right.
But the unit of observation and the gravity is like origin destination product in general. For some of them, like for this one, it's actually destination product.
Mhm.
So because there we can observe the full market, yeah.
But here you need to, how do you know it's from the superstar firm, like, so is that at the,
This is importing side, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And when you say like trade increase or trade decrease, that means like by the import volume of
Right.
of the product.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah, interesting, thank you.
yeah, thanks.
You might. I don't know. As a child. So you got your slides?
Yeah.
So we go.
Yeah, it's still working.
It should be there.
Oh, they're like.
But it's.
No, I don't know. I have no idea.
CEPR. I'm not sure at the SCP. Yes. Yeah.
We're wearing the same jacket. Were you? I'm not sure. No, that's going to be a joke because that was in Argentina. You were wearing.
But I was like, I didn't know this was a joke or true, because I do have like a.
Right, what, how do I don't know. Hey, Florian, how did you get the thing?
Oh, it's
like,
in the back.
oh, it's there. That's strange.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. Okay, so we'll try to stay on time. We have 3 more papers this afternoon. If we get the fun started. So UK. Telling us about welfare in
So we'll give you.
I'll try to finish on time. Thank you very much, Mike and Paula, for putting our paper in the program, and especially Mike, because you've seen this paper so many. So many, but I don't think you've seen the application, the latest application, which is something I want to highlight today because I think there's a more applied audience in this room. And I want to sort of get to why our sort of theoretical exercise is useful. So the motivation of this paper is pretty straightforward. So we all, the central question in spatial, regional, urban economics, international trade is how do spatially disaggregated shocks affect aggregate welfare? And there are two approaches to think about this question. The first approach, which has been getting more popular these days, is to use quantitative spatial equilibrium models, which allows us to fit spatially disaggregated data and allow us to run a realistic counterfactual, policy counterfactuals. At the same time, they are highly complex and parameterized. A lot of parametric assumptions like fresh air, reference shocks, and so on, which obscures what parameters or data moments drive our results. We don't have a very good sense about where our welfare numbers that we get from these complicated spatial equilibrium models are coming from. And the second approach, which has been sort of floating around, or it's actually a much more traditional approach, is the first order approximation. So this goes back to Holton, who have claimed that in an efficient, frictionless representative agent economy, the aggregate welfare changes are summarized by just the revenue of a location of a sector times the productivity shocks. And this approach is also at the heart of Vogt's approach to computed the gains from railways by computing the railway shipment transaction value times the travel cost reduction. And so these are kind of the same ideas. However, it is unclear whether and how to extend this to sort of realistic quantitative spatial economy that we usually work with nowadays. So what this paper is trying to do is to bridge the gap between these two approaches. So what are we going to do in practice? So we are going to set up a spatial equilibrium model in a pretty general way, and sort of dispensing a lot of parametric assumptions in particular. And we're going to provide a non-parametric formula to unpack the first order aggregate welfare changes. And in particular, as a deviation from Holton and Vogel's characterization. So in particular, we are going to show that the first order effects on the aggregate welfare is exactly additively decomposed into these 5 terms. The first term is what we labeled as changes in technology, which is again the Holton or Vogel's term. And the remaining terms are jointly constitutes the reallocation effect. The second term, the changes in marginal utility dispersion, corresponds to the fact that in a spatial equilibrium, people are making location choices based on the level of utility. But what that also means is that the marginal utility of a consumption of $1 is not equalized across locations. So if a shock induces an increase of consumption, relative increase of consumption in a location where the marginal utility is higher, then this term becomes positive. And the third term, which we label physical externality, appears when there are spatial transfers by the government. So in particular, if the shock induces a reallocation of people to a location where they are receiving subsidies, so net, or let me say it the other way. So if the shock moves people to the location which is net taxpayer, then that reallocation is going to reduce the government budget and hence leading to the aggregate welfare changes. And the fourth term is the technological externality. So this combines, in particular, the agglomeration externality that is highlighted in this spatial literature. So if a population moves to the location where the agglomeration externality is relatively higher, that contributes to the positive aggregate welfare gains. And the final term is the redistribution, which is the redistribution of resources consumption across different types of people in an ex-ante sense. So, so we are also going to use this formula to provide implication for the design of place-based policies. First, we are going to establish the non-parametric optimal spatial transfer formula as a sort of immediate application of our decomposition. And we're going to be able to do so in a way that extends the existing results on the optimal place-based policies. And we are also going to show that Halton's characterization holds in the presence of optimal spatial transfers. But if this kind of spatial, if the government is implementing the optimal spatial transfers, evaluation of the technological shocks is very simple. It's just going to be go back to Halton, just compute the revenue times the changes of the productivity. So the evaluation of, for example, infrastructure that reduces the travel time is going to be simple if the government simultaneously can implement these spatial transfers. And finally, we are going to apply our framework to understand the heterogeneous welfare gains from US highway networks. And in particular, we are going to use the Allen-Arglakis framework. If you know, I'm gonna, of course, explain what those are, to study the welfare, heterogeneous welfare gains of improving a leg of highway networks in the US, and where and the heterogeneous welfare effects of those improvements. We are going to show that there is a large deviation from Halton/Waugh. So just computing the shipment volumes times the reduction of the transportation cost is going to actually overstate in general the welfare gains from trade, welfare gains from infrastructure. And we use our framework to understand where this deviation is actually coming from. And we are going to show that this technological externality, in particular the shipment congestion externality that Allen-Arglakis highlighted, is one important driver of the deviation from Halton. But we also highlight that this marginal utility dispersion and fiscal externality, which are less highlighted in the context of transportation infrastructure, are also governing the heterogeneous welfare gains from transportation improvement. Yes.
Feel free to defer this. So if once you have this first order welfare formula, it's not obvious that all of these are easily measurable in data, right? So how I understood your application is that you use a specific, and now you use the parametric forms such that all of these terms get something that we can more easily measure. But in the more general version, are all of these easily measurable or not?
It is. I'm actually going to exactly get back to this. But you're right that in this application, we are taking a particular parametric function because we cannot do completely non-parametric estimation of utility function and so on. All right, so just to sort of get to where we are going in terms of, what are the sort of concrete usefulness of our analysis. Here we are showing the deviation from Halton focal for the highway improvement. So again, this distribution is the deviation from Halt and Fogel across I think 700 different improvements of US highway network at the level of highway networks. So first observation is that it is negative, meaning that Halton's prediction overstates the welfare gains in general. But there's also a dispersion, which indicates that depending on which leg to improve, you get very biased results, and sometimes you don't get a very biased result. And using our framework, we are going to decompose this deviation into the technological externality term, which is basically the congestion externality. And this is one important driver of why you would overestimate if you solely rely on Halton Fogel's characterization. And this is something that Alan Akolakis highlighted in their paper. But as you can see, that this dispersion of marginal utility is actually going on the other side, and with some large heterogeneity as well. Physical externality is a little bit more concentrated around zero, but it still has dispersion. So this our approach allows us to sort of understand where our welfare gains are coming from.
Sorry, just to understand this graph, the distribution that's across all the locations that you're going to look at later, or what is the distribution?
Across links. So the exercise is we model highway networks, and we are going to improve each link one by one and get a welfare number for each experiment.
Nice.
And what I'm drawing is the distribution of this. Thanks for clarification. All right, so that's where we're going. So, any other questions? Yes.
Maybe you can talk about this later. So, what's the key distinction here between your model and or your method and the approximate methodology? Also use similar concepts.
Yes, I think the main difference is that yeah, you can sort of map to some of our terms to our framework. The main difference is that we're going to be particularly focusing on a spatial. So in their setup, they are typically thinking about agents economy, and they also don't unpack the reallocation terms. And here we are going to take a specific sort of type of model, which is a spatial equilibrium model, which also involves heterogeneous types of agents. And we're also going to unpack the reallocation terms in typical components that appear in a spatial equilibrium model. So I'm happy to answer specific questions if you have a comment after you see the formula, but that's kind of the broad answer to that question.
I just have a quick clarifying question. So
yes.
Suppose you have a spatial model but no migration, then you would have the same decomposition but not the physical externality. Is that basically right?
You're going to have no physical externality. You also don't get any technological externality as long as the technological externality is coming from the population, because you are of course studying data.
So you'd still have the marginal utility thing, the redistribution.
The marginal utility is also going to be absent because sorry, let me actually, I forgot the precise answer to that question. So let me actually get back to that. In our paper, we show that that's also a special case, like just a trade model without no migration is covered in our case. Although like that's.
I just wanted to know which ones like are not there of those 5 types of terms. But
yeah,
anyway.
yeah. Right, great. So let me set up the model. So we're going to be writing a relatively sort of general model, especially like dispensing a lot of parametric assumptions. So the notation could be a little bit abstract, but hopefully I can convince you that that's also nesting probably the types of spatial equilibrium models that you have worked on. So there are many locations indexed by INJ, and there are many household types indexed by theta. with mass of L beta. And they are endowed with a unit of labor and shares of fixed factors. And they are also going to draw idiosyncratic preferences over location. And based on that, they are going to decide where to live. Important thing to emphasize is that we are not going to make any parametric assumptions about idiosyncratic preference shocks. So it allows for any distribution function, it allows for any correlations. Many intermediate goods indexed by K. And
the epsilon are, so people of the same type have the same draws of epsilon or draw from the same distribution?
Same distribution of epsilon, different draws. Many intermediate goods indexed by K. So K can include goods, services, housing, traded amenities, and so on. Like so, any kinds of things that you can think about as sort of different services or goods can be put here. Final goods are going to be aggregated for each location and type. All right. So household site, household of type data with idiosyncratic preference epsilon. So this is potentially a different rows for different individual of the same type data. Derives utility from living in location J, where epsilon is additively separable preference shifters. We're going to be focusing on the additively separable case for the reasons that in this case the sort of notion of welfare is well defined, and I'm going to come back to why that is the case, and also what happens if you deviate from this case, in particular the multiplicative case with fresh air distribution, which is an alternative common assumption. This case, this model includes a special case of epsilon is equal to 0 for everyone, which is a Rosen-Rohrbeck model of preference shocks. Budget constraint is consumption expenditure is equal to waste plus T is that transfer. So it's the government transfers that potentially depends on the location, potentially depends on your type. And pi theta, which is the income from the shared the fixed factors. Yeah, so and this is not going to depend on the location because that's more like an asset that you have, and regardless of where you go, you get the same revenue. They're going to choose the location J that maximizes the utility, and importantly, they're going to choose the location that maximizes the level of utility. And I'm highlighting this level part because what is going to be crucial in one of our terms is that the marginal utility is not necessarily equalized. And that's one term that you're going to get because of this. All right, and mu J theta is the choice probability, and LJ theta is the population size of this particular type of individual. On the firm side, intermediate goods K is producing location 9 and sold in J, takes the following production function, where A is the productivity shifters. So this is specific to origin location, origin destination, and intermediate goods. So you can also think about this as including the trade costs as well. In a later application, we are going to actually show the trade cost. And this the production requires a set of labor, fixed factor, and intermediate goods that are coming from many different locations. There are many substrates, but these are not that important as long as you understand that these are pretty general production function. And the final goods in location J is an aggregation of intermediate goods. So something like housing can be one intermediate goods. Services are also another intermediate goods, and they aggregate depending on the different types. And TFP is subject to agglomeration externality, where there's an exogenous component and the component that could potentially depends on the local population size. And we are not going to make an assumption of inelastic form and so on, but we are going to define the the elasticity around the equilibrium using gamma. And another important thing is that we are, for now, we are just assuming that agglomeration externality comes from only the local population, but we can extend this to more general case where it potentially depends on population of other regions, or it potentially depends on the trade flows because of the congestion externalities and so on. And actually, this route-specific congestion is the feature of the Allen-Arkoudakis model, which we are going to be actually using as an extension. All right, so the equilibrium is standard. So there's non-labor income, which is the alpha theta is the share of that type theta households have for these factors. Government budget clears, so the transfer is going to be net zero. And then households optimize, markets optimize, markets clear. So, all right, so that's the basic setup. All right, so the last thing that I want to go over before explaining our main theoretical results is the definition of aggregate welfare. So we are going to define the aggregate welfare using the following social welfare function, which takes an arbitrary aggregation of the welfare specific to each type of household, where the welfare of each type of household is going to be the expected utility of this before taking a location choice. And another way of saying this is that we are going to be restricting the utilitarian social welfare function within a particular type there. And there are two ways to, so this is pretty much all the sort of in the application, this is how people typically define social welfare function. We haven't really seen any application that deviates from this assumption. But this assumption itself is not that trivial. So in the paper, we are going to provide two types of axiomatization that leads to this social welfare function. One is a very classic argument of Harsanyi, is that epsilon is like a birth lottery, something that when you are born, you are going to draw, and the social welfare function is sort of taking the stance of the under the veil of the ignorance. The second approach is more recent work by Eden, who views that epsilon is more like just a preference heterogeneity across different individuals, but impose axioms on the interpersonal comparisons across different types of individual indexed by epsilon. And I'm not gonna mention or get into details about what exactly these axioms are, because that's gonna take 30 minutes to explain what those are. But if you're curious, please look at the paper. Eden's paper looks that the axioms are pretty reasonable, at least to us. And another important useful results that Eden shows is that under these axioms, she shows that idiosyncratic shocks has to be also additive. Otherwise, you cannot construct a social welfare function that satisfies these axioms. And one intuition of that is if epsilon is not additively separable, it's unclear whose utility function you should be using to evaluate the social welfare, because within that type individual of type theta, depending on epsilon, different people make a different sort of trade-off between the consumption bundles across different locations. So that's the reason, part of the reason why we are focusing on the additively separable case. But again, I'm going to come back to the multiplicative separable pressure case, which is commonly assumed in the literature. Right, finally, we are going to assume the welfare weights as the local derivative of this social welfare function with respect to type theta's expected utility.
I'm just a little confused about what, I mean, if you take multiple cycle, you just take logs, graduate with the bottom, what's the big distinction between multiple simple and simple?
Yeah, so that if you, so in a positive sense, you can
I
always.
understand, but that's about the social worker function. So it's only about the social worker.
Yeah.
That has entered it, that's right.
So in a positive sense, you can always do that kind of transformation.
But if you have, you said that the multiplically acceptable only works if it's Frichet.
Yeah.
But if you do the standard case, but it's not Frichet, and then take logs, it sounds like it'd be fine.
No, that's not fine in the sense that that's going to, at least if you define the social welfare function in this way.
The standard case doesn't have a social worker. The standard case just like is a positive model.
Yeah, again, like if you're working, if your question is only about the positive implications, that's totally fine. But all I'm saying is that this model and the exponential transformation of this model could behave observably completely equivalent. But if you use the social welfare function as an expected utility, your normative conclusion is going to be different. Yes, yeah, happy to clarify if it's not clear there.
And the J, this is is it the J that's the choice of the agent?
Yeah, J is the choice of the agent. So each agent is choosing the.
So it's weird for it to be the maximum instead of social. Like if you force an agent to choose something that wasn't their maximum, you still want to evaluate their welfare according to what they do, not what their maximum could be.
Yes, that's true. And indeed, one of the things that Ellen is relying on is she wants to construct a social welfare function, even though agents are not as optimizing. And what her claim is basically that if you think of that space where agents can do any sort of non-optimal behavior, under that assumption, these axioms are going to imply that this is the social welfare function. So, is that clear? Happy to clarify if it's not clear later on. If that's okay.
Just a quick clarification, all the functions introduced in the social welfare, this curly W, but also before on the production function, you made 0 restrictions on these, right? There's not like because then like Bakaifa, you would have some kind of like a constant reference to scale or so you don't have any of this, right?
Yes, the only restriction that we actually have to impose, which we didn't write, is this aggregator has to be constant reference to scale. But other than that, all right, that would be general. All right, so let me get to the theoretical results. So in order to sort of characterize our theoretical result, we're going to define some math operators, which is going to be useful for our exposition. So this expectation of J given theta is the sort of the variable expectation of variable X across all locations within a type theta. And the covariance is going to be defined in a similar way within theta across different locations. Cross-sectional moments across household types is going to be an expectation of theta specific variable across all types of data, and covariance is defined similarly. Mu is the choice probability, location choice probability. Right, and what we are going to be thinking about is consider an arbitrary small shocks to either the productivity or transfers. And how does the aggregate welfare respond? So here's the main formula that we get. Again, there are 5 terms, and let me explain one by one. So the first term that we are labeling as technology is revenue price minus times quantity times the change of productivity, which is the halten. The second term is the changes in the dispersion of marginal utility. Okay, so again, this is going to arise because the marginal utility of $1, because we are remember that we are dividing prices, dividing the marginal utility by prices. So it's like a marginal utility of an income. It's different across different locations. And the reason why there's this dispersion is again because agents are making location choice based on the level of utility, but not based on the marginal utility. Yeah.
Just how to interpret this, because before at some point you were saying A, if you call it technology, you could also think of this as how you would add transport costs, because
yes.
IJs would be.
Yeah.
So I should think of this first term either as change the technology, but it would also incorporate kind of direct changes to kind of the transport network.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is actually we are writing this in a origin destination specific way. Right. So it's that transportation cost is nothing.
And Halton would have that as well, like.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly Halton. Okay. This is exactly Pompeu.
All right. Good.
So we are sort of characterizing the deviation from that.
Yeah.
Right, so we are explaining the I guess marginal utilities again. If this term is going to be positive if there's an increase in utility in places where there's a higher marginal utility of $1. And in order to there are several interesting cases in order to understand when this term is going to be absent. One case is that utility function is linear, but that's not enough. It has to be that the prices also have to be equalized, because in order for this term to be absent, what you need is the equalization of a marginal utility of $1, not a quantity. Okay, and the log case is also a special case that gives the equalization as well. But another interesting case is the Rosen-Robert case. So this is a case when epsilon is equal to 0. This is also the case when this term is going to be to disappear. And the reason is different from the linear utility. In this case, what happens is that indeed there is a dispersion of a marginal utility of $1 across locations, but the shocks are always going to shift that utility by the same amount. So even though there's dispersion of marginal utility, the shocks can never close this gap. So that's why this term is going to be 0. Okay. All right, the third term is the fiscal externality. With this term is going to be positive if population increases in a location which is the net taxpayer. So that's going to, again, as I explained earlier, it's going to relax the government budget constraint, and that's going to be why that contributes to the aggregate welfare. The fourth term is the technological externality. So if population moves to the location where the net agglomeration externality is higher, then it's going to be induce an extra welfare gains. One interesting comment is that constant elasticity of agglomeration externality doesn't imply that this term is 0, because there could be nominal differences in the nominal marginal product of a worker in a spatial equilibrium. And the last term is the redistribution. This is positive if utility increases overall for the types of households with relatively higher weights, welfare weights. So this is just redistribution of resources across different types of individuals.
The fourth term is 0 on the constant retention scale.
No, the constant, so that's what I said verbally here.
But the gamma is 0 on the constant.
So if you can kind of see that if gamma is equal to 0, there could be the difference. So if you think about there's just one type of worker and there's one type of goods, this is just basically wages. And so if, as long as there's the differences in the wages, even though the agglomeration externality itself is constant returns to scale, constant elasticity.
So I'm saying constant returns, so it's zero.
Constant elasticity. No, again, if this is gamma, this is constant. In a special case where there's no intermediate goods, there's only one type of worker. And
So
there's
just be
only
clear,
one type of goods.
I'm not saying constant elasticity, I'm saying constant returns to scale.
Oh, sorry, yeah, so constant returns to scale meaning
Gamma is zero.
Gamma is, sorry, yeah, then of course there's no externality, so there's no partner.
But that raises it, okay, I've seen this so many times that
Yeah, sorry.
So that kind of raises, like, where would I see a terms of trade externally in this form?
That's gonna be behind.
You know what I mean? It's like there's a shock in place, which is the relative price between. That would look a lot like in a classical.
I'll have to think about this, but it's probably going to be a combination of this and this. But let me confirm it.
Yeah, no, I was like that, but that's what I thought.
Yeah, but I'll confirm it and get back to you later.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This law, so where is the right weight or the reduced from EW? Is it in all the expectations?
Say what?
So where does the Pareto weight on different data?
Pareto weights across different data is here, and this is the only place where Pareto weights are going to enter. Yeah, so in that sense, we are sort of separating the redistributional implications from other reallocation implications within the same time.
Wouldn't it be a case that like the shock hits a place that places that the cares more? I mean the type that sort of cares more about resizing more. Wouldn't that show up in the two as well?
No, that's gonna be so again, like one assumption is that social welfare function only depends on data and it doesn't explicitly depend on location. So that's one. It matters because if there is a particular type of data and this type of data people like a particular location, then it's going to enter. But all of this is going to appear here. But if the social welfare function explicitly depends on the location, which is a little bit weird because it's like saying that social welfare function depends on the agent's choices, but still you can still think about it, and then there's going to be additional term, which is on top of these terms. All right, so that's our formula. And so beyond understanding where our sort of welfare numbers are coming from, our formula is also useful for the sort of understanding the measurement question, which you asked earlier. So here, we are sort of writing the decomposition formula in a way that we can sort of explicitly map to the equilibrium allocations. So that's the sense in which we can also talk about the measurement issues. So technology term itself is very easy to measure because, again, that's the point of the Halton point of focal, that you just have to know the baseline equilibrium straight flows times the changes in productivity. But what our analysis is indicating is that that's not enough. We need to know a little bit more. But our formula also clarifies what exactly you need. Okay, so what exactly do you need? You need to know the welfare weights, which is the more like a social welfare. So your sort of social welfare stance on your normative stance. And the baseline prices and baseline transfer. Allocation changes, so the changes of consumption in response to the product shocks or changes in the population in response to the shock. So in this sense, our formula is an ex post decomposition. And agglomeration externality and the marginal utility. And I guess the only sort of objects that is kind of hard to think about or not highlighted in the literature is this marginal utility. And we have a sort of section of the paper that we argue that this is actually, you can actually non-parametrically identify the dispersion of marginal utility building on the recent econometrics paper on the discrete choice. I'm not going to get into how you're going to be able to back this out, but the basic idea is that the location choice as in response to the consumption changes is going to be informative about the marginal utility differences. All right, so that's
sorry, on that last point, that I'm assuming requires additivity.
Yeah, exactly. So that requires additivity, and it's easy to see because as we are iterating, you can always take a monotone transformation of additively separable case, in which case, but if you do that, the marginal utility is going to be different. So this is strictly within the additively separable case, as you said. All right, so beyond establishing the measurement of welfare, the sources of the welfare gains, our formula is also useful to think about the design of the place-based policies. And again, we're going to be able to characterize the optimal spatial transfer policies. We can also study how this optimal spatial transfer policy is going to interact with the productivity shocks. So something like when the government can implement optimal spatial transfers, what is the optimal design of the infrastructure? It's going to be sort of something that you can extend this logic. So let me start with the first question, the optimal transfer. And this is kind of an immediate consequence of our formula, which is that, again, remember that our formula can take any changes of the productivity shocks, but also any changes of the spatial transfers. So let's think about just a perturbation of the transfers. The necessary condition for the optimal transfer being optimal is that it's not going to improve the aggregate welfare. So that extending that logic, it's immediate to get the optimal spatial transfer formula. Again, we're only going to think about the perturbation of transfer, so there's no changes in technological terms, and the condition is this being equal to 0. And if you reformulate this formula, you're going to get this formula, which characterizes the following trade-off. In the left-hand side, we are going to be characterizing the marginal benefit of transferring to location I. So how do we see this? If you make an additional transfer, you're going to increase the utility proportional to the marginal utility, but also subject to the prices, because $1 means less if the prices are higher. On the right-hand side is the marginal cost of transferring location to location I. So how do we see this? If you make a perturbate the consumption through transfers, it's going to induce the relocation of people. And if this relocation of people is going to generate fiscal externality through the government's budget, as well as the agglomeration externality. So equalizing this is going to be the optimal policy formula. And this is a strict generalization of some existing papers, Pascal and Gabe, to introduce a non-parametric mobility patterns by introducing a flexible form of its own Bailey, Chetty, and Lead to reach production economy, cross-regional trade, and technological action.
So just to make sure I understand it, so in this case, the only reason for having transfers is because of the external, not the agglomeration externality. If you didn't have the agglomeration externality, you would never want to.
So if there is no agglomeration externality, there's still a dispersion of marginal inequality.
Right.
So that's if there's no externality, then the transfer is going to basically try to equalize the marginal inequality as much as possible. But if you do it fully, then people are going to relocate to a particular location. So there's a sort of trade-off between incentive versus efficiency. Right. So and the second implication is that when there's optimal transfer is implemented, what is the impact of a technological shocks? And this is also immediate to see that because the transfers are going to equate all of these terms as a sum around the equilibrium, the only remaining term is going to be this term. So as a consequence, we are going to get the implication that when the optimal spatial policy is implemented, the only thing that you have to know to evaluate the technological change is this Halton's term. And a couple of implications. There are sort of many applied papers that show that when undertaking, thinking about a particular shock, such as transportation infrastructure, they deviate from Halton. And what this implies is that spatial transfers, they don't either consider any spatial transfers or spatial transfers that they consider is not optimal. And another implication, again, as I emphasize, is that the design of infrastructure is simple if government can simultaneously use that tool to implement the optimal spatial transfers. Let me skip this part, but we also characterize let me just finish this. We also characterize the changes in the aggregate output instead of aggregate welfare. There is sort of differences and similarities, but it's also not going to deviate from Halton, partly because the physical externality, technological externality. But on top of that, there is what we are calling as compensating differential. This term arises because people are not going to care about output when they make location choices, they care about utility. So that creates a sort of gap between the aggregate output and aggregate welfare. All right, yeah.
You go back 2 slides. Yeah, here. That last bullet point. I mean, it's simple once you have the transfers, but if getting the transfers is hard because of the previous step, then I don't know, is that really a...
Yeah, so you're right that if you're a researcher and you're trying to determine the optimal transfers, you need to sort of solve this, which requires to know some of the externality parameters. But still, you can think that it may be crazy, but you think that the government is having some right social welfare function in mind, and they are all doing the right spatial transfers. Then you can say that this is the only term that you have to clear. So yeah, the assumption that the government is doing these things optimally is of course controversial, but if you believe that, this is what you can do.
Another way I was thinking is if you try and calculate the optimal infrastructure directly, in some sense, if you don't use the spatial transfers, then maybe that is harder to do than using the spatial transfers, using your formula. They're obviously equivalent, but maybe the steps are simpler or something.
Yeah,
Is that one way to motivate it?
Yeah, if if again, like if the optimal transfer is not implemented, you kind of generally need to know all of these terms.
Are there always Pareto weights?
In general, no, and the reason is that again, we are sort of our construction of the Pareto weights is type specific, but there could be a reason. So you cannot rationalize if a particular location and particular type is receiving a lot of transfers.
What was the question? Is there always a Pareto weights that you can equilibrium in this model? So
yeah, unless you introduce the deviate from our social welfare function to allow the Pareto weights to explicitly depend on the location, you cannot rationalize fully that optimal, fully the observed transfers as optimal. All right, so let me not get into too much about this.
You got 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I might actually use all of this term, sorry. But so in the paper, we discussed a lot of extensions, several considerations that have been discussed. But one thing that I want to highlight is the case with multiplicative idiosyncratic location preferences. And it turns out that, again, because the marginal utility is not going to be invariant to the monotone transformation, in general, the normative implication is going to change for multiplicative case and additive case, even though they are completely observably equivalent. The only exception is this preference shocks are following Frechet distribution, which is fortunately when the common assumption that people make. And in this case, it just happens to be that both the positive implication is obvious because it's just a monotone transformation utility function, but also the normative implication is also going to be isomorphic to the log transformation of this. And this is coming from a particular feature of this the Frechet distribution, which where the selection effects of the epsilon on the marginal utility is going to sort of imply that regardless of where you are located, the marginal utility is going to be the same as the actively separable case. So fortunately, for most of the cases that we are working with, we are sort of we sort of have a well-defined welfare notion in the applications. And in the paper, we discuss other extensions, shocks to amenity externalities, some deviation of the welfare function from what we discussed, general spillovers and so on. All right, so but let me sort of spend maybe 7 minutes or so for the applications. So again, we are going to do the application of understanding, unpacking the welfare gains from US highway network improvement. And in order to do so, we are going to build on Allen Narkolakis' recent paper. I'm not going to repeat this model, but the key elements of this model is the route choice and shipment congestion with a similar style of model as Eaton Quorum. So if there's particular routes where there's a lot of shipments, that's going to sort of slow down the traffic and it's going to be more costly. So that's a technological externality. Single type agent, so there's no redistribution, and there's agglomeration, a local agglomeration externality as well. So we're going to extend based on our framework that we kind of have highlighted in their model in 2 ways. One is to allow for CRA utility function instead of log, and because marginal utility is going to be a key. We are going to estimate the curvature of the utility function using the GMM and shift share IV Bartik type of idea. What we get is actually not that far from log, and also this nu is equal to 3 implies that so rho is equal to 1 means log. So it's pretty close to log actually. So it turns out that the estimated parameters are not that different from what Allen Arkolakis uses. It's just a coincidence, but that's seems to be the case. And we also introduce all spatial transfers across location, which they abstract because that's one of the important sources of welfare changes. So our exercise is we are going to calibrate to 200 CBSAs and improve each link and get the welfare effects for each link for a 1% reduction of the transportation cost. Right, so here what we are showing is that on the x-axis is that Houghton's prediction, so the first term, the technology term, and the y-axis is the welfare changes using the full model.
Okay, so wait, sorry.
Yeah, no.
But was Allen and the trended costs paper, were they like looking at Holt's formula too, or they're just using the structure of their model?
Yeah, they just they don't look at Houghton's result.
They were just using the structure.
Yeah, exactly.
So then you're gonna do like, well, I have a different, not log, but similar structure and compare versus Holt.
Yes, yeah. And as I said, spatial transfer is going to matter quite to some extent because they don't have this at all. But the CRA utility function doesn't do a lot because again, the estimates turns out to be very similar to what they are using their specification is rho is 1.
So like the positive stuff, the curvature isn't affecting positive stuff. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that we thought we introduced a flexible curvature. We estimated these parameters using a shift-share IB design. We got something relatively close to log. So relaxing the first part is not going to be a much deviation from Allen Arkolakis model.
I see.
Okay. Yeah. So our numbers are not going to be that different, even if you actually use the rho and nu, which is what they use. Yes.
So just because I didn't understand, I thought your exercise is not to say Allen Arkolakis is wrong. Your exercise is to say Houghton is wrong, no? And you just use Allen Arkolakis to show because then now you have the full structure and you can compute everything.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, but we are also extending this because we highlighted that these are important ones. Yeah, our point is not to reject what they do at all. All right, so what we're showing here is that Houghton tend to over predict because that it's much almost all the points are below 45-degree line. And I think I probably have to stop here. Again, what I showed in the previous figure is that Houghton predicts over predicts the shocks. So here we are looking at the deviation of the welfare gains from the full model divided by the technology term. It's negative, but there's a dispersion. And we want to understand where this is coming from. One is this blue thing, which is the technological externality term. And basically this is coming from their shipment congestion externality. And if you read their paper, this is their focus. They also claim that shipment congestion externality is important to understand the heterogeneous welfare gains. The way they do it is just use the whole model, simulate the baseline model, and also simulate the model shutting down the shipment congestion externality, and they show that they are effective. Here we are sort of doing a more straightforward decomposition of how much this margin matters. In any case, this is also driving the heterogeneous welfare effects, but there are also two additional terms that are relevant for the welfare changes. One is the marginal utility dispersion, which is on average positive, but also has a sort of high dispersion. And the physical externality term is also centered around 0, but also has some variances. So these two terms are also contributing to the welfare gains from US highway network improvement. Yeah, so I'm not gonna. This is basically the same point. A couple of interesting points here is that the shipment congestion externality is very important, but the localized agglomeration externality is not that important. So that's, you know, in the spatial literature, we highlight a lot about the localized spillovers, but this term is not, doesn't look that relevant to think about the welfare gains from this particular context. I think I have to stop here. So we also try to decompose where, you know, what are the sort of covariates of the location characteristics that, you know, derive the heterogeneous welfare gains. We find, for example, that places where, you know, net transfer rates are lower, the welfare gains, the deviation from Halton is larger. And this is coming from the fact that these locations, consumption is low, marginal utility is high. And these locations, they are receiving a lot of transfers. So it's also going to contribute to the changes in the government budget proportion. All right, so let me just finish for the sake of time. So what have we done in this paper? We provided a theory to unpack the sources of welfare gains and losses in a spatial economy, non-parametric formula to demonstrate when and how it matters, optimal spatial transfers, application to US highway networks, large deviation from Halton Waugh, MU dispersion, marginal utility dispersions, and physical externalities, which people don't emphasize in the application in the spatial equilibrium model. It seems to be also relevant beyond the externalities that people typically talk about. And many other applications, and we're also working on a paper about the dynamic context, assessing the dynamic environment. All right, thank you very much. Sorry for
You know, you got to explain the work.
You just scan it with your phone.
What is it?
And up on the website with all the material. What is this? You can download this. No, well, you can download the material, yes. You have the R package that makes the pictures, you have all of that stuff. Okay, so thanks a lot everyone for being here and for putting the paper on the program. Strong work with Nicola Cavessi and with Martin James at the University of Barcelona. So here's how I motivate the paper, which I think is fairly intuitive. So you have an old map of Reims. Reims is a city outside of Paris, 1 hour by high-speed train nowadays. The map shows, it's an old military map, it's called the Carte d'État-Major. The French were very good with military maps because they had a lot of military operations. So that map shows you, well, the texture shows you, the coloring shows you the land use. So brownish means agricultural land use, red shapes are buildings. You see transportation networks, this is a railway line, and so on. Okay, so this is an old map, around in 1866. Now I want to overlay this with what the city looks like nowadays. And that's going to be everything that is pinkish, so light or dark pink. So everything that is at this shade is called a building nowadays. So you see, well, of course, the city grew. You expect that, there's nothing crazy about this. That's just what it looks like. What's more interesting is if I change what was below this pink shade, if I change the background. So let me move forward the background a few years. This is 1950 in the background, an aerial photograph. And there you see that whatever is a building nowadays, here, there, clearly used to be agricultural land. You can see that at the shape of the plots, right? These are agricultural fields that then became converted into houses, basically. And so the theme of the paper is that as you do this, as the city eats up the space that surrounds it,
That space used to have a certain land use, and we convert it, and that conversion is subject to certain constraints. In particular, there's a price. Okay, so that parcel of land has a price. The price is very high. You can imagine that the ability to convert it into city space is lower than if the price is low. And so here in this conference, I'm not going to have a hard time to convince you that the price of land over a very long run changed a lot. Yeah, France went through a structural transformation, and I'll show you that the price of this land dropped dramatically, which led to a certain process of how these cities can grow. Okay, so that's going to be the theme of the paper. So let's talk a little bit more about Reims. So Reims is this one city. We'll talk about all cities in France, but I'll just take that as an example. Population in Reims grew, of course, over this long time period. It grew by a bit less than 3 times. Area grew more than 15 times in Reims. So it grew much more, much faster than population. As a result, the urban density, so number of people per square kilometer, fell a lot, fell by a factor of 7 in this example of Reims, and we'll see that that is a general result. Okay, so now let's put this together with structural change. We all know that. In the beginning, many people worked in agriculture, very few nowadays. We saw that the urban surface increased a lot, density fell. Why is this happening? It's not obvious if you think about it. Okay, and so we'll propose a theory to you where this would come. Okay, so why? Why do we think about this? There's 2 different ways to think about this, I think. One is an urban economics view, sort of the standard view, which will tell you that cities grow because there's technological change, progress in the widest sense. In particular, there's transport technology that improves. So you have a road network, you have a car, and you have a railway. You can build a bigger city because you can have workers that live farther away, and you can shuttle them to work. So that's the, let's say, the traditional view. What we'll try to propose is a complementary view, which says, well, yes, but over the long run, there's also structural change happening. You cannot really ignore that. So what's going on? In the beginning, we have a food subsistence constraint. So, which means land values are very high. You're struggling to put enough calories on the table. You don't have enough income to buy a large house. If you don't have a large house in the suburbs, you don't actually care about commuting there. So if I build a train for you, you won't be able to afford it because where do you go? Okay? So that's the starting point. Then there's a period of transition where productivity, and in particular agricultural productivity, increases a lot, solves our food problem, land values drop, and the city can easily accommodate our larger housing demand. As we go richer, we want bigger houses, and urban density will fall over this period. Then at some point it will stop. The process slows down and the density stops falling. I'll show you all of that with data. So our aim is to reconcile those two. It's not the case that this is wrong and this is right, but I'll try to show you that you need both of those mechanisms. That if you only have the traditional view, you will build a city that is really counterfactual. Okay, so that's kind of the aim of the paper. Okay, so let me preview the mechanism. So I'll do that once and twice, and then hopefully we'll all be on board with it at the end. So here, that's how we think about it. In the early period, we have very scarce land. It's very high price, high value farmland. Always, obviously, over income. So with respect to income, land value is very high. We have the food problem. We have small houses. We don't care about commuting because our urban wage is low. So we have very small and walkable cities. These are super dense cities where you can basically walk everywhere. Then there's this transition period where productivity and income increases, we get rid of the food problem, farmland gets more abundant, we free this up, cities can grow. Opportunity cost of time is increasing because now we're richer and we want to have faster commutes. We don't want to spend all day walking or getting slow commutes, so we demand those. And cities get very large in area and much less dense. So the crucial thing for the housing literature is this last part is that land values don't increase so much over that period, which is a puzzle. There's a literature that I'll point to where we found this is kind of strange. So we have a way to explain that, why prices don't rise very fast over this transition period. And then in the end, the whole thing wears out. Nowadays, you cannot reallocate anymore. You because you've reached basically the next equilibrium with this model, and so everything stops, and we're in 2025. And land prices will increase at this point. Okay, so this goes together with this sentence. At some point, land prices do increase a lot when the reallocation stops. Okay, so why do we want to do this? Why is this important? Okay, well, we want to have a theory of price determination over space in the long run for obvious reasons. We want to understand sprawling. So how big should the city be? And what are the welfare impacts? Is sprawling excessive in some sense, and all of these things? So we look at commuting costs. How do they impact the welfare calculus? So we try to have a tool that is useful for city planning, also in a developing context. So maybe we'll have time to talk about that a little bit. Okay, literature. So obviously, we're not reinventing the wheel. Many people have thought about this. What's the value of land, and so on. So there's a clearly very traditional sort of box of literature. So again, we don't invent anything here. We just put it together in a sort of novel way, I think, which is the value added. So there's some literature here in the structural change community, which is kind of close to what we do. But for example, the paper by Eckert and Peters, they don't look inside the city, like how does the city exactly look like? How does density evolve? So that's our value added to these. So you can point to each of those and say what is slightly different. But our main value, I think, is to put those three literatures together and take off-the-shelf methods from each. So it's really simple, as you will see. Okay, spend too much time here. So I'll show you some facts. We have a lot of data, novel and nice, and I hope people would use it afterwards. Then I'll show you a theory, and then I'll show you how the model works. Okay, so we have four sources of data, four large sources of data: land use and employment. So how are these things allocated across sectors? How do you spend? So these are sort of standard data sources. The Toutain is a great source for France. It's a big book, has a lot of information. We measure the expansion of cities ourselves. So this is something we contribute, I would say. And we have data on land and house prices. So let me start with the first thing, the structural change standard thing, which is that you have employment which gets reallocated from one sector, which is here, culture, to another. So, well, that's the labor share in agriculture. It drops to almost 2%. Maybe less known is that you also reallocate land as you go through this. So here is land used in France, 65% goes down to 53%, let's say. You see they have similar shapes, these processes. There's sort of a time translation, if you don't know much about. What is noteworthy is that France, until very late in the European context, has been an agricultural country. You see these shares are very high until very late, much later than other European. Okay, but of course there's a period when this falls very fast. After the 50s, there's a huge transformation going on.
So what's land? Is that like all land in France? Or is that like some fraction of land that's moved?
Yes.
What's the base under?
Yeah, that's a very good question and a very complicated one. Because in the statistics, so we'll try to be very careful here, because in the statistics, the amount of usable land is not constant. So they shift definitions. There are certain areas which you cannot use even for pasture, because there's rocks and stuff like that. In some years they put them in, in some years they put them out. So it's a bit of a, we try to be very consistent, but yes, we would call these all usable land.
And you're trying to take care of some extensive market.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yes. Sure.
How do you think about population growth in this setup? So, I mean, I guess in some countries it's huge. I just looked it up in France, but it's not even that huge as I expected, but still it's like a threefold increase between 17th century France and today.
Sure. Yes.
This because I guess this left hand very like this is kind of something to it's a bit hard to interpret this as if kind of the overall population just tripled.
So this is the share of employment in each year. So you're saying
in 1870, there's fewer people overall than in 2010, less. I'm just saying, yeah, but the share of those working in agriculture is much lower in 2010.
No, this I'm fine with. I think it's just the share of land in agriculture, like how much land you use overall is kind of less good to interpret
Sure.
if the population changed dramatically.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, it could be. There's many things that are going on there, you're right. But you know, we'll talk about that. So why is this line falling at all? And so on. Okay, that's a good point. Of course, there's progress in technology. Okay, good. So now let's talk about cities. So over the same time period, cities change. There's urban population, which is the red line, which increases. So we normalize this to 1, so you can see how that grows. Urban population goes from 1 to 4. This is a log scale. And the urban area goes from 1 to this is almost 32. So urban area grows by a factor of 8 more than urban population. Okay, so that's, to me, that was new. So area grows much faster. Cities get very, very wide as they grow in this context. This is the top 100 cities in France. And I'll show you evidence that that's not a French phenomenon, actually. So this is a worldwide phenomenon, and I thought I didn't know that. So that's quite interesting. So what's going on? Here's how we measure that. So we need to construct urban area ourselves. You can't just take the political boundaries of cities, particularly not nowadays. Early on, you can do that. So in 1866, you've seen on this map, you know the walls of the city. So the city goes until there. It's not ambiguous. It's easy to measure, and you know how many people live there. We do the same in 1950. It starts getting a bit difficult in Paris, but you can still do it. And later on, there's 4 time points where we use satellite data and an algorithm that we instruct to measure the city in a conservative kind of way. It's illustrated here. So this is Bordeaux in 4 years, in 4 periods, these 4 periods. And you would just, from the satellite measures, you just get for each of those pixels, which is 250 by 250 meters, you get the fraction of built up area goes from 0 to 100. So if it's 100, it's fully built up. If it's 0, it's completely green. And then you will, you choose a cutoff. You say, okay, I say this is part of the city versus not, and so on. Okay, so this is how we measure the area of the city and the population, because that gives you also how many people live in each for itself. Okay, and then when you have this, you have population of area, you can finally compute urban density. So you just divide one by the other, and you get this picture, which is striking, because you see that for the average French city, urban density was more than 30,000 people per square kilometer, and then it falls over this long period. It falls very fast after the 50s, and then it gets flat. Okay, so this is a very striking figure. And we'll try to explain that with a model that I'll show you in a few slides. First, let me go into one city. There's one city where we can go inside the city because we know the geography back in time. Unfortunately, there's only one city. Of course, it's Paris because you can clearly see, central Paris used to be the first 6 arrondissements. So that's why you can know that. And the striking thing here is that you might think, I don't know what you might think, but it could be that the center is not falling density. Well, it's clearly not the case. So even in the center of Paris, density is falling. So you have fewer people in bigger houses and so on. All of these things, population growth, you have fewer kids, and all this stuff is happening, which is driving that, but still, it's kind of surprising that this falls. That's the first thing. The second thing, which is really surprising, is that the red line, which is aggregate Paris, looks like the entire country. So this picture tells you the way you build this city is that you have this city and you take people from the center and you build a ring out, which is less dense and less dense and less dense, and that's how you keep going. The fringe is always less dense than the center. Okay, so the city, as you go out, becomes less and less dense. And that's one moment that you need our theory to explain that. The standard theory in the urban literature is not going to build that city. It's going to build a city where the fringe is very dense. Okay? Because they don't think about this extensive margin where you can go out with a city boundary. Okay, so let me just quickly, I promised the world view, so let me just quickly go there. This is a nice work by Angel and others, and they look at a sample of big cities in the world. And they compare density in 1990 to density in 2015, and you see, well, they're almost all below the 45-degree line, and so basically illustrating that indeed cities become less dense as they grow. Okay, and go back. Final thing, well, next to final thing in terms of data. So how can you now relate density to some characteristics of the city? Urban population is very well known. Bigger cities are denser, it's kind of common knowledge. So you can see that here the biggest city is the densest city. And that's going to be true in any cross section that you look at. So in the year 2000, you look back in the first year, last year. This is a very stable fact. What is kind of less well known, maybe, is that the price of land, agricultural land, outside the city has the same, it's not the same slope, but the same sort of sign for sure. So if the price of land outside the city is high, density is high. Okay, so we will try and work on this part. We try to show you why this is happening, and I think it's intuitive. So if you can push out as much, you will go more up, basically, and we will look at it. Okay, so we'll show you this. And
how do I think about the reverse causality? But I mean, the land next to Paris,
yes,
the agriculture land next to Paris,
yes,
is really valuable.
Sure.
Paris.
Yeah, no, it's a difficult question. So yes, you need to think a lot about it. Try to do it. Of course, the land next to Paris has an option value because at some point it will be Paris, so I'm going to sell it and so on. There's a lot of measurement issues. We'll try to address that. Yes, good point. Okay, so final thing about data is value. I told you that already. So in the left panel, you see the share of land value in GDP in aggregate. So the red line is both housing and agricultural land together. And so while we started off at 600% of GDP, so a lot, big amount, then this drops all of this period until maybe here it's flat, 1950, after which the housing component starts to shoot up again. Okay, so we are here now. You see that the value of agricultural land stayed very, very low compared to what it used to be before. And related to the red line is this line, which is a real house price index for France, which is taken from this very nice paper by Knoll and others, who draw this picture for a bunch of OECD countries that almost all look the same, which made them they had a word for this phenomenon. They call it the hockey stick. So it's basically flat for a very long time, and then it shoots up quite a lot. And there's been a literature developing around how do you explain this. There's a few papers out there, and so we have another explanation. Which is, I'll show you that, it's very simple in our model. There's going to be a period here, there's a lot of structural change. You can push out the city very, very far. Prices don't increase. At some point, reallocation stops. And your increases in income, they will now feed into an increase in prices. Okay, so it's not the main output of our paper, but we think it's a nice side product.
How about the land price for agricultural land?
Yeah.
That's also rising.
No, it's falling. It's falling a lot.
In terms of share, I think it's, but in terms of the price per acre, it's rising in the US since 1930, the same in France, and almost all in Europe.
Well, so over income is not.
Over income is not, but yeah, but
sure.
But the inflation adjusted price is rising.
Yes. So you mean the relative price, it's rising relative to the other stuff in the economy or not?
No, both the absolute price and also the price relative to the consumption deflator is double price.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we'll look at everything over income. So as a share of like the green line. And I'm not so sure whether I've seen that in France. So you will have to show me the data that supports that. So my prior was, I'll show you some data where you can see that this price is falling quite a lot. So there it depends a lot what you actually call agricultural land, I think. But that's interesting. So we should look at that. Okay. Any questions about data? Enough. Okay. So let's talk about a model which has a very simple spatial setup illustrated here for 4 regions. So this will be our model of France, just there will be more regions. So the black circle is the total area available in a particular region. The dot in the middle is called the central business district, so where all jobs are, is a monocentric model. The red circle is the fringe of that particular city, so that's how big that city is. The red stuff is the area of that particular city. And the brown shading is the rural area of that region, not the city. Okay, and so you can already see from that all of these things is nice because all of these things are data. So the model will have to color the regions in the right way, and it will also have to say how many people live there. So that's the more complicated part, because we will want to match the density of each place in the right. Okay, so more more formal, there's K regions. Each has a circular shape. They have different productivities in two sectors, R and U, rural and urban. At the center is a city, one city. These sectors differ by the intensity with which they use land. You can either do agriculture or housing, nothing else, and this land supply is fixed. There's commuting costs if you live in the city. And the whole thing is driven by increases in productivity and monothetic preferences for the rural, just say food to the rural. Okay, so setup is really simple. Productivity in output in urban is just, it depends just on labor for now, and this productivity shift. You can add land here, it doesn't change anything. So for now we leave it away. In the rural goods, similar, there's a Cobb-Douglas, you can have a CS here, doesn't change much. Important numbers are the red ones, so these productivity shifters. Yes, okay, so there's some land developers who will produce housing space by taking units of land. It's a production function. Preferences, again, standard. So there's a composite utility function here. C. There's a non-homotheticity between rural and urban goods. So C is the subsistence level. Underscore S is the initial endowment of the urban goods. So rural good consumption, urban good consumption, and H is housing consumption. So it's nested like that, and here's your standard budget constraint, where this is the relative price of food, and this is the numeraire, that's the unit price of housing, and that's your income, and that's interest payments or rental income per capita. You see everything is indexed by L because everything depends on location. So yes.
So just clarification. So when you say location L, location L is the region, or location L is urban, rural within the region?
No, I'll show you. So it's a point. We'll get to that. Okay. So urban wage is simple. It's just the marginal product. Rural wage, similar, just the marginal product. You see, it depends on this ratio. Land to labor in the rural sector in region K. Same for this is the value of land. It's just the first order condition of the farmer with respect to land use. Again, depends on this ratio. So this ratio is going to be important because it changes over time by the way you reallocate workers and land. This changes and sometimes it stops changing. Okay, let's leave it there. So space, so very good. So this is a spatial equilibrium model where utility is the same everywhere. In each region, in each location, in each region, everywhere. So that buys you a lot. So you just look at one of those circles and look at one radius. That's what's drawn here. So this is the center of the circle. That's the ray that goes out to the radius of the circle, just one line. Everything's symmetric, so you can just look at one line. So if you live in the center, everything is produced here. So that's it. You earn the wage that's there, which is WUK, which is the same as not commuting anything at position 0. You can reside anywhere you want. If you live in the city, you have to commute. Commuting is costly. There's a cost you pay, and your net wage is just the difference. So that's this line here. If you live further away, your wage is lower. You can think of this as utility or money. It doesn't change at all. If you live in the countryside, in the rural area, you do not work in the city. You work on the field. So here you live here, and you work where you live. You don't have to commute. Here you commute. You're a commuter. You go from here to there. So you can see that the size of the city is endogenous. Okay, so 5K is the size of the city. You can clearly see how that works. If the wage, the compensation in the rural sector changes, that goes up. in this partial equilibrium sense, the city will become smaller. Okay, so now obviously everything moves here, and this is going to be many regions and so on, but that's the basic mechanism of city size. Okay, commuting costs. So I told you there's commuting costs. It's very important, this element. So we spent some time. Commuters choose how to commute in this model. The way they choose depends on how much they can earn in the city and where they live. And as this wage goes up, they want to commute faster. We think that's an important thing, and so that's why we build it in. We end up with this function. This is the commuting cost function, which is micro-founded. So this is the result of an optimization problem. If you don't like that, for various reasons, we don't need that. Okay, so the only thing we need is that this number declines over time in a certain kind of way. So for us, we have a theory that tells you it should look like that, but that's not. We think that's not great, then you don't have this. Our theory tells us that this depends on the urban wage and where you live in the city. And the important numbers are those two elasticities, which have to be smaller than 1, because this cost has to be concave. Okay, otherwise the whole thing doesn't work. And so it's in line with evidence we have, and indeed we measure those two numbers in the data, and they're significantly smaller than 1. Okay, location sorting. Again, we said it's a spatial equilibrium, so it's easy. Utility is the same everywhere, so you can back out the house price function and so on. So this is let's not spend too much time on this. The main condition that falls out of this is this one. It tells you that at the fringe of the city, where the city ends, there's an indifference. So this is the wage of the rural worker. This is the wage of the last urban worker, and they're the same. And you can just write it like this. This is the central worker's wage minus the maximum commuting cost. So it just gives you another theory for an agricultural productivity gap. So this just tells you, well, in the rural sector, they earn less because there's a commuting friction in the urban sector. You just need this number. You don't need much other theory like selection or human capital and so on. Okay, good. Let's finish this. So then there's a land developer sector. They buy the numeric good and build houses. There's an arbitrage in land use as well. So this is the land use, the land value. This is the first order condition I told you, and this illustrates how you can get this hockey stick. So this number can stay flat for a long time, even if that goes up. So this is rural productivity going up. First of all, the relative price falls all the time as this keeps going. And secondly, this ratio falls off over the transformation period, and then it stops. When this stops adjusting, this goes up, this goes up. So this is how you get the hockey stick in this set. Okay, then we clear the land market, clear the labor market, and you define land rents. This means that you basically need to fill these boxes with the right number of people. That's the name of the game. That's what the model is going to try and do. Yeah.
Can I just double check? So
Sure.
workers can move between rural and urban, but they're also allowed to move between different regions?
Everywhere, yes.
Okay.
Different regions, different locations within the
So
region.
that will also cause that some hubs like Paris will be a lot bigger than others.
So your question is whether commuting costs, whether moving costs play a role?
Yeah.
So of course they do play a role. We think there are moving costs. We think for over this very long run horizon, they're not so important. We think about 200 years or so. But you're right. So for us, we cannot have moving costs because that will make the whole thing attractive. Okay. Good. So let me move to some results, which are split into two parts. One is going to be a toy economy with only 4 regions, and another one is going to be the full model where we try to replicate France. Okay, so the 4 region stuff needs some explanation first. First of all, here's how we think about productivity. In sector S, region K, time T. So there's 2 sectors, as you know, U and R. They both have a aggregate component. So this is, aggregate productivity in each sector, and then there's going to be a regional shifter, this superscript K, which we need to make cities different. So cities will follow the aggregate trend, but a bit faster or a bit lower. And they have a mean of 1. So if you aggregate over this thing, you get the aggregate city, which we have in the data. So we always show you aggregate city versus aggregate model in some respects. Okay, so what I'll do now, I'll take this and I'll fix it to a constant growth process so this grows nicely. There will be no wiggles. It's going to be very nice to look at. Then I'll estimate that from the data, many wiggles, not so nice. And I'll create 4 cities by making this number high or low. Okay, so you have the high U city, the high R city, and so on. It'll be pretty easy to see, I think. And then I'll aggregate those 4 cities up such that I can show the aggregate city that comes out of this, okay, or the country. Okay. So here is the labor share in this artificial country. These are 4 lines which I aggregate up to 1. This is falling, it starts at about 63%, it goes to about very low number. Okay, so this is what we want to see. This is great. Here's the spending share. Spending share of different categories. We want that the spending share of food is falling, yellow is increasing, sort of in this magnitude. The relative price of food is falling. Okay, this is good. That's what we want. So this is standard structural change outputs. Now let me show how city development follows along while this is happening, which is going to be here. So first of all, we see this plot where we see how urban area and population grow. We saw that in the data, so that's how it should look like. The magnitudes are not correct, so this should be 4 and not 3, or maybe it is 4, I don't know. But this is too big, so the urban area gets too big. So it's obviously wrongly calibrated, but that's not the point. So qualitatively, this is good. Spending share, this is urban density. So urban density should fall everywhere. On average, it should also fall in the center, as we've seen in Paris, and it should fall most at the fringe. So this way of city building is correct, it's corresponding to the data. And finally, we have this plot of which sector gets which part of land rents, and that should look like this, reminiscent of this Piketty plot. Rural land rents should fall, urban rents should increase over time as this process goes along. Okay. So on aggregate, we're kind of happy with this. So let me now show you in this 4-city model how we can identify, well, how the model is identified basically. Okay, so which is interesting. So let's look at this. So we have 4 cities now. I'm not going to aggregate over those, but here you have these 4 cities: low rural, low urban, high urban. Okay. Here's how urban population evolves. It's sort of intuitive. Given that theta u in the aggregate keeps increasing, all cities grow. You see? Well, all cities get bigger. But the speed at which you get bigger is clearly different. If you're the highest urban productive city, you'll grow the most. So you're this line. You can see that if you're the lowest urban productive city, you grow least in terms of population. Whether you are high or low rural doesn't matter. You're in the middle. Okay? So this is going to pin down how many people are in which city. This burden here. This number for each of those case cities is going to make this picture. At the same time, you see that urban density falls over in general. So in aggregate, this falls. In the time series, in the cross section, it's always true that the highest productive city in urban terms is the densest. So we've seen that. So you see there's this tension between what happens in the cross section and what happens in the time series. In the cross section, yes, the most productive city and the biggest city in terms of population is the densest, but over time they all fall and become less dense. And so on. So this is how you can use this model to be identified from the data. You see here rural employment share. So this is kind of the flip side of that. You can see whether you have high or low productivity, which sector is going to move these curves up and down in the corresponding way. And this is going to identify.
Sure. Can you like that picture earlier with the urban?
Want me to go back?
That urban way back.
Oh, way back. Well,
The urban picture with the fringe and then the agriculture. And then I want to see how the model is working in terms of that picture.
Yes.
Like you have the commuting costs decline, that curve is getting flatter, I guess, because commuting.
So I don't know
costs
which
are
one you
declining.
mean now, actually.
W minus T.
Let's see.
This one, yeah.
This
So
one.
the commuting cost line is getting flatter.
Yes.
The rural agriculture is getting more productive, so that line is shifting up, but with non-homothetic preferences, you don't need as many people, so that phi k is moving to the right. Is that the idea?
So this picture is only helpful if you think very partial equilibrium. Okay, so I don't want you to think too much about it because you'll have one of those for each city K. Okay, so you have the.
Okay, so you can't tell the story without GE.
No, that's exactly the point.
I mean, you have the W still rising in this case with the.
Everywhere, exactly right. so I like
Okay.
that. So everywhere in the whole country will make WRK go up over time, slowly. So in the cross, in the time series, that's what we see. The labor share is falling everywhere. But then within each period, we see, well, there's one city that gets a big shock. And something totally different happens there. And the something totally different is what I showed you here. Density will increase in that city, for example. Okay, so there's a big disconnect between global and local shocks. Okay, so let me quickly go back, hold this thought for a second. So here, you can see the rural share is increasing everywhere. But if you are for example, the high urban productive city, it drops most for you. Because you don't need those rural workers at all. It's fine for you to have them anywhere else. You'll specialize in urban stuff. So that's, in the data we see these lines. So we can fit these theta, whether you're high or low, we can directly pin that to the data. Yeah.
Two quick questions. First, in this model, everything is static, right? It's just static, right? It's just like a sequence of
That's right.
static equilibrium.
Yes.
The second thing, right now in this calibration, there's no population change, right? You keep total population.
Not
change.
here, exactly right.
In the quantitative one, you have it or no?
Yes,
Oh.
yes, very important.
Yeah,
Because
that's what I was wondering.
it gives us a boost.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
helps
that's
us.
what I was
Yeah.
wondering.
No, here not. And so here you can see, for example, this upward thing, this is the rural land rent, it goes up, it has this U shape, that's because there's no population growth.
Right.
Okay, so this is looks a bit weird. Okay, so all right, let's finish that. Let me move to the full model and then try to talk about some results.
Except you're also shocking the community cost, and why does it matter?
So
It sounds like the urban area expansion and
yes,
population increase to a less extent.
yes.
So
No, so this the way. Don't think about shocking the community cost, but it's obvious if you look at this that community costs must change over time. Because we have
not
cars
just
now.
because of a quantitative realism.
Yes, mostly. Okay, exactly. So here it was all, we didn't do anything, it was always the same community cost. But now in the quantitative model, we'll be very careful to say how exactly does this change. Yes. So quantitative is very important, yes. That's what we say here. So now let me move to the full model. We'll aggregate the aggregate beta series from the data. We'll use population growth, use individual commuting data to calibrate this community cost function very tightly. And well, the rest we match, we have a set of moments. Okay, we fit the population distribution and the land value distribution across regions. So the 4 lines I've shown you now, there's going to be more lines for each city one to tell you how many people live in which city. Okay, so let's start with this. This is the aggregate process, which we can back out from data. In France, there's very good agricultural productivity data. I can tell you the value of beetroots in 1870 per kilogram. And so you can use this to compute the series. So this is what this looks like on aggregate for rural and urban. It follows sort of the same shape. Sometimes one is faster, sometimes the other. And so we'll just take that. This goes into the model. And on top of that, I'll try to estimate the red numbers. These shifters. They will make cities big or small in a certain period. So what are we trying to estimate or to match? There's a set of aggregate moments and a set of regional ones. So the aggregate ones are clear, aggregate employment share, size of the average city in the last period, and aggregate spending on housing in 2 periods where we have the data. Then there's these regional moments, which is how big is the city relative to a reference city? And how expensive is the farmland around that city relative to the reference city? So everything is relative model. We cannot go to physical units. All the rest is not targeted. So how the city, whether the city is dense or not, how this density is falling, how fast you commute, how house prices are is an outcome. Not a target. Okay, before we go to that, this is the data we found. We were very happy to find that data. This is all statistical tables which tell you the price of land, or agricultural land, in these small regions of France. Way back, so it starts in 1950 by hectare. These are francs, and we were very happy to find that data because we didn't know it existed. So the referee came back to us on the first round and said, "I want to see the cross section," and I had no idea. where to look it up. So we were happy to find this. You can then put this into a map and it looks like this. So this is the data we'll use. These different time periods. We basically will put our cities onto this map. So I should draw a dot somewhere, such that I can tell you what is the land value outside each of each city, basically, okay, to a sort of high degree of geographical resolution. This is in the early period, you only get département, then you have smaller regions, and that's the data we use. Okay, so now I'm going to show you again the aggregate. I'm going to aggregate all the cities together to get the average city. These are the structural change moments, employment share, relative price, spending shares, where we just have data for the housing spending share. That all fits very well. Let me move to the city structure. City structure, how does urban population and area grow? So urban population is sort of okay, maybe too small. Urban area is definitely too small in the model, should be bigger. As a result, urban density does fall a lot, but not quite as much as it does in the data. And of course, we have a hunch where it comes from, but this is what the model does. How does this look like within the city? So how do these different areas in the city evolve? Central density falls, fringe city falls most. How does this density fall as you look in a cross section at different distances? Looks very much like in the data. So this is an exponential decay model. It looks very similar, so surprisingly similar. So we were happy with this outcome. Commuting cost. This is the commuting speed. So we normalize it to 1. You start at speed 1. You end up at speed something like 4.5. And those line up very well with the estimates for Paris, which we computed ourselves. So we went and you have to compute average commuting speed in 1860 in Paris is not obvious. You have to know how fast the horse rides and how fast you walk and so on. How many people take the horse, how many people walk. So this is all there, and that's okay. Agricultural productivity gap is sort of in line with the literature, even though it's a totally different setting. But we're sort of happy of how this looks like. Finally, wealth and price. So this is the so-called Piketty plot. Which sector gets which share of total land value is so clearly it's not identical, but I think qualitatively it shows you the same idea. House price index. This is our hockey stick. In the data, this is a much higher number, so we don't get the full increase in prices, but of course there's many things missing from the model that would lead to something like that. So there's no pretension that we would ever match that. Okay, now moving to regional outcomes, which I think is the more exciting stuff. How does this differ across regions? So urban population fits almost perfectly, but that's engineered, so that has to be the case. Because we choose the theta use in this way, such that these dots line up. So this is model, this is data, this is not readable. Urban area, how big is each city? So each dot is a city in a year. Sorry, I keep forgetting stuff to say. Well, we see, okay, in the area we do sort of okay. It's a bit, the slope is too high, which means our model predicts, our model cities are too small relative to the data. The line should be flatter. Still, we think it's a kind of a success, particularly in the time series. If you look at all of these dots, they sort of line up nicely. And this is a success. Of course, the fact that they're too small means that density is too low. Okay? So density is too high, excuse me. So the cities are too small, density is too high. So you see here, slope is only 0.7 roughly. And so, that's what we see in the cross section, in the time series. The color coding shows you the cross section. So it shows you which years do particularly good or bad. And you can see that the density measure works better early on in the early periods, and it doesn't work so well in the later periods, but this is almost flat. So our mechanism sort of loses a lot of bite towards the end of the period. When transformation is over, there's basically not much left to explain for our model. Regulation becomes much more important and all of those things. Okay, now coming back to your question initially, how do you think about this? Like, measurement, reverse causality, and so on. So we have a model now that relates urban density to the price of agricultural land. So this first plot I showed you with the upward sloping line. Just run this in the model. model, there's no homogeneity, thank God, and you get this elasticity of 0.37 or something. Then you say, okay, I have this data now, let me go to the data. And you run, it's just naive OLS. And you say, oh my God, there's going to be all of these issues. So measurement, and so still you get about half the effect, but you worry, of course. First of all, how is this measured? There's all of this reverse causality. So, you know, do we believe that? So we went and we collected an IV, which is the productivity, the soil productivity for wheat production. And with that, you can predict the price that this is going to fetch on the land market. And that only works in a certain area of the country. It's only in a subset of the, that's why this is smaller. And you get a very, very close estimate. So that's always embarrassingly close. How the model lines up to the data. And we're kind of, you know, surprised and happy that this is as close. And but I do think that's a good table here. So let me go and try and finish by explaining how commuting costs and productivity or structural change have to work together here. So that's this part here. Yeah. So what we're going to do here is going to be pretty stark. So we will, because you have to think there's some sort of horse race, right? So what is more important, falling commuting costs or this price mechanism? We want to know. And so what we did is in this first thing, we will engineer a world where there was no technological progress at all in the rural sector. Okay, we will totally destroy productivity in the rural sector. We'll just leave you in 1840. So there's a world where we don't invent a tractor, no fertilizer, and all of that stuff. We will keep the city as it is. So city productivity will go up as it used to be. And that's obviously very weird. That wouldn't happen in reality, you say, and that's true, but that's what we're going to play here. And we want to do that to show you what the city would look like in this case, because you may have to prior what matters for city growth. Well, that's urban productivity, right? If that's high, city big, and so on. Which is sort of true, but I'll show you how that city will look like. That will look very, very strange. Okay, so let's start on the left. So the left shows you the rental price of farmland, basically the price of rural land. And you want to look at the baseline, which is the dashed line, where this is sort of down here, increases a little bit, but basically stays flat. If you destroy the rural productivity, that goes up like through the roof. The value of land goes up because, well, you're so unproductive, you need a lot of land to produce all of this food. So this will make for a very, very high price environment, which means two things. First of all, you cannot push out the city as much as you can. Second, you need a lot of workers in the rural sector. If you're totally unproductive, you need all of those arms on the field, you cannot put them into the city. So there's fewer people in the city, and you cannot push out, which is going to lead to even to an increase in urban density, right? You should be the dashed line. You want to have density falling quite a lot. If you do that thing where you don't have any productivity growth in the rural sector, you make a city that becomes dense. The few people that live in the city, they live in a small room. That is ever while they have increases in commuting technology because wage goes up. So they have all the cars and all the trains they want, but they just don't want to use them because, well, there's nowhere to go. The city is very, very small. Yeah.
And that's with the actual population growth.
Yes.
Which makes agricultural an even more valuable asset.
Yes. Everything else is the same. Exactly right. Population growth, exactly. But this is the fringe, by the way. So you see, even at the fringe is increasing density. So you build a city that is not like you saw that you make always lower density rings around you, but you put all of those people and they pile up at the fringe like that. Okay, so that's this very weird city. Okay, so that's the first part. The second part is you say, okay, commuting costs. What's the importance of having commuting costs that decline, or the flip side is that you commute faster? And we investigate this here in this experiment, which leaves everything the same, but destroys sets this number to 1 basically, which means that the cost increases together with the wage. So this is no longer concave, this cost function, leading to there's a very small increase in commuting speed. Not it should be up almost 5 times. It's up 1.5 times only. So you commute a little bit faster, but not much. So here structural change is going on, so structural change keeps going, but you don't increase commuting speeds as much as you would in the baseline, which is gonna lead to a city that is, is almost as dense as it is at the starting point, so this should fall very fast. It stays dense. That's because people, they don't want to use the car because it's so painful, and to drive to the suburbs, that's why nobody's gonna live there. Everybody's gonna live in the center. Central prices or prices everywhere will be sky high, and so that's not gonna work either. Okay, so this is sort of our way to disentangle that you need both of those effects. If you drop out one of them, or make them weaker, you will find that you cannot reproduce the data that you have for these cities. Okay, how are we doing for time? Okay, so let's see, what else can we do? Yeah, so actually I haven't put the slides here. Let me just try and talk to you about that. We did look at agglomeration effects, and we did look at relaxing monocentricity. And so the second point is, I think, is nice. So I can start with that, because you may have this thing that say, well, how much of this is actually driven only by the monocentric assumption? Like, it's a pretty strong assumption. And this is also the assumption that is partly responsible for the fact that our cities are too small in the model. That's kind of easy to see. So imagine you live in Paris. In our model, everybody who lives in Paris, even as far away as Charles de Gaulle Airport, which is 20 kilometers away from the center, they have to commute to the center of the city each day, which clearly is not the case in the data, right? Nobody does that. People commute shorter distances. So we have a way to relax that just by this very simple way. So if you live in Charles de Gaulle, you don't commute to the center, but only a few kilometers in. And if you do that, you get it. I didn't put the results here because I thought we will run out of time anyway. But you basically get so this density measure improves. Our cities get a bit bigger, but not all the way, which is kind of bad news, but also good news because it shows you that the monocentric assumption doesn't drive everything here. So we're kind of not so unhappy about this. And the agglomeration results are interesting because there's no agglomeration results. Okay, so people said, yeah, you need to put agglomeration effects into this. We find that the GE nature of the model kind of eats away this the agglomeration benefit. So you now have a city that grows much more together with how much population grows. You find that the increases that you have from rural productivity price, the rural price is increasing. It's going to eat away those effects. So there's very little action from agglomeration effects. Yes, so let me stop here. I'll just do too much hand waving otherwise. Let me conclude. So we have a spatial GE model where we have land use, and we explain three things: evolution of sectoral allocation over space, urban density, and land value distribution. We think we understood that rural productivity growth is very important in the long run view of how cities grow. And we try to measure very hard how rural and urban productivity growth together with falling community costs are very important. So you cannot just say, I only want to look at community costs, the importance of infrastructure and so on over the long run, because you will build a city that looks more like in the day. Okay, thanks. Nothing like that. Or is there not? So you know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean, that's not that. We don't do that. That's what it's about. That's fair. Sort it longer or that's like your bullet number. Yeah. But we just don't think about institutions.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's embarrassing to say. It's like that. They hadn't thought about that. I mean, cause it seems, it's super. Once you have, it's, yeah. I guess the other thing we can come back at, like, it's the models, like, it's someone holding it. They don't just pay, but what you're saying.
Yeah, so,
At least like any, but at least more nowadays, they multiple.
We're probably missing out for location choice.
Yeah.
That's just not
City that's also a factor. Twice where it is.
But you're suggesting.
But that's what they did.
Yeah, that's what
this is. Well, I don't know.
But it's like so. You should have to define.
Sure. No, absolutely.
Yeah, and it's gonna be much utility. You know what, like, and actually left the city because it's those versions.
Yeah, that could be helpful for that.
It's still cheap position, but the thing is they could, at the scale, they were probably.
I feel that's.
So.
Yeah. It's like we are struggling to explain. I think it.
So yeah, that's
This
clearly is gonna be very stark.
But it does make sense.
Very straightforward in some sense, but it is a choice.
So there was a guy in the job market this year in Chicago. I was doing, so I was trying to ask them like. How costly is it like going up versus how costly it is to go out? And then you just think about like in a developing country.
At least
How do I want to design?
You could also think about.
But he asked the ones. Okay. But it was like, I remember when I was a kid. But it was like one of those things, is I wanna know, like, and he does it like at city by city.
Yeah, that's kind of.
He wants to know like, are some places it better?
No,
I didn't do it. No, it's very good at papers, I was like, oh, this is exactly. Or wait, this kind of is the part. Like,
So it's not going to work in the US.
Yeah.
I think I did it.
But this thing though explains, ask this question.
Yeah.
That's why that's for all cities. Yeah, everyone, I guarantee it's always my first reaction, you went, like, I did Oxford, why do you have, like, it's, yeah. Also, example of what you're. It's like, what you're saying, it's like, that's what my answers are, utilitarian, we're just like, it's, geez,
Yeah.
Yeah, so even still today, it's like, sure. Like my colleague Paula, you don't have to talk about like.
Yeah, so it's
Still, it's on the outskirts of they're just like, there's this farm. It's expensive farming, but it's like, but housing is really valuable nowadays. So incrementally, they just sort of chop off this.
Clearly, in anything.
Well, thanks for presenting.
We have this sort of.
I want to go back to the virtual delivery picture. You know, of course, maybe you have to make some assumption, exogenous, exogenous fashion. I want to understand the model of that one picture because it's very.
In the way.
So, yeah, first, is your model, are you doing rural productivity only? Or
We do both. Urban productivity and rural.
Suppose it's only. Or suppose it's only rural.
Yes. Yeah.
This line is shifting up.
Yeah.
But because of. That's gonna move all the people that cut off. Now, if these. So then, right, then you have a little bit of a disconnect, where You see, because this graph.
Because those, this could also move up. So if the urban wage moves up in the same time, moves down.
Right, as a result of the GE.
Yeah.
So you don't even need the commuting cost change.
No, exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the
That change, yeah.
GE moves this guy up,
Yeah,
let's say.
yeah.
It moves it up a lot, and then this thing kind of intersects over here.
Yes.
Usually infer just from that, that the urban density.
These two social welfare.
Well, yeah, so that depends a lot on what else is going on. If this is a one city only,
Yeah.
yes.
The urban density has decreased.
Yes.
So that's the.
It's one city only.
How can you
Very
look for?
special property.
So let me see.
Well,
So you know the population. You know, you know how many people you need.
Pretty sure that's the case, but we don't.
If you need somebody. If you move that up, you need fewer. So those people, they went somewhere.
Right.
Well, then, so you're
Because
saying.
this is land.
This is land, this is space.
Right.
So then it depends on a lot of it. So,
Okay.
so how much more city you make and how much more people you put.
Original one.
That's gonna be tough.
Right, but so it must be that the new intersection is here. And
And also the kindness, it's also a proportion as an expectation.
is less than proportional to the
Yes,
increase.
exactly right. Exactly
Something
right.
like that.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what we say, yes, that's nice. So this is ratio somewhere, this one. So this is this ratio that you're talking about. The land to labor ratio. So how this changes, that's the main thing. Are you faster putting out people?
It's probably even.
Right, and it seems like initially,
Yes.
doing more of the denominator.
Yes.
Okay.
And then over time, it stops to fall.
Is it?
Yeah, so it goes on rising well, and it starts to fall, which is when the whole process stops. If you ran out of workers, so you need a few, they stay and.
That is. In the case of first share, each law becomes very fine.
Okay, and then, right, so that's an endogenous outcome, and I guess that depends on.
Okay, but the point
So the
is.
unit costing, yeah.
We're gonna get a very different version.
Curves.
Any dispersion, your any dispersion term is gonna be very.
The cost is
Observation.
lower, further, with the same everything else.
But even if I focused on.
Same wage.
Okay,
Still be able to go there because.
no, it's
Because,
because
the
they are.
last guy.
It says well,
No, the cost is flatter. The
Yeah.
cost is flatter.
Yeah. So you know here, so the cost, this is the difference of the page, so you can just push this off. Keep this fixed much like here, right? The wage in the rural sector is whatever it is what it is. That's what I think. So it's
Flatter.
Yeah.
Right.
It's long way.
But then, right, so. You can identify the flatters.
Yeah.
That's what I'm- Cause then you could all tell it from the picture.
Yeah, no, sure,
Is it?
No, so,
No, for given stuff. Yes. Is this versus this? Which one, can you save the density or can you not say that?
yeah, so I
See what I'm saying?
yeah. No, I wouldn't know.
Yes, that's what I'm calling.
So, in cities, they also.
Yeah, we.
Or no, given the internet, right, given the, given the intersection, yeah, I guess.
Oh, it's interesting.
Yeah. The graph is nice, and so the more you can tell with that one graph, the better, because you have a lot of open areas. Of course, you can't tell everything. No, it is very nice, yeah. Oh, one more thing, this is a one.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. The trade between regions, I missed that, we must have covered.
Yes, so there's.
Trade between regions.
Yeah, there's no trade. No, why would you?
There we go. Oh, I just mean that at least the name of the town, if you follow that meeting. It's very small, really small. If you actually extend the. Like the. Then towns.
So
you have to do the same utility.
So that express.
So yeah, it's an open envelope, yeah, okay, exactly.
Yeah. So over time, it must be that Paris.
That's like
Sure.
Yeah, but I could take the people.
Maybe, yeah.
It's kind of why.
Go and by them. For example.
No, Emily's wife from Brazil.
That's-
That's being
that's,
takes
I
my
think
notes.
that's
Okay, great, thank
Yeah. Yeah, he's supposed to.
I think I will draw.
It's something that we can.
Yeah, I know professionally, I
Get your types.
that part of the student who was.
Sorry, your draws. So in like this world, it's all the.
Since then.
I say types this slow. All the distributions are.
That's since he- okay, since he-
Individual gets.
Yeah, the student.
I know what my problem. Yeah. Then that's.
So it's,
You're in.
No, it's, but this was the debate that's, it's been.
Is should you think about, so like there's a couple of facets of it, but one is, let's just do. Should I treat shocks, so like in the paper assignment, like should I, does the well, should I treat the shocks as? No.
I mean, definitely not at once.
Or.
Yeah.
Like.
The first idea.
And then
is that,
it's not hold on there.
But you do this.
pitching the idea.
No.
It's
free.
It's free.
So then, but what's critical is, this is important. For everyone why is that it's, people are gonna make choices, state capital plans. Before the shocks are faced. So ex post, you and I, we had planned, ex post, we executed those plans.
Yeah.
You and I, yeah.
And it's not even one.
Because of those shocks.
I would count twice.
Yeah.
What that creates is incentive.
But so the first time it happened.
So that you and I know, as
It
opposed
was
to.
one zero change.
Yeah.
So
It was
we would want to engage in trade.
like this.
And as opposed to.
But then when
I did, like we were.
the ways they
But,
actually
so let's
wanted
go
it.
back to let's keep pulling out like my fight about.
They
Doesn't look
oppose-
super-
If you
They
did that,
oppose sort of.
like these are just.
Yeah.
This.
Altruistic practice. So there's always been a bunch of these. But then. They can.
And then, but like, if I were like your thing, you would still be there, it's rather than calling it. Marginal utility, it's version.
And I think that would set out so that it's basically
You have like a very.
one dependent. Work.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah, so that's a one answer is.
There's no, as well as I can do. Residents are like.
And then
Actually, I guess they have.
That's one view. And then
I just.
Have you looked at
Not sure about like
so you can just think about it. She doesn't say. I think it's
There's actually one.
Yeah, okay.
Special well. But there you go.
Yeah.
I always try to.
Yeah, so now I'm more focusing on.
There's some connection.
That's right.
Another.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The regional
That level is
away from the social.
Yeah.
So.
We were like, okay.
How you try that?
Then here was
Yeah, that, those two.
Yes.
When you went to US. That was, that's not good. They actually have the farm
Exactly.
Yeah.
One message made. So how do they want to? Inside the.
Yeah, so there's some notion it's outside the city.
If you wanna go to. Yeah. Oh, that's.
It's using the time.
I mean, this is the. Well, I can always find freedom inside that.
Does your model give a sharp addition regarding
exactly what
It'd be
said,
fine.
it's like recovery.
I guess for you, it's like it's
Yes. Like if you just, it's,
Well,
we've been operating on the guide, like this way of view, like we've been operating on the guide.
Thinking of that.
So. Don't think of so.
It does.
So shifters. It's okay to point out there's other sort of. Rules that are treated as such that like it's per acre price getting very nice, right?
So when I say it's not, the model has not less one. Sorry, it's how it operates. The model is maybe that's what we have an acre. Just no physical relative to the price.
Yeah, yes. It's, they do. On a condition.
You're right on that.
Social, like social opportunities. This is just like. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, that's another way.
No, I
Whatever you like.
I just thought.
Yeah.
So that's why I think.
Way more friendly.
Yeah, I know.
Let's say.
Yeah, we get very, like, much less.
Yeah. Really? No.
You have to.
You can't submerge it. My background is very much macro. macro, which places a restriction. I never took this I'll be learning it. A lot of questions that it does not like in your own. A lot of things I need to get. Okay. This is not what I do. And I was like,
oh, I like I think I like that application better.
Yeah, I think yeah, I have this. Yeah, I just convention paper which went through many different.
What was that?
And that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had, I mean, we did.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it had many places.
You'd like a
One of them was, but I spent a lot of time.
Which is still.
I thought it was a result. And I was speaking to people about it, I thought it was interesting, it's now found this other paper technology, which essentially sidestep, just comments about the same result, like in footnote, that's it.
No.
No, pretty much, we already, only attended for much of our special case. Maybe this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it is a long time.
For some time, I was trying to.
Yeah, but I think it's like. Yeah, when we went to the.
You're going back to the Saturday. No, I mean, I'm spending the night Saturday here.
Yeah, but.
Yeah. Me and my wife, we were a bit shocked.
Yeah, it was not really what you do.
So I didn't say.
For a lot of things.
Good, I had a good break. I was sick before the break.
I think we just never had like I'm not too
Mostly the
Sure.
Take a final dish.
No, it's fine. In other words, I'll let one thing and then you like
Really transparent.
How are you?
So for me, like, I guess
I
don't
know what the normal location is.
Because
You went to this.
because I was so I got then he came back.
Yes, I'm interested to know.
So I guess the end. So I need to go now. Yeah.
Yes.
No, I was working on the paper review.
Yeah, exactly. How did you go to well?
So we told you like where it is, one model as well. We did some time with that. The results. So these results are. One part the same we have, but we lost.
Not the
Yeah, not the way out, but the other way around. Yeah. We had some.
So I mean, ideally, we expect.
Yeah, because the result, I think, is
Okay, so now you have to change.
Yeah, a little bit. 1 year ago. Ideas.
Yeah, but then also, like it's.
I'm happy with it was like first paper.
Yeah.
Right.
I think.
Let's say I'm happy with that part.
So it feels like
Now that it is, we, let's say,
No, I don't know how you want. Yeah, no, so it would be great.
Spatial literature. Is one way to frame.
we have this finding that migration that stay very important or local accessibility.
Yeah, people
We have this, let's say,
That's
but before we're also very results agricultural first.
Maybe it's all.
Yeah. That's also. You mean like. It's not like the noise is not, it's like.
Yeah.
You have it motivated, that's
Yeah.
precise enough.
Yeah, it's a precise.
So saying as it's, like, I don't know, training or something like this, but it's good, but I'm not sure that what you want.
So this was nice to say, yeah, we're more looking at.
Is that saying goal, you can do what it should do?
Yeah, I think good.
Yeah.
We understand why.
And you think.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's very fancy.
It works, because sometimes they don't have charge.
Okay.
But they're fine at the moment.
That was all that.
We just want.
Okay, so last paper of the day. Was it for a person?
Keeping you from beer, is that right?
I actually had like a Zoom call with this, so other people might want to partake in beer, or like soda. So it's been good so far. Let's finish it out strong with diet, economic development, and change. So you got it now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for having me on the program. I'm Jordan Norris. This is joint work with Paula Pellegrina and student Lucas Correa. It's been very great, and when he's on the job market one day, I hope you hire him if you're in that position. So this, I will start to motivate the project with an anecdote about how this project started. So Hader, he's at Notre Dame University right now, but he used to be at NYU Abu Dhabi with me. And soon after I arrived there, we started talking about some research to work on together. And what really sparked this project is coming across this figure, which is not our work. It's by Hannah Ritchie, who's a data scientist. You may have seen this before. It's a number of years old at this point. And what this figure is showing is the amount of greenhouse gas emissions by food products. And it's showing a number of things, but the main thing I want you to see is that the overall amount of greenhouse emissions by food product is very heterogeneous across food products. So you see the usual, suspects, as you would imagine. Beef has a much greater impact on greenhouse gas emissions than rice, than other meats, than milk. Really these, beef is the killer, but also other meats as well. Much greater greenhouse gas emissions, right? The longer the bar, the greater the emissions. This graph is also showing a lot of other things, the sources of the emissions, right? Whether it's from the farm, land use, and so on. We won't be using this data. Instead, we're just using the amount by product. And when we saw this figure, it was, quite interesting, quite stark, but also showed us that this data exists, and so we could do something with it and do some cool research. So this was the first motivating fact, that greenhouse gas emissions vary considerably across food products, and therefore potentially vary considerably across your diet choice. But if you decide to eat beef versus rice, it's going to considerably impact your impact on greenhouse gas emissions. And to further support this, if you look at how much agricultural greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the overall greenhouse gas emissions, right, including from manufacturing and everything else, agriculture is about 30%, depending which data source you look at. So that is just, our food contributes a third of all greenhouse gas emissions. So it's really suggesting that, potentially anyway, your diet can have a big impact on climate change. The second motivating fact for the project is the connection with economic development. Right? As countries get richer, as people get richer, then your diet changes, also food production. So this is known as the nutrition transition, has various names, this is one of them at least. As people get richer, they tend to shift their diet from being composed of grains, like rice, so on, to more diversified diets, to including meats, fruits, vegetables, things like this. And as we just saw on the previous slide, this is suggesting a connection with greenhouse gas emissions, because beef has a much greater impact than rice. Not only is there the choice of products connected with economic development, but also the way the products are created. As countries get richer, their production methods change. They tend to shift from labor-intensive production practices, like just manually plowing the fields, to labor-saving practices, to using machines, to using fertilizers. And these are also a shift to a greater intensity of greenhouse gas emission practices. So these combined, taking these two facts together, suggests that economic development would have potentially a considerable impact on greenhouse gas emissions by diet. Right? Just looking at this transmission through diet. Okay, because as we get richer, we shift to food products that have greater impacts, like beef and so on. And we also use technologies that have greater impacts, like using machines and fertilizers. The problem with this analysis is it's, entirely partial equilibrium. You'd have to also take into account, well, if the whole world changed from consuming rice to beef, the price of beef is going to go up, and this is going to attenuate that whole process. So it's not even clear that we could do this, right? It's a very partial equilibrium. To be serious about such a counterfactual, we would need to take into account supply side constraints, general equilibrium effects, so on. And that's what we do in this paper. We analyze the macroeconomic effect of diet, development, and greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, so the environmental, in particular, the environmental implications of the nutrition transition and agricultural modernization. Okay, taking into account general equilibrium. So to summarize the structure of the talk and the paper, first I'm going to document some empirical facts on diet, emissions, and these two mechanisms. So essentially everything I just told you on the previous slide, I'm going to put some data behind this and just show you that this is the reality. Then we build a quantitative trade general equilibrium model, right, to analyze this and to assess the macroeconomic impact. Most of the components of the model are pretty standard, but the two things I want to point out correspond to those two mechanisms I just outlined. So for nutrition transition, we include non-homothetic preferences across food products. So each food product will have a different income elasticity. Beef will have a different income elasticity to rice, the lamb, the milk, and so on. Okay. And in doing this, we develop a methodological contribution, which is a way to estimate these income elasticities without price data. So typically you need prices, because it's demand estimation and you've got prices in there. But it turns out if the model's open economy, if it's a trade model, you don't need prices. Okay, you can use trade shares to proxy for these things. Okay, so I will show you this. The second component for agricultural modernization, for this we model spatially granular producers, which choose which food product to produce and which technology. Right? Do they use just a lot of labor, or do they use tractors? Okay, and that's going to have implications for climate change, of course. And so for this, we bring in very rich data. We have 1.8 million fields covering the globe, yield characteristics for these, and some other stuff. With the model built, we then run some counterfactuals to assess the quantitative contribution primarily of these two channels, the nutrition transition and agricultural modernization, to get a sense of how important are these when thinking about the implication for climate change from economic development. So the the simplest way to do this is you consider a TFP shock, which is economic development, right? The country is getting more productive, and look at how emissions change from this with and without those two channels, right? We turn off the nutrition transition and agricultural modernization, and if we turn these off, then emissions are reduced by 25%. Okay, so to get a sense of how important they are. Another exercise we do is to assess how important general equilibrium or the supply side constraints are. Because that's what I was saying to you before. You could just do a back of the envelope calculation, but this, ignores all the supply side constraints, any price changes. So if we assume prices are constant and then do the same exercise, then emissions are overstated by 50%. So it makes sense they'll be overstated because if everyone starts changing to beef, but the price of beef doesn't change, well, now people consume more beef. But in reality, the price is going to go up because there's oversoaking supply. So if you don't take into account that prices are going up, you're going to overstate the effect of emissions. Okay, so that's the paper in 2 slides. Regarding the literature, we speak to a number of literatures on this. The first one is quantitative models on climate change and agriculture. Okay, this is the style of approach that we use. However, in this vast literature, we at least haven't seen papers that include or incorporate the nutrition transition or agricultural modernization. There's some aspects, and you can always draw links, but this is the main contribution regarding this strand of the literature. There is another set of literature that does include these mechanisms. So nutrition transition. So Angus Deaton has done a lot on this. Agricultural modernization, and Doug has done a bit about this, right? How production practices change as countries develop. But the environmental implications of this, that's what we're bringing to this. Okay, so connecting that. And then the final literature is in environmental science. So in environmental science, they, at least at the nutrition transition, they looked at this heavily, and also the environmental implications of this. However, almost without fail, this literature does not consider general equilibrium. Okay, so it's more of those back of the envelope calculations. And so that's what we're bringing to this literature. Okay, yes, please.
So there's something I don't understand, feel free to defer this. So I was initially pushing the story, I was thinking of one country and that goes through this transition process.
Yes.
But you somehow seem to think of this as like a trade story and like a global thing. So first, why should I think about this trade thing? And then if you do trade, then you're thinking of many countries at like very different stages of development. And is that how you're thinking about this? Or?
Yes, you could think of it as just a closed economy, a single country, and you would have these mechanisms still. It would be a good exercise for us to see how the numbers change. I suppose doing this, we could try that. But we thought at least that you really want to include trade because, the rich countries getting richer, they can buy a lot from poorer countries. But now when the poor countries get richer, they don't have the poor countries to buy from. And so I think it's hard to separate these two things. You really want to include everything in there. But yeah, for the nutrition transition and agricultural modernization, it's not really a trade mechanism. But we think to be realistic, you want to take that into account. Yeah, and then you also have this benefit, it turns out, for what was it?
The measurement.
The measurement thing, yeah. So when you go over an economy, you get this benefit. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Again, feel free to defer, but a lot of crop production is intermediates for livestock production, or in soy in particular. Are you going to have that as a feature? Because that has obvious implications here.
Yeah. We don't have that right now. We do have intermediates for crops, but it's all the agricultural modernization stuff, machines, fertilizers. The model can easily accommodate this, but we've not put it in. But that's good. Okay, so the outline, I will first start briefly with the data, show you these empirical patterns demonstrating the observations I told you at the start. Then I'll go through the key components of the model, how we quantify the model, including this estimation method that I described, and then I'll create a counterfactual. Okay, so the data, we draw from a number of data sources to build a sample that comprises 90 countries plus a single aggregate for the rest of the world. There will be 47 food products, right? So one of those is beef, one of those is lamb, one of those is rice, and so on. And the year is going to be 2010. We take a weighted average just around this. For the emissions, there are two key data sources that we draw from. One is from this paper in Science, Paula and Nemechek in 2018. That's the data source that was used for that first figure on the first slide I showed you. So that's what Hannah Ritchie draws from. So this is quite an influential paper. They harmonized 1,500 meta-studies from all over the world of emissions by crop, by country, and also by production stage. So really quite an impressive paper, and which allows you to go into this granular detail, which we need to do this analysis. The other data source we use is Edgar Food, which is a data set constructed by the European Commission. This is not as granular. It's not by food product, it's only by country, but it's a complementary data set, and we trust the numbers a bit more at the aggregate level. Okay, so we're going to use both of them together to improve robustness. And then the last set of data sources are to build trade flows, production values, calories, and so on. Okay, and these are all pretty standard sources. Yes.
Just a clarification, we also track the greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation itself.
Yes.
Or just from.
Yes, we have both. So in fact, Paula and Nemechek, they break it down by transportation, by land use, by manure, by everything. Also Edgar Food. Sorry, can you say again?
I thought that perhaps part of the trade story is now that we're eating plums from.
Yes.
Instead of eating plums from.
Yes. That was one of our priors initially, but it turns out not to be important because emissions from transportation is only about 5% of the total. Right? So it turns out to be really low. So you seem to doubt this number, but it's quite small. In the model, when we get to it, you will see that we have both. So we have emissions from production, emissions from transportation, and then we run the counterfactuals without transportation to get a sense of it. But yeah, so it's all clear. Okay, so that's the data. I'm going to show you 4 facts to support those observations that I started the introduction with. So the first is that diet change could have considerable effect on food emissions. So this is the back of the envelope calculation, which is limited because it's not accounting for supply side constraints and so on. But it's at least saying that in principle that diet could be quite important when thinking about changing the amount we emit. And so the exercise I'm doing, the way I'm doing this is, so on the left figure, the gray bar is the share of total emissions coming from agriculture. Okay, so the denominator's got manufacturing, electricity, everything else in there. Agriculture is about, in our data set, it's about 35% of everything, okay, globally. Okay, and what we're doing is these other bars are considering counterfactual scenarios where all countries in the world change their diet to the diet of one particular country. Okay, so suppose every country in the world adopts the US diet, but they keep total calories fixed, so that it's just a compositional effect. Okay, then greenhouse gases from agriculture will increase to about 50% of overall emissions. Okay, if the whole world adopts the Argentina diet, then greenhouse gas emissions from food goes up to over 80%. And this is because Argentina eats a lot of beef, right, which is highly, high impact on the environment. Okay, so this is keeping calories fixed. Okay, it's just changing the composition. Right, this is really suggesting that diet matters, right? If we all just start eating beef, it's really going to kill the world. That's kind of what it's saying. Obviously, there's a huge limitation in this, which is it's assuming that we can produce this much beef, right? And the price isn't going to go, to some prohibitive level where we can't afford this, right? And that's why we want to bring in some structural model to take account of this. Okay,
But as a starting point, it suggests at least that diet is quite important and warrants some observation.
I think you said the production method matters as well, was it the average production method?
Sorry, ask it
I
again.
thought you said the production method also matters for how much emissions there are. Is this for like the average production method for each type of food?
Yes, that's right. This is the average. Yes, so that's not separating this. So assuming the beef is still,
The average beef that's produced.
yeah, whatever it was in the baseline. Yeah, exactly. And I didn't describe this right graph, but this is saying, so this is just showing you for Argentina, for the US. If we look at all countries' diets across the world and plot it on a histogram, you see, well, Argentina's up there, like the US is somewhere in here, just to get a sense, right? And the lowest, Ethiopia, I think, was the lowest. So if everyone starts eating the Ethiopian diet, then emissions are going to drop to less than 20%. Okay, so the second fact is linking diet with economic development. Okay, food emissions per calorie consumed rises with income. So on the x-axis, this is GDP per capita. On the y-axis, this is greenhouse gas emissions per calorie of food consumed. And what you see is that richer countries have greater greenhouse gas emissions per calorie. Okay, so this is again a composition effect. It's not that richer countries are just consuming more and so emitting more, which is also true, but it's that for the same calorie, the calorie is dirtier, right? Rather than getting the calorie from rice, they're getting it from beef, which has a greater impact on greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. So this is showing that with economic development, there's both a scale, which I didn't show you, but that one's a bit more obvious, but also a composition effect, right? Even per calorie, rich countries are emitting more emissions per calorie.
Just a clarification, so in this data, you would control for that Argentinian beef might have a higher, even a higher CO2 emission than Australian beef. Is this, or would that fix kind of the product level emissions and then just do the composition plus the scale?
Yeah, but this is not controlling for anything. This is just on average per calorie. This is going to be driven by the fact that Argentina here is mainly getting their calories from beef.
Right, just the underlying data is not, it's not splitting up beef by country. It's just taking, for each of the products, it's just taking the emissions from some average.
Yes, the data for this one is.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's all it is. Yes, exactly. So that left-hand side variable is just on average. There's no broken down by product. That's what you're saying. Okay, the third fact I'm showing you, this is pushing this a little bit further about the compositional effect, that product emissions are correlated with the income elasticity of the product. So what we do here is estimate the income elasticities by products, right? So the way we do it, we regress expenditure on the product, that's what this E is. So from country I, product K times T, regress it on income, right? GDP per capita in country I times T. The coefficient on here is what we want to interpret as the income elasticity, right? As you get richer, how much more do you spend on that particular product? Okay, and the coefficient is indexed by K. Of course, there are concerns of endogeneity, right? This is heavily endogenous. The approach in the literature seems to be, which was a little surprising, but finding instruments is hard for aggregate expenditure, aggregate income, is to include a load of fixed effects and controls and really hope for the best. That's if you do it in a reduced form way. Okay, so that's all I'm showing you here. It's just a motivational thing again. Okay, so also interpret this with some caution. You can do a little bit better on the exogeneity front by using household data, because you can control for more things. So we corroborate it with this. I won't show you those results, but I could if you want me to click this. Okay, so how does this look? What I'm plotting here, each point is a product. The y-axis is the income elasticity. Okay, and the x-axis is the emissions per calorie of that product. Right, so this upward slope is showing that the two are correlated. Right, products with greater income elasticities have more emissions. That's what we'd expect, right? Beef has a greater income elasticity. When you're richer, you consume more, and it also has more emissions, so it's further to the right. Okay, so we have this for each product. You can't interpret the level because of the fixed effects, so only the relative values are meaningful. But you tend to get the things you would expect, right? Beef and coffee. Coffee turns out to be highly damaging for the environment. They also tend to have high income elasticities. Right, berries have a really high income elasticity, they're not quite as bad for the environment. Down here, sorghum, low emissions, low income elasticity. So again, this is representing this compositional effect. As you get richer, you start switching the products that have high emissions. Okay, and the final fact to show you is regarding the agricultural modernization. That product emission from energy use and fertilizers rises with incomes. So here on the y-axis, we have GDP, on the x-axis, we have GDP per capita. On the y-axis, the share of emissions in agriculture that's coming from the use of fertilizers, energy from these inputs. So what you see is that in richer countries, they have greater shares from fertilizers and energy. Right, in the poorer countries, they're not using as many fertilizers, so there's fewer emissions. Okay, so again, suggesting that as countries get richer, they start using production methods that are more harmful for the environment. Any questions on this?
Sure.
Oh, okay. There is.
Is it adjusted by productivity? For example, it's like, I'm just thinking about like as a per kilogram of corn, does US produce it dirtier than, I don't know, say India? Because if you just by productivity, this might not be true.
This is not, this is just a share.
Yeah, right.
This we can try, yeah. Yeah, yeah, so you're wanting, so per kilogram of corn, what's the emissions, and is that worse in richer countries?
Yeah,
yes.
That's basically the sufficiency is for the misallocation of emission.
Yes, yes.
It's also.
And you think we have the data for that? Yeah, sorry.
This is, I don't know, JD Vance and the vice president made that argument. That's why we should put tariffs on stuff.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. I can look this. Do it. Yep.
I was gonna ask whether you're accounting for changes in land use at all. Is this kind of holding land use fixed? Because that's a.
Yes, the emissions numbers include land use. So this Power and Nemetschek data, they have land use in. Yeah. So it's, yeah. Yeah, you could question how they calculate this, but at least that's what they include. They have, the way they describe it is the whole production chain.
I guess I'm thinking about marginal impacts here in what's being, and again, this feeds into your trade structure, but marginal change in like increases in land in production taking place in one part of the world, conversion of cropland from one use, from one crop to another, and other places don't be clearing land at the expense of margin. I guess I just don't, they will have given you coefficients for how much for land use, and anyways, kind of think about changes in land.
Yes. Yes. I see what you mean.
Not to complicate your life even further.
Yeah. When we first saw this data, I remember my colleague Paula saying it. The way they deal with stocks and flows is not obvious, because that's what you're getting at really, right? And so it's something we need to look a bit more into. Yeah, please.
In the previous fact, you look into each local category a bit more in detail, like look at varieties. I'm thinking that maybe within beef, you start consuming, like, as you get richer, say, local beef, which is sourced from close by, and also probably if you are more productive at producing local beef, less beef.
Yeah. Yeah, potentially. I mean, because we have the trade data. And the Power and Nemetschek data, they give emissions by country, but not all countries. So it's a subset, but potentially. Then, yeah, we were a little hesitant to use them because there's huge variation. For beef, across countries, the emissions per kilogram can vary like 30-fold. It's really massive. That's part of the point of their paper too, they think that, you know, there are so much rooms for mitigation because you can just reallocate or something. Yeah, so we could, yeah, I know. Yes.
Can you clarify in, I guess, fact or
Yeah.
what is the y-axis? What's the numerator and the denominator?
Yeah, the numerator is the quantity of greenhouse gas emissions, right? Kilograms of CO2 equivalent, it's the measure they use, from energy and fertilizers over total greenhouse gas emissions, tons of CO2 equivalent in the whole of agriculture. So a higher number means that within agriculture, more of the emissions are coming from fertilizers and energy than from other sources. Yeah.
So I just got into this controls for how energy was produced in the first place, like through coal or renewable energy or.
The number on the y-axis, presumably that energy number is accounting for that somehow, but that's just something we took from the data. So I would have to check. Okay, thanks. Thank you. They're the facts, right? So I hope you see the motivating observations I made and a bit convinced by them. Now to the model. Let me show you the components. So as an overview, the model is general equilibrium, multi-industry, multi-country, perfect competition. Obviously many moving parts. I'm just going to highlight the key points and the things that are perhaps less standard or at least important to our question. So on the consumer side, we'll have a nested non-homothetic CES utility right across food products. This is going to generate the nutrition transition. And for agricultural producers, they're going to be making a choice over both food product and which food product to produce and using which technology. And this is going to generate the agricultural modernization. So on the consumer side, the utility, we will have 3 tiers, right? This nested non-homothetic CES. The top tier, this is across different sectors. We'll have the agricultural sector and then the non-agricultural sector, right? Which will be manufacturing. In our case, we could also throw in services. This bit is just CES, right? There's no non-homotheticity entering here. In the middle tier, this is, so for a given sector, right? How much I consumes of sector agriculture. This is across different products within that sector, right? So each K could be rice, could be beef, and so on. And this is where the non-homotheticity enters. Right? So the only thing that changes is this preference shifter for that product now has the utility there, and it has this exponent, this epsilon K, which is going to control the degree of non-homotheticity. Right? It's going to control the income elasticity. Then in the lowest tier, we have, so this is how much I consumes of product K, right? How much country I consumes of beef. And this is going to be over different varieties of that product. And by variety, we mean different source countries, right? So rice from India, beef from Argentina, whatever it is. Okay, and this is homothetic. There's no non-homotheticity entering here. Because the key bit is this middle bit, right? This is the nutrition transition. We want different income elasticities by food product. We want rice to have a different income elasticity than beef. And that's going to be achieved if these epsilon Ks are different for beef versus rice. Yes?
Does it matter for example, India, right, which might be 15% or 20% of the on 100, epsilon K for beef might be 0. Because they don't eat. Does that matter?
Yeah, I mean so that could load onto the A. It could be 0. We did look, I don't have it in the slides, but we back out these A's when we estimate the model, and we correlated this with different religions to see if it's, and you see a bit of a correlation there. It's not very strong, but suggesting that. Okay, and then we have the budget constraint. So E over N, this is all going to be per capita level, right? That's the non-homotheticity. It's assuming this utility is for a person in the country. All people are the same, but it's per capita. When you solve this utility maximization problem, you get the demand equations. So I show you each of these, right? The top one is for the sector. So beta tilde IS is the share of income in country I spent on sector S, right? How much country I spends on agriculture. And this takes the standard CES form, right? There's really nothing looks different there. The P tilde IS is a price index across products, right? Because agriculture has different products in it. And the capital PI is the, the CPI, right? The total price index for the utility. And this form is just normal, right? There's nothing different there from standard CES. Where all the action is really happening is at the product level. So the expenditure share for the product, beta IK, right? How much of their agricultural expenditure is on beef, right? K is beef. This looks very similar to the standard CES, right? We get the preference shifter, the price of that product, which is a price index across varieties, divided by the sectoral price index. But because of the non-homotheticity, then the U appears next to the preference shifter, right? It's like an endogenous preference shifter. If you have higher utility because you're richer, then this is going to shift your expenditure to products that have greater epsilon codes, right? The ones which are more income elastic. Okay, and this U also appears in the price index, right? That's the only difference to the homothetic CES. Everything else looks pretty much the same. Okay, so the variety demand, how much country I buys from J for product K looks like standard CES. Okay, the income elasticities, I'm not showing you the equation. The income elasticity is not quite the epsilon K, right? It almost is, it's proportional to it, but it's got a factor in front of it. But the ranking of the income elasticities is controlled by epsilon K. So if epsilon beef is greater than epsilon rice, then the income elasticity for beef is going to be greater than for rice. Okay. And moreover, even though only the product level has the non-homotheticity, the sectors inherit non-homotheticity from their constituent products. Okay, so you still get this, that the agricultural sector will have, a lower income elasticity than the manufacturing sector. Okay. That's the consumption side. The production side, the agricultural producers. Most of this is following my colleague, Ada Pellegrina's previous work, so I'm not going to go into the details in the interest of time. I would just show you just the equation, really. So we model producers as, this is the production function. So in each plot L, field F, in country I, then the production function, which has 5 indices, that is pretty complicated. So quantity in field F, country I, plot L, for product K with technology tau. Okay. This production function takes productivity, labor, and then intermediates. Now each producer, remember there's a producer in each plot, field, and country, they choose how much labor to use, how many intermediate inputs, which crop, which technology, right? And the key bit for us really is this first two, right? They can pick which crop to plant and which technology to use, right? Do they use fertilizers or do they not? The productivity, this Z, across plots within a field is going to be nested for shade. So you can imagine the whole world, we can divide it into 1.8 million grids, right? We take the whole world, divide it into 1.8 million grids. Each grid is going to be what we're calling a field. And we have data on yields at the field level. So we can get a measure of this mean productivity at the field level, okay? But these grids are about 10 by 10 kilometers, so you don't want to stop there. That's why we have these plots within the field, right? So you have many plots within the field, and we don't have any data on these, so we just assume it's nested for shade. And then we have many producers within the field across these plots. Okay, but the key thing is that using the techniques developed by my colleagues' earlier work, we can use data from FAO gaze on these potential yields to calibrate the levels of these productivity shifters, okay, which allow us to quantify this whole model. Yeah.
Emissions.
Yeah, so the last bit, so this is the bit which is distinct to his earlier work. So everything up to here is identical to this earlier paper, and that's why I'm not going, too much detail into it. But so where does emissions come into this? If you pick, so to make it simple, we have we have technology choice to be binary. You can either pick a traditional technology, tau equals 0, or a modern technology, tau equals 1. And if you pick traditional, then your cost share and intermediates is 0. Okay, so you're not using any machines, you're not using any fertilizers, any pesticides. But if you choose the modern technology, now you do use some of these inputs. And that's what's going to change the emissions, because the modern inputs will have more emissions, the traditional will have less. And the individual producer in each plot, field, and country is going to endogenously choose which technology based on the prices they face. Right? Maybe they face higher wages, so they're going to choose to go labor saving and use fertilizers and stuff. But that's
Can
all.
you see the Waugh motion of emissions, or there is some damage because it doesn't enter in affect technology production or preferences people don't display?
That's right. So people don't take into account the emissions. It's a, it's a pure externality that they don't.
Doesn't. The reason why
They don't
is
internalize.
your quantitative number for policy reasons
Yes.
would lead us to think of we want to be vegans if it's maybe preference that are not impact that much, or if it's firms that are just using very bad dirty technologies, you want to do something with that. So I was trying to understand which one it would lead us to.
Yeah, so the emissions don't enter people's choices. They will enter the utility, but it's going to be a pure externality, and they can't affect. So I will show you in a few slides. I'll show you in 2 slides a bit about how the emissions are generated, but it's not going to affect any of their choices. So when we solve the model and calibrate the whole thing, we have one bit which is totally separate from the emissions. Right? The emissions you do at the end. Yeah.
Just to clarify, so those technologies are constantly return to scale.
Yes, exactly. Okay, there are a number of other features of the model which I won't give any details on. We have the non-agricultural production, so this is going to be labor only. These will be essentially the manufacturing, and then the input sectors, which the agricultural sector uses. We have trade costs, iceberg trade costs, represented by D. But production prices will be P, the superscript F, which I'm going to come back to later when I talk about estimation. General equilibrium will have market clearing, so on. And then we have some additional components for quantitative realism. So we have domestic trade. So from each field to the port, we have trade costs for this, and then also heterogeneous labor across different sectors. Okay, but I won't go into these details. So the last bit on the model about emissions. So where does this come from? How do we model this? So we split total emissions, capital G, into that coming from production, GP, from each country, GPI, and transportation. And we don't have a country index on transportation because it's it's bilateral, it's between all countries. So we just add that up. Production is further decomposed into GPI. So the emissions in country I from production are the emissions from each product within agriculture and from each technology choice used. And depending on what the product and technology choice is, we have a different emissions intensity. It's bar by P. Okay, so this is different for beef versus rice, depending on the K, and beef using the traditional versus beef using the modern. And we're going to calibrate these values to match some of the data that I showed you earlier. Okay. We also have transportation, which is just matching the numbers for global transportation emissions. And yeah, that's it. I have a decomposition, which I'm not going to talk about. Yes.
So you may not have damages, but you can still say, if you want to reduce emissions by 50%, here's how you could adjust the diet.
Yeah. So by damages, is that what you were asking earlier, Abdul? But we have later. I'll show you. We put the social cost of carbon in here, so we do get damages.
But you don't have a feedback loop. That's what you said.
There's no feedback loop. Yes.
And the social cost is fine for looking at essentially the cost benefit
Yes.
So on the production side, the preference side, maybe people valuing their being there.
Yes. Yeah, there's no feedback. It's not that there's emissions and that's going to degrade the land and then that's going to feed back. The social cost of carbon is calculated taking that into account. So this is like a reduced form way of capturing it, but yeah, we don't do it directly. Yes, please.
So I think there's perhaps an equally important argument is that in more developed economies, I mean, you have service sector in there, right? People consume more food through the service sectors, which themselves require land and buildings, and they have these type of emissions, right? So a large factor might be just that more developed countries more complex supply chains.
Yeah.
Food actually arrive to fancy restaurant.
Yes. We thought about this. We for a while we were trying to incorporate that when you consume beef, maybe it's at home versus the restaurant. And even just this simple binary aspect, we wasn't clear how best to incorporate it in the model because we already have this 3-tier structure and it. So we didn't go down this route yet. We were thinking about putting it in an appendix if we make progress, but we haven't done anything on this yet. Yeah, but it does seem like very important aspect.
I was just imagining like the service sector would also have a competitive reference on it. And one of the service sector is restaurants, and the restaurants itself, the TFP, that's its combination.
Yes, but then you want to link it to the products, right? And
right.
It starts getting a bit complicated, you know?
Yeah, right.
There's probably a way to do it. I mean, we could add like sub nests within the product nest, but yeah. But yeah, thanks. It's good to know someone else is thinking about this too.
No, it's not my logic. I think each nest has a
okay.
Eating at home reduce emissions.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see what he's done. It's not out yet. But if he's talking about this, then that's curious. If it's about like international trade, then as we spoke about earlier, it doesn't. At least those emissions are pretty minor. Yeah. Okay, so let me show you how we estimate the model. Yeah.
So this part 5, it doesn't depend on country.
That's right. That's right.
So you're gonna rational. You said your data tells you like for product and country, there is an emission level, and you're gonna rationalize that by technology choice.
Where the data does give it by country, but we're not using that variation because for various reasons. I mean, it's a very small subset of countries and it misses a lot. So what we're doing is in the data, we have we know the emissions by product, which is going to be an average across countries, and we're going to set these to rationalize those product level emissions, and then we will choose the technology to match a different moment, essentially. Yeah. So you could do more, but the data is a little limited, so we didn't do this. Okay, so regarding quantifying the model, many steps. I, of course, won't go through it all. The main thing I'm going to talk about is this estimation of the epsilon k's, those non-homothetic parameters, because that's the novel bits. The rest is so the second step, a lot of these parameters we follow my colleagues' earlier work, so in the interest of time, I will talk about it. The last step is getting these emissions parameters, so we just spoke about this already. We make the simplifying assumption that we know that it's separable in product and technology. This, we could do both, but just more parameters to estimate. And so the relative levels match this data set I just spoke about for the products, and then the technology matches different statistics in global emissions. Okay. So I won't go into this too much. It's not as exciting. Let me show you the estimation of these income elasticity parameters. Okay, so what this equation is, this is the product demand, right? Beta IK is the share of agricultural expenditure on product K, like beef, in country I. And if you take the logs of this, the first term has the parameter of interest, right? There's epsilon K, and that's a coefficient on the GDP per capita, essentially, E over N. So we observe this, we observe beta. To estimate epsilon K, we just need to contend with the rest of this stuff, right? That's the challenge, the rest of these terms. Right? These first two terms, this is we observe those two things. So what's in the rest of this? First, we have preference shifters, PA, right? These are the preference shifters in utility. As I mentioned earlier, often the method in the literature is just to assume these are exogenous, conditional on fixed effects and controls. So that's essentially what we're going to do here, right? So don't worry too much about the A's. We can, pretty much ignore them, which, potentially a concern, but we're just following a previous approach in this. The bigger concern is what's inside these P's. These are all price indices, right? There's three of them. We have the upper tier, the PI, the middle tier, which is across, which is for each sector across products, and then we have the lower tier, which is for a product across varieties. Okay. So for the upper and the middle tier, these price indices, they're also a function of preference shifters, but we're assuming they're exogenous, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. Because of the non-homothetic preferences, they're also a function of GDP per capita. Right? So we're going to have to account for this. We can't just ignore this because it's going to be mechanically correlated with this term. So we have to account for it. But these are implicit utility functions. So it's a function in a highly non-linear and implicit way. So the way to deal with this, we're just following the literature, but extending it to nested non-homothetic preferences. You can use the so-called implicit Marshallian demand, which essentially substitutes out the price index using expenditure on a base good. So you just nominate a good, right? Take rice, and then you can write everything else in terms of expenditure on rice. So it's a neat tool to make things look a bit simpler. I'm not going to go into the detail, right? Because other people have done this. We're just building on their work. But that's solvable. Okay, you can look into the details. The other thing that these price indices are a function of is the lower tier price index. Right, the price index for agriculture is a function of the price of beef, the price of rice, right, and all the other product prices. Okay, so the remaining thing to take care of when controlling for these upper and middle tier price indices is the lower tier price index. And the lower tier price index also appears in here. Okay, so the result of these steps is to correctly account for these terms, we have to find a way to account for the lower tier price index. That's what this all boils down to. And the lower tier price index, what's this a function of? We'll have preferences in there, but again, we're going to assume these are exogenous. The other thing that's in there is the production prices, right? The price for country I, consume how much it can, the price of beef for country I is going to depend on the price of beef from the US, from Argentina, from everywhere it buys from, right? So the price index is the aggregate of these things. So the main innovation here is that because the model's open economy, we can control for this price index without needing any data on the production prices. Okay, so how do we do this? So we need an expression for this price index that does not need us to observe prices. Directly, this price index is a function of production prices, right? How much the UK pays for beef is some average of how much it costs to buy beef from the US, from Argentina, and everywhere else. Okay, but we can use the structure of the model to rewrite this without needing data on production prices. So how do we do it? So if we take the demand equation for this variety, so this is country I for product K buying this product from the US. So just pick some country, we just pick buying it from the US. This is a variety demand. We can rearrange that variety demand to solve for the price index as a function of everything else what was in that variety demand equation. Okay, and what else is in there? You have the price of the product from the US, and you also have the preference shifters. So what's this equation telling us? It's saying, right, we have the object of interest on the left-hand side, right, this price index, which we're trying to get an expression for. It's saying conditional on this expenditure share, right, how much I buys from the US, which is observable, the only production price we need to know is the US's. Right? We don't need to know the production prices in the rest of the world, which this price index is directly a function of, if we know the expenditure share of the US. Right? The expenditure share is kind of a sufficient statistic for the prices in the rest of the world. So intuitively, why is this? Well, imagine two countries buying from the US. They both pay the same production price from the US, because the US is selling at the same price for everyone. If one country has a higher expenditure share on the US, this is telling us something about the price index. It's telling us that that country must be facing a higher price index, i.e. it's facing higher prices from the rest of the world. That's why it's buying more from the US. Right? Because remember, they're both paying the same price from the US. So if one country is buying more from the US, it must be that that country is facing greater prices in the rest of the world. So under the structure of these preferences, under CES, the expenditure share is a sufficient statistic for all the other prices. We just need to observe one, the price that US is selling at. Okay. Now, not only this, actually, you don't even need to observe that one. Because what do we see, right? We're trying to get an expression for this, right? We observe beta, so that's good. And then we just have the US production price. Well, this thing varies over I and K, and the production price just varies over K. Because all countries that buy from the US, they pay the same production price from the US. So this thing doesn't vary over I, right? The US is selling the same price for everyone. So when it comes to estimating, we can just replace this with a K fixed effect. Okay, we can difference it out because there are more than one country buying from the US and they both pay the same production price. So we can difference it out in the estimation. But to do this, you need it to be open economy. If it's closed economy, then the only country buying from the US is the US, and now there's no variation to leverage, because there's only one country. That's the benefit of the open. And then the last point is, well, we still have these preferences here, which, I'm assuming things are exogenous, but this turns out that this is at the variety level. Within a nest, within a product nest across varieties, you can always, change the level of the preferences within that nest and absorb it into the product preference shifter. Because you have a preference shifter in each level. So you can just change the level in one and absorb it into another, just a normalization, like these things are under-identified. So we can just normalize this to 0, so we don't have to worry about it in some sense. But another way of saying this is that it's just absorbed into the AIK, right? The preference at the product level. And so we just need to assume that that thing is exogenous, which is exactly the same as what the literature is doing, right? That's the Coleman paper, the Aguirre and Bell's paper. So that is to say, to summarize all of this, you can estimate these things, these epsilons, without price data, and you're at no disadvantage to if you did observe price data. We still need the same identifying assumptions, i.e. that this AIK is.
The trade costs.
Yeah, so the trade costs are here. So what this AIK is going to reflect the overall level of trade costs within that nest. That's essentially what this is saying. So if for beef, country I faces a high trade cost with the rest of the world to buy beef from, then you can equivalently think of this as just a lower AIK. So another way of saying this, like if you ignore the open economy aspect, so now it's just closed economy, just how much country I prefers beef, right? And if this, you get a number for this. Because the world is actually open economy, that preference parameter number is really encoding the trade costs. Because you're going to see in the data, well, look, this country's not buying much beef. And that could be because they're facing high trade costs with the rest of the world. So these things are not separately identified. They're not separate.
The bilateral. The trade costs are bilateral.
Yeah, so okay, let's be more precise about this. The different varieties within for beef, US versus China, the trade costs determine the relative demand. That's true. But the overall demand of beef, then you can just normalize it into this. And that's all we need because we just have a single number. So I should move on because of time, but yeah, I'll happily talk about this more afterwards. So the end result, so remember I had that first equation where I had some price indices and then the preferences. When you use the implicit Marshallian demands, when you use my trick from the last slide, you get this expression. So what do we see? The covariate that the epsilon k is on, all of this is observable. So I didn't mention, I skipped over earlier, we're just setting these elasticities of substitution to values in the literature, okay? In principle, we could use this to estimate it as well, but we haven't done this yet. So all of this first term is observable. This second term is also all observable, doesn't have a coefficient, so you're going to take it to the left-hand side. Then we have the production prices, right? The US, remember that's all we need, conditional on the expenditure shares. We can replace this with a fixed effect, so we don't even need the US production price. And then we have a term that's just a function of the residuals, which we're bringing out exogenous. So now we can estimate this, it's exact, it's theoretically consistent, and we don't need price data. So you get these epsilons. Given the time, I'm not gonna go through any of this, various model fits. Let me show you some on the counterfactuals. Okay, so the main thing we do, and I will just show you this one, is looking at economic development through the lens of the model. And we do this by shocking TFP in the non-agricultural sector. Okay. So welfare goes up by 14%. We look a bit about inequality. The main thing I want to draw your attention to is emissions. Okay, so if TFP in the non-agricultural sector goes up by 10%, then global emissions from agriculture rise by 6.22% in the model. Okay. If you shut down the nutrition transition and agricultural modernization in the model, which corresponds to getting rid of that non-homothetic variation across products and the endogenous technology choice by producers, then the emissions are 25% less, right, 4.67. Okay, we do some other stuff here. Let me just show you this figure as the last thing. So here what I'm showing you are those two numbers, but broken down by crop, right? So this first bar baseline, the height of this is the 6.22. Okay, so with the baseline model, after the TFP shock, emissions increased by 6.22%. If you shut down nutrition transition and agricultural modernization, it increases by the 4.67%, I think it was. Okay, and what I'm showing you here is how much each food product group contributes to this. If you see in the baseline, meats, which is beef, lamb, poultry, there might be another one in there, is over half of this, which kind of makes sense because meat is so much more environmentally harmful than the others. When you shut down the nutrition transition and agricultural modernization, beef contributes much less, right? And that would be expected because in this scenario, we don't have a separate income elasticity parameter for beef, right? We're just assuming that all food products have the same income elasticity parameter. So we're underestimating how much beef consumption increases. And that's why the total emissions is less. Moreover, we overestimate how much cereals are contributing. The cereals has a lower income elasticity, but now we're bringing it up to the average. But cereals emit less than beef, so bringing down the total emissions. Okay, so a way to visualize how these mechanisms are operating in the model. Okay, so we do a range of other stuff. I'm out of time, so I will just leave you on the conclusion part. Okay, thank you.
That's the day. I think, but I'll speak for myself. Thank you very much to the speakers. Dinner is at 7 o'clock, but they told us if you want a guide to get there, they said here at 6:30. Dinner is at 7 o'clock, but they want us there, I think. They a couple minutes early was there. They about 15 minutes. And it's not here, it's at do you remember? It's
Balliol College.
Balliol College.
Which is on Broad Street. Balliol and Spellclub.
Okay. Well, we'll see there.
Well, real quick.
So you're saying